Okay, let's start. Good morning. The first one is the revision. Now in our last class, majorly we have discussed about our theme called as which theme? Now last class ali, ಯಾವ theme ಬಗ್ಗೆ discuss ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ majorly? Now in our, it is the last class, in our day one of the RCB one, the rapid current affairs, the booster, this is about the 3.0. Now in this, we have majorly discussed about the polity related themes. Now under our polity related themes, we have discussed about which all things? We have discussed about yadru ಬಗ್ಗೆ? The PESA ಬಗ್ಗೆ discuss ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. We have discussed about our second major important theme. We have discussed about yadu. It is majorly we call it as the portal called as Pragati. Now proactive, the governance, the portal. Now we have celebrated or we are celebrating, we call it as the 50th, we call it as a meeting. And here we are also celebrating which one? The 30th anniversary of, we call it as which one? PESA. Now PESA andre. Now Panchayat extension to, we call it as the scheduled areas. Now we have talked about a concept called as euthanasia. We have studied about a concept called as the WAC or the WAF board. Now we have talked about, we call it as, we have talked about which all things? Now majorly we have talked about, we call it as, it is the conversion topic, the AC conversion, and we have also talked about, it is majorly we have talked about a theme called as the sports. Now while discussing about the sports, we have talked about the online games, and we have also talked about the Sports Act also, and adr jotege now we have also talked about the perfect, it is majorly we have talked about the judiciary concept. Now while discussing about judiciary, we have also talked about yadru ಬಗ್ಗೆ? Now tribunals ಬಗ್ಗೆ. Now majorly while discussing about tribunals, we have discussed about, we call it as the 2021 Tribunal Act, and we have also talked about a concept called as which one? The judiciary. Now while discussing about judiciary, we have talked about the CJI, the 53rd Chief Justice of India. Now who is the 53rd Chief Justice? Now Suryakant. Now we have also talked about the first one, the longest one, the first women. Now we have seen all those actuals, and along with the things, we have also talked about a concept called as doctrine of merger. The doctrine of merger ಬಗ್ಗೆ discuss ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. On and I hope you guys are following it. Then it is doctrine of the merger. Now all those things we have discussed. Exactly, yes. Now doctrine of merger ಬಗ್ಗೆ discuss ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. Tribunals ಬಗ್ಗೆ basics ಆಗಿ discuss ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. We have talked about our euthanasia. We have talked about conversions. We have talked about, we call it as the basic concepts with respect to, we call it as the different portals. Now major portal called as the Pankudi portal. Now major, all those things we have discussed in the last class. Done. Now today we will be, it is continuing with respect to our, we call it as our rapid current affairs, the booster part, the 3.0. Now under this, our second theme will be with respect to, we call it as now environmental related the topics. The question is now which all topics you need to discuss while discussing about, we call it as environment. Now which is more important now from our exam point of view? Now which one is more important? Neನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಯಾವತ್ತೇ ಆದರೂ environment ಅನ್ನು ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ we need to study only from three themes. Now which is the three themes? Now which is that only three themes we need to discuss from environment. ಇದರಿಂದ ಮಾತ್ರನೇ exam questions ಬರ್ತವೆ. The questions will be on climate change. Perfect. Now ಮೊದಲನೇ question ಯಾವ್ದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರುತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ the question will be on climate change. Now ಯಾವುದೇ related climate change ಇದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ you need to know about this. And the major question, now have you are you aware about, we call it as the planetary boundaries concept? Are you aware about, we call it as the recent one, we call it as the COP30? Are you aware about Belém conferences? Are you aware about, we call it as INDC targets, the updated INDC? Climate change. Now the second theme will be, we call it as the pollution concept. Now it can be, we call it as, it can be the land pollution or the soil pollution, or it can be water pollution, or it can be air pollution. All this comes under where? All this comes under a theme called as the pollution related themes of the pollution related themes. Now mandatorily you need to know with respect to, we call it as the pollution topics. And the third major important topics will be from which one? It is majorly we call it as biodiversity. The major one will be from, we call it as biodiversity related themes ಇಂದ ಕೂಡ questions ಬರ್ತವೆ. Sir, ಇದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ ಬರುತ್ತಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಹೌದು. Now majorly that questions will be from, we call it as organizations and acts ಇಂದ. The fourth theme will be with respect to, we call it as the acts, and the fifth one will be with respect to, we call it as the organization. Now which all acts we need to know with respect to our environment? Which all acts are there? Now there are major ಆಗಿ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ it is some 4 acts. One we call it as WPA Act. What is WPA, Indra? Now, WPA means we call it as Wildlife Protection Act of, we call it as 1972. That we need to know. And second one, we need to know about EPA Act. Now, what is this EPA, Indra? Now, Environmental Protection Act of, we call it as 1986. This we need to know. We should also know about, we call it as Biodiversity Act of which year? Now, 2002. We should also know about, we call it as NGT Act. Now, National Green Tribunal Act. Yeah, Varsha? 2010. 2010. Now, all those things we need to know with respect to our, from our basic environmental aspect point of view. Done? Now, we all discuss the first and foremost one we call it as, this year the most important one we call it as INDC. The first question is, what is INDC? In INDC andre? Now, concept of INDC and the kantadu yavag jarige bandide. What is INDC? Now, first one we call it as, what is INDC andre? It is intended nationally determined contribution. First one, be cautious. What is this INDC? What is this INDC? In a INDC andre, then this concept everybody sako. We'll discuss all the things one by one year. First, what do you mean by INDC? First one, abbreviation. What's the abbreviation of INDC? Now, intended nationally determined contribution. Now, it's a contribution which has been taken up by which countries? Particular countries to control, we call it as climate change. To control climate change, the concept of INDC and the kantadu yavak shuru aitappa. The concept of INDC has been originated from which year? Now, in the year we call it as the year 2015. In the year 2015. Now, 2015 yav conference mulaka. Now, we call it as COP, we call it as the 21. Now, which took place in the year COP 21, which took place yav yearly. COP, the 21 took place in 2015. Now, and this agreement is popularly called as which one? Now, we call it as the Paris Climate Change, or we call it as Paris Agreement. Now, what's the objective of this Paris Agreement? What's the objective of this? We call it as Paris Agreement. What's the objective? The objective here is we need to reduce, or we call it as the temperature below what degree Celsius? Now, below we call it as 2 degree Celsius ginta kadime tapamana irbeku anta target kodtare. And we need to take some extra effort to reduce it to what temperature? We need to take it as extra effort to reduce it to, we call it as 1.5 degree Celsius. This is our major objective. Okay, now, achieve how to achieve this? Now, how to achieve? Now, to achieve this target, each and every country, they need to take some targets. Now, our target we call it as INDC targets. Yes or no? Now, each and every country, they need to take a target, and that target is voluntary in nature. Be cautious. That target we call it as which one? That target is voluntary nature. Now, India has taken the 3 INDCs. Now, one in which year? Now, India has taken the 3 important, we call it as the targets in which all years? Now, in which all years? Now, one in the year 2015. Now, second one in the year 2021-22 only. Second one in the year 2022. And the third one we call it as 2026. Be cautious. The first INDC has been taken up by India in which year? 2015. Under an agreement called as which agreement? Now, Paris Climate Agreement, first one. And the second one, this was being upgraded, or this was updated now in the year 2021, or it is 2022. And this conference we call it as, yeah, conference idu. Now, Glasgow anta kariತೀವಿ. Now, in Glasgow, this INDC targets was being upgraded, and this was popularly called as Panch Amrit anta kariತೀವಿ. This was popularly called as Panch Amrit. And after this recently last month, that is March 25th, 2026. Be cautious. Now, March that 25th, 2026, again we have updated our INDC targets in which year? The year 2026, the March 25th. Now this we call it as the recent, or we call it as the new INDC anta kariteve. We call it as new INDC. This we need to know here. Okay, now clear? Now is this binding or is it voluntary nature? Now it is voluntary nature. But once the commitment kotaga, at least we need to achieve that. If not, it's an embarrassment, alva. Yes or no? Helid kelsa madalla ivaru anta. Now adukoskara, the first and foremost one, it is earlier NDCs. Now earlier NDCs, it was called as which one? It was called as perfect. It was called as inanta karitidviyappa antandre, it is Panchamrit. Now this concept of Panchamrit was being finalized in which COP? Finalized in, we call it as Glasgow. Now where is Glasgow? I have discussed while discussing about mapping. Where is Glasgow? Now Glasgow, it's in Scotland. It's in UK, United Kingdom. Now yava COP nappa antandre COP 26. Now COP 26. Now we came out with, we call it as Panchamrit. What does Panchamrit means? Now 5 important the targets. The 5 important targets, we'll see that what is that 5 important targets with respect to our INDC. Now under that, the first and foremost target ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ energy ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. Nothing but the power should come from where? Now we need to reduce our temperature. We need to reduce our CO2. Carbon dioxide reduce ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ we need to rely more on renewable, or do we need to rely more on, we call it as non-renewable sources? Now which one is our ideal the thing? Now we need to focus more on, we call it as non-fossil fuels. Now what do you mean by non-fossil fuels? Online fast? Yes, yes. Exactly, online, yes. I hope it is audible. Done. Yes, yes. Now with respect to our, we call it as, first one in our Panchamrit. In our Panchamrit, 50% of energy should come from where? Should come from, we call it as non-fossil fuels. And then it is 50% of energy should come from which sources? Renewable sources of energy. This is about our first one. And the second one, we call it as, it is 50%, or we call it as which one? Now 500 gigawatt of energy should come from where? Should come from, we call it as renewable sources, or we call it as non-fossil fuels anta karite. It is 50% of the energy should come from the non-fossil fuels, or we call it as the 500 gigawatt should come from. It is, we call it as clean energy or renewable sources, or we call it as non-fossil fuels. Yalla same. The third major important one, now we need to reduce our CO2 emission. Now that CO2 emission, ಎಷ್ಟು percentage reduce ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ 2021 ನಲ್ಲಿ we have adopted that. 2021 is COP. Now ಜಾರಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ 22 ಅಲ್ಲಿ, but confuse ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಡಿ ಮತ್ತೆ. Now it is 45% of emission should come from where? Or there must be reduction, or we call it as reduction in emission intensity by what percentage? 45%. 45% of emission reduction by comparing or by taking 2005 as a base year. Be cautious, by taking into consideration 2005 as the base year, and all these things we need to achieve by which year? All these things we need to achieve by, we call it as 2030. And the fourth one, now there must be, we call it as the carbon sink also. What is carbon sinks? Nothing but CO2 absorption. In a natural manner, CO2 should also get absorbed. Now how does our CO2 absorbs? Why we call it as photosynthesis. Now photosynthesis ಮೂಲಕ CO2 absorb ಮಾಡಿ ಏನು ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ? Oxygen is being released. Now CO2 absorb ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು temperature ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, oxygen release ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ temperature ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. That synthesis we call it as carbon sinks. Now how much forest we are trying to achieve? Now we are trying to achieve, we call it as 2.5 to, we call it as the 3 billion. 2.5 to, we call it as the 3 billion ton of CO2 na capture ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. It is, we have come out with, we call it as a carbon sink also. We are trying to achieve ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ? Carbon sink and nothing but we call it as CO2 storing. Now how can we achieve CO2 storing? Via we call it as via. It is major agi going for forest. By going for forest, we can absorb more CO2 so that we can reduce our temperature also. Fifth one, what is the fifth one? Net zero by 2070. What is net zero? What does net zero means? Does it means it is zero CO2? No. What does net zero means? Exactly. It is release and absorption is balanced. Release and we call it as, it is absorption is balanced, and this we will be achieving by which year? Now 2070. By the year 2070. Net zero means it is emission and absorption will be equal by which year? By the year 2070. ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿ ಇವಾಗ ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. Now we have updated in the year, be cautious. Now recently it is approved by cabinet and it is on March 25 to 26 2026. Now this was being approved by, we call it as the cabinet, headed by prime minister, it is stated headed by chief minister. Second one, this is for a period of, we call it as 2031 to, we call it as 35. 2031 to 35, we have extended it as for the next 10 years. Not up till 2013, but now we are targeting which year? 2035. Under, we call it as, under the Paris Climate Agreement, which took place in which year? Which took place in the year 2015. 2015 INDC target anta bandittu. But INDC target antakantadu we have updated. This is the third time we are updating it. But be cautious, this is not for a period of 2030. This is for a period up till, we call it as the next 10 years, or we call it as 2026 in the up till, we call it as 2035 is the target. Now this 2035 is the target, be cautious. 2035 is the target. And the third one, the third major important one, sir, what all has been updated here? What all has been updated? Now initially we had 50%, but now we are moving towards this percentage here. 60% of our energy should come from Elinda. Now should come from, we call it as clean energy, or it is also called as, we call it as non-fossil fuels by which year? By 2035. By taking into consideration which year as the base year? 2005 as the base year, and we need to achieve it by which year? 2035. Perfect. Second updation with respect to, we call it as, now emission reduction agbeku. Yav emission reduction agbeku illi? Now CO2. Why we need to reduce the CO2? Because the CO2 is leading to, we call it as increase in pollution. Now ಎಷ್ಟು percentage ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಇಲ್ಲಿ? Now we need to reduce by 47%, not 45. Now we are trying it to reduce it to what? 47% by which year? By 2035, by taking 2005 as what? The base year. 2005 as the base year. Idra jotege we should also create a carbon stock also. Now carbon sink also. Now how much we are trying to achieve? A carbon sink anta nodidaga illi 2.5 to 3 ittu. Now we are going for, we call it as 1 billion addition. 1 billion addition ಮಾಡ್ತದೀವಿ. 1 billion ಆದ್ರೆ 3.5 to, we call it as the 4 billion will be an addition, and this we will achieve by which year? This we will achieve by which year? 2035. And this we call it as India's new INDC target. India's new INDC. What does INDC means? Intended Nationally Determined Contribution. Done. This is about our first and foremost one. Exactly. It's not 3.5 to 4%, it is 3.5 to. It is 4 billion tons of CO2. The carbon stock. It's not percentage. Rather it is, we call it as, it is, we are trying to achieve, it is billion tons of CO2. Nenpitkolli, carbon sink anna billion tons alli it is calculate ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. Whereas when we are talking about, we call it as, it is emission intensity, or with respect to our, we call it as fossil fuels. We calculate in what? The percentage. And that we need to know. Sir, as of now, ಎಷ್ಟು percentage achieve ಮಾಡಿದೀವಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Now India has achieved already ಎಷ್ಟು percentage? Now above we call it as 52% of our energy is coming from where? Energy is coming from, we call it as non-fossil fuels. This we need to know here. Clear? This is about our the first and foremost one, at any cost ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲೇಬೇಕಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿಚಾರ. The second major important one. Now what is net zero? What do you mean by net zero? Enappa net zero andre? I already said it is emission and absorption has been balanced here. Now net zero Now net zero of railways ಎಷ್ಟು? India is 2070, but net zero of railways is 2030. Net zero of railways is 2030. Net zero of world shipping. Net zero of world shipping ಎಷ್ಟು? 2050. Net zero of world shipping is 2050. Net zero of Bengaluru, it is 2030. Net zero of Bengaluru, it is 2013. Net zero of India is 2070. Are we able to achieve net zero? If we are able to achieve net zero, how can we achieve net zero? How? Now, ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಅಚೀವ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, because it is via we call it as nuclear, via solar, via geothermal energy, we can achieve that. Nothing but it is now recent agi we are majorly targeting on, we call it as the nuclear energy. Under which mission we are targeting, or under which bill we are targeting the nuclear energy? Now recent one bill jari aitu, nothing but we call it as Shanti bill. It is, we call it as Shanti. Now Shanti bill 2025 has been brought in. Now we are going for it as liberalization of, we call it as nuclear sector itself. Now we are allowing private players up till what percentage? Now we are allowing private players up till what percentage? Up till, we call it as up till 49% varage. We are allowing whom? We are allowing, we call it as the private players. Be cautious. Now we are allowing up till, it is what percentage on the ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ 49%. Now what is the target we have with respect to our nuclear energy? Targets ಏನಿದೆಯಪ್ಪ? Now targets ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, we need to achieve 100 gigawatt by which year? By Vikasit Bharat. Vikasit Bharat andre, it is 100 years of India's independence. By the year 2047, we need to achieve what percentage of nuclear energy? 100 gigawatt of energy should come from nuclear sources. 20 gigawatt by 2030. 20 gigawatt by which year? 2030 we need to achieve this. Now to achieve this, what all technologies we are inculcating at the Kedadren, that we call it as SMR. What is SMR? Small modular reactors. Now the first small modular reactors we are planning to establish at where? Bihar. The first, India's first SMR is coming up in where? Is coming up in, we call it as Bihar. The first SMR is coming up in, we call it as the Bihar. What is SMR andre? The small modular reactor. I think, but it is the energy intensity, the energy capacity or the energy production. If it is less than, we call it as the 300 megawatt. Now 300, it is megawatt ginta kadime idre adinanta karitivi. We call it as SMR, the small modular reactors. We are going for small modular reactors rather than big nuclear technologies. This we need to achieve. Now to achieve our overall goal called as 100 gigawatt by which year? By 2047 by Vikasit Bharat. And the second one, 20 gigawatt of nuclear energy should come from, it is, or the energy should come from nuclear sources by which year? By 2030. And you should also be aware about, we call it as net zero of Bengaluru, net zero of railways, and we call it as the net zero of world shipping. Why we call it as 2050. That we need to know here. Done. This is about our the first and a foremost topic. So the question is, the second question is, now do we have only it as 10-year targets, or do we also have it as annual targets also, yearly targets also? Now to reduce our emissions. Now reduce our emissions are ಏನಪ್ಪಾ? CO2. Now CO2, is it a pollutant? That's my simple question. Carbon dioxide, it is a pollutant or it's a greenhouse gas, or it's both? What do you think? That's not a pollutant. But pollutant ಯಾವುದು? It is carbon monoxide is a pollutant. Be cautious. CO is a pollutant, whereas carbon dioxide is what? Carbon dioxide is, we call it as major agi, it is greenhouse gas anta ಕರೀತೀವಿ. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. When we are talking about, we call it as, when we are talking about the CO2. What is CO2 here? Carbon dioxide. Now this carbon dioxide is not a pollutant. In particularly, it's not a pollutant. But ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಮತ್ತೇನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it's which one? Now greenhouse gas anta ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Now what is greenhouse gas andre? Now it has the potential to increase the temperature of an earth, and this we call it as greenhouse gas, or it's also called as global warming potential anta ಕರಿತೀವಿ. It is a greenhouse gas, or it's also called as global warming potential ide ಹೊರತು it is not a pollutant. That we need to know here. Now ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ pollutant ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ carbon monoxide is a pollutant, rather than we call it as greenhouse gas. This we need to know at any cost with respect to we call it as now GHG emissions, greenhouse gas emission intensity, the target. The question is, do we have it as some 5-year target or 10-year target, or do we have yearly targets also? If it is yearly target idre, now who provides this yearly target, under which act, what is the target we have? ಎಷ್ಟು percentage emissions ಅನ್ನ reduce ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, by which year, under which act, who has authority to do all those things? ನಾವು ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು. ಈಗ ಎಮಿಷನ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನನ್ಗೆ ಏನ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ನನ್ಗೆ ಏನ್ ಆದಾಯ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ? ಓಕೆ, ಈಗ ಮೇಜರ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ India4IAS we are reducing our emissions. ಬಟ್ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿನ ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾನು ಎಮಿಷನ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ರಿಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನನ್ಗೆ ಏನ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ? Nothing but I'll be getting what? Carbon credits, or I'll be getting carbon incentives. Okay, ಸಿಕ್ತು, ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ಅದನ್ನ ನೀವು? It is I can trade in the market. Trade ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ? It is I'll be getting an amount, and that we call it as the carbon credits, and the market we call it as carbon market ಅಂತ ಕರೀತೀವಿ. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ನಾನೀಗ ಒಂದು 100 ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ it is thing that I was emitting, we call it as in and around some 1 lakh the tons of CO2 I was emitting. But tomorrow I thought that it is, let me reduce it to, it is we call it as the 10,000, we call it as the carbon emissions. But the question is, what is my reduction here? 90,000. Now 90,000 reduce ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ, now what can I do here? Will I get any benefits? Yes. And that benefits we call it as, that benefits we call which one? That benefits we call it as carbon credits. And that carbon credits in them, I can earn a profit. I can sell in the market and I can get that. Now think that it is some other person. It is a person B. The person B, now he is supposed to release only, it is 1 lakh CO2. But now he is releasing 2 lakh CO2. ಏನು ಮಾಡೋದಂತವ್ರನ್ನ ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಣ ಈಗ? Now think that it is, now coming to our, the first example called as A, the same example, the B. There are 2 industries. Now ibru kuda enappa andre cement industries. Both this A and B are the cement industries. Now they are supposed to emit how many the tons anta kelidre 1 lakh tons of CO2 they can emit. But the question is a person A, the person A is introducing huge amount of technology. The technology na it is inculcate ಮಾಡಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ, rather than it is releasing 1 lakh, it is the tons of CO2, he is releasing only which one? The 10,000 tons of which one? The carbon or carbon dioxide. And the second one in the same manner, now B is also supposed to be, now B is also a cement industry. Now he is also supposed to, it is emit ಎಷ್ಟು tons ಅನ್ನ release ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಅವರು? Now 1 lakh tons, but he is emitting 2 lakh tons. ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತೀರ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ, ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ನಾನು ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. Because no one is there to control. Now we are bringing in a huge amount of regulations. Nothing but we have added a target saying that if it is a company, cement industry, you can release only up till which one? Up till 1 lakh tons of CO2 ashte. But you release ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋದೇನು 2 lakh, and he is releasing only 10,000. By inculcating which one? By inculcating technology, by inculcating advanced technology. I mean technology inculcate ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ದುಡ್ಡು ಖರ್ಚಾಗಿದೆ. But the question is, now who should be penalized and who should be benefited? ನೀವು ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? How will you benefit? Exactly. Exactly. Nothing but the simple question is, now ಯಾರಿಗಪ್ಪ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು? ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು? ನಾವು ಏಕ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಪೆನಾಲ್ಟಿ ಹಾಕಬೇಕು? Now this major agi, this A person the A person should get benefited, whereas B person should be penalized. Now, why he should be penalized? ಯಾಕೆ ಪೆನಾಲ್ಟಿ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಪಾಪ ಇವರೇನು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ? Because he is violating the law and he is releasing huge amount of CO2 into the atmosphere also. The question is, ಈಗ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ 90,000 CO2 ಅನ್ನ ಯಾರು ಪರ್ಚೇಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು? Now we can purchase because he has exceeded by 1 lakh tons of CO2. Now he can sell it, and that selling we call it as carbon credit. Now carbon credit anna yaar sell ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ? Now carbon credit has been sold to B because of non abiding to the targets, and in return he will provide him what? He will provide him with, we call it as incentives, and that incentives we call it as money. And this trading we call which trading? Carbon trading. And this carbon trading has been finalized under which COP? Under our COP 29 of, we call it as Baku conference. Be cautious. Now ಯಾವಾಗ ಫೈನಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, now this was finalized in where? This was finalized in, we call it as COP 29, which took place at where? Which took place at, we call it as Baku. In which year? In 2000, we call it as 24. In 2024. This you should be aware. And this we call it as, even India also brought in. It is, we call it as greenhouse gas emission intensity target was being brought in. Now this emission intensity, be cautious. India sets first ever, be cautious. India sets first ever emission intensity targets. Now this is legally binding also. It is legally binding. Pakka madlebeku. Madilla andre there will be penalties. There will be penalties from the government. There will be penalties from the government. Now this was being notified by which ministry? Ministry of Environment, Forest, and we call it which one? Climate change. First one. Second one. Now this was being released under which act? Under our EPA Act. What is EPA andre? Now Environmental Protection Act of which year? 1986. Major agi you should know about, it is the Environmental Protection Act of 1986. Now Aranya Samrakshane Kaide anta ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಥವಾ we call it as major agi, it is ಪರಿಸರ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ 1986 ರಲ್ಲಿ. This we need to know, Environmental Protection Act of 1986. Now this was been brought in by which ministry? ಯಾವ ಸಚಿವಾಲಯ? Ministry of Environment, Forest, and we call it as Climate Change. First one. Second one, this has been brought in under which Act of Parliament? Under EPA Act of 1986. The third one, now what is the objective of this? We call it as emission intensity target. Now what's the objective? Objective ಏನಿದೆ? Now ಮೂಲ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಏನು? We need to reduce our CO2 emissions. We need to reduce our CO2 emissions. Now how much we want to reduce? Now we need to reduce now 3 to 7% by which year? Now we need to reduce the 3 to 7%. It is reduction in emissions by which year? By 2026-27. By taking into consideration 2005 as the base year. Be cautious. In the next year 2026-27 ಅಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ we are trying to achieve what percentage emission reduction? ಎಷ್ಟು ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ? 3 to 7% by taking into consideration which year as the base year? 2005 as the base year. 2005 as the base year, and this we need to achieve by which year? 2026-27 ಅಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ. In the next this year we need to achieve the 3 to 7% reduction with respect to which one? CO2 emission. Now how are we able to reduce this? Or how are we able to penalize them? Why we call it as carbon trading? Why we call it as carbon market? Why we call it as the carbon trading, or why we call it as carbon market? NPTEL exam alli keltare, consider the following statement with respect to carbon markets which has been brought in by the government recently. The first one, it is the legally binding targets. Nothing but ellaru achieve madlebeku. There is no excuse. Why there is no excuse? Because environment, it's not a property of a single individual, rather it's a property of public. Now public ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ mandatory ಆಗಿ we need to reduce the emission targets. Second one, now this has been brought in by which ministry? Nothing but Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, rules has been brought in by Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. The third one, what the target we have? Reduction by taking into consideration which year as a base year? 2005 as the base year, and this we need to achieve by 2026-27 anta ಕರೀತೀವಿ. By taking into consideration 2005 and we are trying to achieve 2026-27 as a base year. And the second one, sir, ಈಗ carbon trading ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಲ್ವಾ? As of today, now is this carbon trading, is it applicable to all the sectors or is it applicable to only few sectors? Example ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. Now is it applicable to all the sectors or is it applicable to few sectors? Now it is applicable to few sectors. Which is that few sectors or how many sectors anta ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, as of today it is applicable to, we call it as 9 sectors anta ಕರೀತೀವಿ. 9 sectors ಯಾವು ಸರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ highly polluting sectors. These 9 sectors are considered to be, we call it as highly polluting sectors. ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. It is ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ, nothing but we call it as, it is not applicable to all the sectors, but rather it is applicable to how many sectors? It is applicable to 9 sectors. ಯಾವ್ದು? Fertilizers, iron and steel, fertilizers, iron and steel, followed by cement, paper, aluminium. Yes, all the sectors comes under, we call it as the carbon credit, or we call it as carbon trading under barutte. And this rules also applies to how many sectors? 9 important sectors. Second one we call it as, sir, ಈಗ ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಬನ್ ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಯಾರು ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ? ನಾವು ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್, ನಾವೀಗ ಮೇಜರ್ ನೀವು ಬಂಗಾರ ತಗೋತಿರಲ್ವಾ, ನಾವು who will give you all mark? ಇದೇ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ 22, 18, 20 ಅಂತ ಯಾರು ಗ್ರೇಡ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ? Grading has been provided by, we call it as BIS. Then in the same manner, when it comes to, we call it as carbon credits, who gives the standards? Who gives the standards anta ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ BEE. What is BEE? It is majorly, we call it as Bureau of Energy Efficiency, working under which ministry? Ministry of Power. Be cautious. Who provides, we call it as, who provides the standards? Now with respect to, we call it as increasing efficiency. Now it is provided by, we call it as Bureau of, it is Energy Efficiency, working under, we call it as Ministry of Power. Nothing but I'll repeat. It is carbon credit standardization or increase in intensity of emissions. It's been provided by, we call it as Bureau of Energy Efficiency. But ನೀವು ಅಚೀವ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾರು ಪೆನಾಲ್ಟಿ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ? Now penalty is being added by, we call it as CPCB. It is penalty is being added by, we call it as CP, Central Pollution Control Board will add a punishment clause or penalty clause against you. Now illa sir ನಾನು ಅಚೀವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ you can trade. Nothing but that scheme we call it as PAT ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Now initially we had PAT. What is PAT? Perform, achieve and trade. It is you perform it, you achieve the carbon credits, you can trade in the market. Now this we call it as a PAT. ಏನಪ್ಪ PAT ಅಂದ್ರೆ? It is perform, achieve and a trade. Now it has been upgraded to what? Now it has been upgraded to, we call it as carbon market. Now this was being upgraded to, we call it as carbon market. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, I'll repeat. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ it's fine, but ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರೋದು ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. The first question is, sir, ಈಗ ನಾನು ಇಷ್ಟು ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟು ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿನ ಇನ್ಕಲ್ಕೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾನು ಕಾರ್ಬನ್ ಎಮಿಷನ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ರೆಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ಏನ್ ಸಿಗತ್ತೆ? That's my question. Okay, what will I get? That is provided by ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, okay, carbon credit. ಇದನ್ನ ಯಾರು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ B. What is BEE? Now Bureau of Energy Efficiency, they have fixed a target for 9 sectors. They have fixed a targets or a standards for 9 sectors. ನೀವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಚೀವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಎಷ್ಟು ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ. If any of the industry it has releases more than the fixed targets, ಯಾರು ಪೆನಾಲ್ಟಿ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ? CPCB. Now this targets us binding for how many sectors as of now? It is 9 sectors. These rules have been brought in by which ministry? Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. And what is the target which has been brought in by Ministry of Environment? It is, we call it a 3 to 7%. Why we call it as 2026, 27 as the target year. Now by taking into consideration 2005 as what? The base year. This we call it as the GHG, Greenhouse Gas Emission Intensity Target, which has been released for the first time. We cautious you. India's first legally binding. The legally binding now GHG emission target was being released by which ministry? Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Now idike grading ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಯಾರು? Ministry of Power. Grading is being done by, it is BEE, Bureau of Energy Efficiency and a Ministry of Power. And penalty has been added by CPCB. Now the CPCB has been again established by the, it is, we call it as Water Pollution Act of which year? 1974. Be cautious. What type of body is this? Now statutory body. Act mulaka andre, it is, we call it as the statutory body. CPCB means the Central Pollution Control Board. Where is headquarters? Objective ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ to control all the types of pollutions. It can be water, it can be air, it can be noise. All the types of pollutions are being controlled by, we call it as CPCB. In the same manner at a state level also we have SPCB. Now what is SPCB? Now Central or the State Pollution Control Board. Ali Central adre ili State Pollution Control Board ida. Done. This we need to know with respect to, we call it as the emission intensity, the targets anta karite. The third one, the third major important one, we call it as the net zero by 2050. Now related to which sector? Exactly. Online, I hope it is clear. Perfect. Yes. Yes. Perfect. Online. ಈಗ ನನ್ನ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಆರ್ ದ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ಇಸ್, ಐ ಸೆಡ್ ದಟ್ ನೆಟ್ ಝೀರೋ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ನಿಮ್ಗೊಂದು ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು. ಏನಪ್ಪ ನೆಟ್ ಝೀರೋ ಅಂದ್ರೆ? ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನೆಟ್ ಝೀರೋ? Now net zero means emission and absorption is what? Balanced. And the question is, we have different targets for different sectors. We have different targets for different countries also. But we are talking about it as marine sector. We are talking about, we call it as, it is majorly we call it as which sector anta kelidre, we call it as the shipping sector. We are targeting about which one? We are targeting about marine sector. Majorly we are targeting with respect to which one? The ships. But the question is, sir, namge ships inda kuda emissions release ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ? Now release ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ release ಆಗ್ತದೆ? Because the ships contribute to, we call it as 90% of the volume of Indian goods and 70% by value. Now it is carried by which route? Carried by, we call it as coastal route, or carried by, we call it as waterways. Understand my question here? 90% of volume gatra, 90% export gatra ಅಥವಾ import gatra ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. And second one, 70% of value. Now ಯಾವ route ಮೂಲಕ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದೆ? Now it is via, we call it as maritime route, or we call it as marine route ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. The question is, now when we are sending our goods via marine, it is the aspect, or via, we call it as a ships, or via ಹಡಗುಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ಕಳಿಸಿದಾಗ automatically move ಆಗೋದೇನು? It is automatically move ಆಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ? Or do we need to fill the fossil fuels? Fossil fuels, automatic ಆಗಿ fossil fuels burn ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ it releases CO2, and CO2 release ಆದಾಗ automatically the temperature. But ಇದನ್ನ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಹೆಂಗೆ? How to control this? ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ be cautious. our IMO, what is IMO? It is International Maritime Organization. Now this International Maritime Organization has approved a regulatory package under the MARPOL. What is MARPOL? Maritime pollution. It is MARPOL means the maritime pollution. It is Annexure 6 ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ. Annexure 6 ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ they said that we should also target which one? It is shipping sector also. we should also target, we call it as marine sector also. Now yak ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ because it is majority of the international goods are being transferred via, we call it as which one? Transferred via ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದೆ? Via marine sources. If it is marine sources andaga automatic agi we need to target this sector also, because it is they are using huge amount of, we call it as huge amount of fossil fuels, at the same time huge amount of CO2 release and huge amount of temperature rise also. Adukoskara we have come out with a target, and this target we call it as what? We need to achieve net zero by which year? It is 2050. So the question is how can we achieve net zero? Again, fossil fuels use ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೀವಿ, but how can we reduce that fossil fuels? It is by using more amount of, we call it as green sources. Which is that green sources we can, it is inculcate. Now one ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is we can go for EV vehicles, electric vehicles, we can go for, we call it as electric ships system, and we can go for, we call it as usage of green energy, we can go for usage of green hydrogen by replacing it with which one? By replacing with, we call it as fossil fuels. Fossil fuels in the we are replacing it with, we call it as which one? It is our renewable sources, or we call it as green sources. By replacing it with, we call it as which one? By replacing it with, we call it as the green sources. Now green sources agi replace madadre automatic agi we can achieve which one? We can achieve net zero by which year? 2050. Sir, why this is very much important ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ because major ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, this was adopted last year on, we call it as October 2025, and this formally will enter into place in 2027, and ಇದರ achievement target ಏನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ? 2050. Be cautious. Now this was adapted last year, and zero of the global shipping sector by 2050, and this is considered to be, we call it as the first global sector wise. Be cautious. First global sector wise target kotirtakkantadu first one is shipping sector. Now to reduce which one? To reduce, we call it as which emissions? Now CO2 emissions. We are targeting, we call it as a particular sector, and which is that particular sector we are targeting here? We call it as shipping sector. Now this was being brought in by which institution? Now IMO. What is IMO? Now International Maritime Organization. Under which agreement? Now MARPOL agreement. Under we call it as the marine pollution. We want to reduce marine pollution. We want to reduce, we call it as greenhouse gases. We want to reduce oil spills. We want to reduce the emissions which are being released by, we call it as the non-major, we call it as the fossil fuels, and we need to replace it with, we call it as the non-fossil fuels. And this was finalized in 2025, and this will come into effect from next year 2027. And what's the target here? Now to achieve net zero by which year? 2050 is the target, and all those things have been finalized. It is last year. This we need to know, and this we call it as net zero by 2050. This we call it as, now related to our it is emission intensity targets. Emission intensity targets. Exactly on. I hope it is clear. Emission intensity targets anta karitevi. Okay na? Clear aita hogli? The next topic we call it as the planetary boundaries. The planetary boundaries. Sir, ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ವಲ್ವಾ, ಬಟ್ ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಏನು? ಓಕೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಇನ್ ಆರ್ 3 ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ಸ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟಾಕ್ಡ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ದ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ಸ್. ಬಟ್ ದ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಇಸ್, ಸರ್ ಈ CO2 ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಯಾರು? ಅದು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋದು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗತ್ತೆ? ಇನ್ನು ಉಸಿರಾಡ್ದಾಗ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ CO2 ಇದೆ, ಜಾಸ್ತಿ O2 ಇದೆ ಅಂತ? How we will get to know that? It is via global warming, or via we call it as greenhouse gases. But ಅದೇನು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗತ್ತೆ ನಮಗೆ? Okay, sea level rise, all these are impacts ಅಷ್ಟೇ. All these are impacts. ನಮ್ಗೆ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗತ್ತೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, we have an instrument, and that instrument we call it as the planetary boundaries. ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಡೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ಲಾನೆಟ್ ಬೌಂಡ್ರಿಯನ್ನ ಕ್ರಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ ಅಂತ. Now that concept we call it as planetary boundary. Be cautious. Now this is about our boundary. The safe operational space. It is a space where it is safe for human beings as well as safe for whom? The environment also. ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಿಸರಕ್ಕಾಗಿರಬಹುದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾನವ ಜನ್ಮಕ್ಕಾಗಿರಬಹುದು it is very balanced or it is very safe. But ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಎಕ್ಸೀಡ್ ಆಗಿದೀವಿ ಅಂತ. And this we call it as planetary boundary. Now ಇದರ ಮೂಲಕ we'll get to know that we have overexploited. Now either it can be, we call it as biosphere. Biodiversity has been overexploited. We have overexploited our climate change. Why have we call it as CO2 concentration? It is radiating, we call it as forcing. Why have we call it as stratospheric? It is, we call it as ozone depletion. ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ it has overexceeded. It has overexceeded. But except in two, except ಎರಡರಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವು ಇನ್ ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದೇನಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ out of this 9 parameter. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Now planetary boundaries means what? What is this planetary boundaries? Now planetary boundaries means it's a safe boundary line. It's a safe boundary line. It is safe for whom? It is safe for our environment and it is safe for the human beings also. And this we call it as the planetary boundary. Now this concept of planetary boundary anna yaar kodtarappa? It is the Johann Rockström. It is provided by, we call it as, be cautious here, the planetary boundaries means it's a boundary or it's a circle where it is safe for both environment and it is safe for what? Human beings also. And this concept yaar kodtare? It is Johann Rockström. Along with this, it is supported by 28 internationally. It is the renowned scientist which they have given it in 2009. Now this concept of planetary boundary means it is safe for environment and it is safe for, we call it as which one? Safe for, we call it as idu. It is safe for environment also safe. It is safe for human beings also it is safe. And the concept yaar kodidare? It is Johann Rockström and it is also supported by, we call it as 28 international recognized, we call it as scientists which they have provided in which year? 2009 anta karitevi. Which has been provided in, we call it as 2009. The second one, sir, what does this planetary boundary means? I have said that it is safe limits within which it is safe for environment also, it is safe for, we call it as human beings also. There will be minimal destruction. There will be, we call it as, there will be minimal destruction. There will be minimal destructions. Sir, minimal destructions ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗಿದೆ? ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ maximum destruction ಆಗಿದೆ. Now to consider that we have how many parameters? It includes biosphere ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು, or it can be land, or it can be fresh water, or it can be, we call it as climate change, or it can be the novel entities, or it can be, we call it as, or it can be biogeochemical cycles. 1, the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5, 6, and this is 7, 8, and 9. Now this 7 we call it as stratospheric ozonic depletion. Now ತುಂಬಾ stratospheric ozone depletion ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆಯಾ? Or ozone hole, is it reducing or is it increasing? Now it is reducing, boss. Now ozone hole increase ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. Now it is reducing. ನಾನು already last class ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. Now Montreal Protocol is the only protocol which has been accepted universally by all the countries. And the target with respect to, we call it as the stratospheric ozone depletion, it's in safe limit, very safe limit. Second safe limit we call it as atmospheric aerosol loading. Again because of success of which one? Success of Montreal Protocol. And the third one we call it as ocean acidification. It almost border ಇದೆ. ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ exceed ಆದ್ರೆ it will violate the planetary boundary also. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ I have taken out of this 9 parameters. Now 7 ಅಂತೂ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ? It has almost, they have crossed the boundary or in the boundary line. Except 2, which is that 2. Except that 2 ಅಂತ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ, one we call it as majorly it is the stratospheric ozone and we call it as aerosols. The stratospheric we call it as aerosols, or the stratospheric ozone O3. Stratospheric ozone or stratospheric O3, and second one we call it as aerosol. Now with major ಇವೆರಡೂ ಕೂಡ ಸೇಫ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬಾರ್ಡರ್ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಯಾವುದು? ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬಾರ್ಡರ್ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಓಷನ್ acidification. The border ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು we call it as ocean acidification. It's in the border, boss. It's in the border. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ out of this 9 parameters. Out of this 9 parameters. Now planetary boundary ಯಾವುದು? ಇದು planetary boundary. Now ಈ planetary boundary ಕೆಳಗಡೆ green ಇದ್ರೆ, now this is very safe for environment also. It is safe for the, it is we call it as organisms which are present above the, it is the environment also, or above the surface. It's a win-win situation. Ibru kuda balance agirtare, and this concept we call it as sustainable development. This concept is also called as what? This concept is also called as sustainable development. Sir, ಯಾವುದು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಎಕ್ಸೀಡ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, it is the destruction of biodiversity. Now we call it as biosphere integrity as destructed intensively. Either it can be genetic or it can be its functional one has been impacted very intensively. And along with the things, second major important destruction ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ biogeochemical cycles. ಕೇಳಿರ್ತೀರ ನೀವು? Biogeochemical cycles, it can be nitrogen cycle or it can be hydrogen cycle, phosphorus cycle, sulfur cycle. Now all the cycles are heavily impacted, and this line we call it as the planetary line anta kareeತೀವಿ. Now how to calculate, sir, nam climate change ಆಗ್ತಿದೆಯಾ, destruction ಆಗ್ತಿದೆಯಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೌದು ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ. And according to, we call it as a boundary line or the boundary cycle which has been given by, we call it as, it is Johans, Rockstrom and the 28 experts, and they have clearly said that it is majority have crossed the boundary line. It has except ಯಾವ್ದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು, except 2 to 3, except 2 to 3, and which is that 2 to 3? One we call it as ozone, and second one stratospheric ozone, and second one we call it as aerosols. And border ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ocean acidification. Now ocean acidification sudden ಆಗಿ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ನೋಡಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ I said it is ಇಲ್ಲಿ 7 out of 9 has crossed the boundary line. I did not say 6 here, because ocean acidification, it's a happening phenomenon. We cannot call it as a safe zone. We cannot call it a safe zone, but even we call it as ocean acidification. Though it is green, it is breaching the targets also. It is breaching the targets, but safe ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಯಾವುದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇವೆರಡು ಮಾತ್ರ. Which is that we call it as stratospheric ozone, good ozone, and second one we call it as, it is major agi we call it as atmospheric aerosol. Atmospheric aerosol anta kareeತೀವಿ. Yes, exactly. The question is, sir, ಈಗ it is ozone ಬಗ್ಗೆ discuss ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ, it is very safe. Now is all the ozone, is it very safe? Now is ozone a pollutant or a greenhouse gas? Is ozone a pollutant or is it a greenhouse gas? Exactly. Perfect online. Now what is ballast water? ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ. ಎಕ್ಸಾಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ. ಬ್ಯಾಲೆಸ್ಟ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನೀರ್ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಕಂಟ್ರಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಂಟ್ರಿ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಬಾಲಸ್ಟ್. ಆ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆಸ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಕೀಟಾಣುಗಳು ಇರ್ತವೆ. ಇಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಇನ್ವೇಸಿವ್ ಏಲಿಯನ್ ಸ್ಪೀಷೀಸ್ or it can be any microorganisms. It transfers from one location to other. ಈಗ ನೀವೇ ನೋಡಿ, ಅದೊಂದು ಶಿಪ್, ಅಮೆರಿಕನ್ ಶಿಪ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಯಾಲ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ನಾವು ಅಮೆರಿಕ ಟು ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಕ್ಯಾರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಾಟರ್ ಅನ್ನ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಬ್ಯಾಲಸ್ಟ್ ವಾಟರ್. ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ballistic ಅಲ್ಲ, ballast water. That is missile, ballistic missiles. Ballast water, and the ballast water ಅಲ್ಲಿ majorly there will be presence of, we call it as IAS, and that we call it as invasive alien species. And this invasive alien species, it is considered to be the second threat after climate change. Be cautious. This invasive alien species, it is considered to be what? It is the second biggest threat after which one? After we call it as climate change ಆದ ನಂತರ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಥ್ರೆಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಹ್ಯುಮ್ಯಾನಿಟಿಗೆ ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಈ IAS ಇಂದ, ಇನ್ವೇಸಿವ್ ಏಲಿಯನ್ ಸ್ಪೀಷೀಸ್ ಇಂದ ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಅನಾಹುತ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ. ಓಕೆನಾ? This we need to know with respect to, we call it as the planetary boundaries. The fourth question is, now where all we can observe our ozone. ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಓಝೋನ್ ನ ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು? There are two types of ozone. Now ozone the chemical formula, it is O3, O2 plus O. Now O3. Now there are two types of ozone. There are the two types of ozone. One we call it as good ozone, and second one we call it as bad ozone. First one we call it as the good ozone, and second one we call it as bad ozone, bad O3. Now we'll note good ozone and bad ozone. Where can we experience a good ozone? Stratosphere. Now in stratosphere we can experience, we call it as good ozone. Why it is called as good? Because it protects the organisms from, we call it as harmful ultraviolet radiation. And 90% of ozone it is present in where? Stratosphere. Be cautious, it is very good. And major agi, which is the conventions we have with respect to production of, we call it as ozone. Now we have conventions here, major we call it as Vienna Convention, Montreal alla, that's Montreal Protocol. Now which is the convention we have on the calendar, we call it as Vienna Convention. In which year? 1985. And second one we call it as, within this we have, it is the Montreal Protocol 1987, but came into effect in 1989. This you need to know. And the third major important one you should also know about, we call it as Amendment to Montreal Protocol, and that we call it as Kigali Agreement in 2016. It's a binding targets also, binding targets, and there is a penalty clause also is being added as a part of our Kigali Amendments or Kigali Agreements. Along with the things you should know about the planetary boundaries. Now which one is in specific clouds are in safe limits, or the ozone is in safe limits? So why? Because Montreal Protocol is more successful, and this Montreal Protocol is being taken up by, we call it as developed countries. Now ozone will impact which countries? Developed countries or temperate countries? Now this is one a successful one, and this has been protected intensively. In particularly planetary boundaries, it is majorly we call it as, it is Johan Rockström, supported by, we call it as 28 international experts, proposed in the year 2009, and recently they have given a report also saying that it is out of 9 criteria, 7 are exceeded the limits itself, including ocean acidification also. Now which one is safe on the case? It is ocean, thus major we call it as ozone, the stratospheric ozone, and second one we call it as aerosols. It are in safe limits. And second one we call it as bad ozone. Bad ozone. Now this bad ozone is present in where? Now bad ozone is present, it is below stratosphere, and that we call it as which one? Now troposphere. Now up till it is 13 kilometers, up till average 13 kilometers, troposphere anta kariteve. But ಈಗ troposphere ಎಷ್ಟು ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟೇಜ್ ಇರುತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ it is 10% ಇರುತ್ತೆ. 10%. And the question is sir ಈಗ why it is called as bad ozone? ಪಾಪ ಇದೇನು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದೆ? ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಬದುಕೋ ಹಕ್ಕಿಲ್ವಾ ಹೇಳಿ? ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಬ್ಯಾಡ್? Because it is not creating any benefit to humanity, rather it is creating a problem to humanity. Now how it is creating a problem? Because it is leading to a pollutant. Now it is acting as a pollutant, and that we call it as, why it is bad anta kelidre? Because it is acting as what? Pollutant. It is acting as pollutant. This we need to know. We call it as bad ozone. There are two types of bad ozone. One we call it as Los Angeles, we call it as the smog, and second one we call it as London smog. The Los Angeles smog, and second one we call it as London smog. Now where is Los Angeles? Now Los Angeles it's in America, London it's in where? UK. Now this London smog normally happens without the presence of what? Now bad ozone is being created without the presence of, we call it as sunlight. Without the presence of, we call it as, without the presence of which one? Without the presence of sunlight. Sunlight illade ozone create adre, it is which ozone? The tropospheric ozone adre adna ಏನಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ? London smog anta ಕರಿತೀವಿ. And if it is in the presence of, we call it as sunlight. If it is in the presence of sunlight, ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. Presence of sunlight ಇದ್ರೆ ಅದೆಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಲಾಸ್ ಏಂಜಲ್ಸ್ ಸ್ಮಾಗ್. ಈಗ ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಂಟರ್ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಮಾಗ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. Now what type of smog is that? Now is it London smog or is it Los Angeles smog? Is it with the presence of sunlight or without the presence of sunlight? Now without the presence of sunlight, and that we call it as London smog. In case sir andre this normally happens in London during, we call it as during the winter times, whereas in Los Angeles because of sunlight automatically ozone is also being created. What type of ozone is that? Tropospheric ozone. Now recent ಆಗಿ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ನಾವು ಡೆಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ. Now when we are talking about toxic ozone, now we are experiencing it in, we call it as coastal regions. Now toxic ozone dominates Mumbai's air as winter smog deepens. But the question is, sir, it is winter time ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು, but ಆದ್ರೆ coastal regions ಅಲ್ಲಿ temperature ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರುತ್ತಾ ಇರಲ್ಲ? Temperate or the temperature in this coastal regions will be at least moderate ಆಗಾದ್ರೂ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, at least 25 to 30 ಆದ್ರೂ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. I think but that is more than sufficient to get our sunlight. And this we call it as bad ozone. Sir, bad ozone ಹೆಂಗ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, now bad ozone is being created by a chemicals called as nitrous oxide. It is created by, we call it as a two important gas. We call it as nitrous oxide. Now nitrous oxide ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬರುತ್ತೆ? From vehicles, from industries, from household activities. Nitrous oxide, and along with these things VOC. What is VOC? It is volatile organic compounds. Now when those both the things, when they meet or when they merges or when they mix, automatically mix ಆದಾಗ ಏನಾಗತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ we will be getting a component called as which component? O3. What O3 here? Now is it good ozone or bad ozone? It is bad ozone. And this happens in the presence of, we call it as sunlight. This happens in the presence of sunlight, and this smog anta kariti. Smoke plus fog, we call it as the smog. And this ozone we call it as bad ozone. And this bad ozone is present in where? That troposphere. And how many percentage is present in troposphere? Now 10% is present in where? It is troposphere. And this we need to know. It is nitrous oxide. Now when it mixes with, we call it as volatile organic components, automatically it get converted to, we call it as the ozone, in the presence of which one? In the presence of sunlight. I have already said, now this ozone, it's a pollutant. Now when it is a pollutant, automatically ನಮಗೆ ಏನೇನು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳಾಗ್ತವೆ? Now breathing problem ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು, respiratory problems ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು, whereby we call it as the cancer, breathing problem, bronchitis problem. Yes or no? Now all those problems we can experience and we call it as where? We can experience with respiratory, we call it as, be cautious, it's an harmful air pollutant. Be cautious. Bad ozone, it's an harmful air pollutant. Whereas the ozone present in stratosphere, it's a good ozone. Why it is good? Because it protects the humanity, or it protects the organisms from the harmful radiations coming from where? Sun ಇಂದ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ UV radiations ಇಂದ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. Skin cancers ಇಂದ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. DNA mutation ಇಂದ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. Second one, it is formed via photochemical reaction. When we call it as, when nitrous oxide, when it mixes with which one? Mixes with, we call it as volatile organic compounds. Now mix ಆದಾಗ in the presence of sunlight or absence of sunlight? Presence of sunlight. When it is presence of sunlight, is it Los Angeles smog or is it London smog? It is Los Angeles smog. Exactly on that. It is, we call it as, it is Los Angeles the smog. The third one, what will the impact? What will be the impact? ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ. The first time we are seeing toxic ozone in, we call it as which one? Even in Mumbai also. The major reason ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, because of increase in population, ಮುಂಬೈಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಕಾಲಿಡಕ್ಕೆ ಜಾಗ ಇಲ್ಲ. Yes, that is the intensity of population we have in Mumbai. And second one, huge polluting industries near to the coast, refining industries, oil industries, the ports, everything is making it a polluted area itself. And the third major important one, what is the impact we are experiencing here? Impact ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ coughing ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು, it has throat infections, throat irritations, shortness of breath, like asthma ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು, or bronchitis, respiratory problems. All this will be experiencing in where? Will be experiencing in, we call it as, it is in such bad ozone regions. And a third one, it has prolonged exposure. The prolonged exposure can lead to what? Can lead to, we call it as different, we call it as damages, the premature deaths ಕೂಡ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಾವು ಇದ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? Because of climate change also gets impacted. Now climate change impact ಆದ್ರೆ it is ರೈತರಿಗೆ, it is erratic monsoon, followed by monsoon gets impacted, rainfall will be episodic in manner. And the third one, we call it as, our third major important one, even our crops productivity will also start to what? Reduce. And all those things are the impact of, we call it as, impact of which one? Impact of ozone, especially which ozone? Now we call it as bad ozone. Sir, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ, ನನಗೆ ಬ್ಯಾಡ್ ಓಝೋನ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಜಾಗ್ರಫಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಫಿನಾಮಿನನ್ ಆಗಲೇಬೇಕು? ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಜಾಗ್ರಫಿಕಲ್ ಫಿನಾಮಿನನ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಇಫ್ ನಾಟ್, ದಿಸ್ ವಿಲ್ ನೆವರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್. ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಜಾಗ್ರಫಿ ಓದಿದ್ರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಎಕ್ಸಾಕ್ಟ್, ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಓಝೋನ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಸ್ ರೇಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಾ, ಇನ್ವರ್ಸ್ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಸ್ ರೇಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಾ? ನಾವು ಇನ್ವರ್ಸ್ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಸ್ ರೇಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಇನ್ವರ್ಸ್ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಸ್ ರೇಟ್? ನಾವು ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಇನ್ ಆಲ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್, ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಾ, ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಾ? ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಆಟೋಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ದಿಸ್ ಓಝೋನ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟೆಡ್ ನಿಯರ್ ಟು ವೇರ್? ನಿಯರ್ ಟು ದ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್. ಇಲ್ಲ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, automatically all the bad pollutants are being carried towards the atmosphere. If it is normal andaga, all the air molecules will start to rise up and it will never impact anything. But idu aglebeku antandre ಏನು ಆಗಬೇಕಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is inverse normal lapse rate should happen. Be cautious. Without this, automatically no impact can be seen with respect to, we call it as are the ozone, or it can be pollutants. Now ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಆಗೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ the first reason is inverse normal lapse rate. Now inverse normal lapse rate ಇಂದಾನೆ it is the air will be near to the ground itself because of huge amount of density. ಅವಾಗ ಮಾತ್ರನೇ it is ozone, the bad ozone will get impacted. Then example ಕೇಳಬಹುದು, it is what is ground ozone, what is we call it as the stratospheric ozone. We can talk about what the reason for that. Now what is the type of, we call it as, it is ground ozones. We have two types. One is called as Los Angeles, we call it as the smog, and second one we call it as London smog anta kariti. Now this ozone, it's a pollutant or greenhouse gas? ಏನು ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ? Now it's a pollutant. It's a pollutant. What about CO2? Now it's a greenhouse gas. What about carbon dioxide? Is both pollutant kuda haudu, greenhouse gas kuda haudu. What about methane? It's a greenhouse gas. Is it a pollutant? And the next one, it is sulfur hexafluoride, greenhouse gas. Now you should know about what is greenhouse gas andre eno, and you should know about pollutant. What is nitrous oxide? And this we need to know with respect to our, we call it as, with respect to our the major important topics called as is the climate change. Next we are moving towards our major one called as it is biodiversity, or how to calculate our forest. How to calculate our forest ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಈಗ ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳಿ, ನಾವು ಇನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ we were only calculating our only the number of forest. ಇಷ್ಟು ಎಕರೆ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ and ಇಷ್ಟು ಮರ ಗಿಡ ಇದಾವೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾತ್ರ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ. Under our the census called as it is Forest Survey of India. Be cautious. Under our report called as Indian State of Forest Report. Under our Indian State of Forest Report, ನಾವು ಏನ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ವಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ we were only targeting which one? We were only targeting ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ it is forest ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇದೆ, ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಮರ ಗಿಡ ಇದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಿದಾವೆ, ಯಾವ ಕಂಟ್ರಿಲಿ ಇದಾವೆ ಅಂತ ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ. ಬಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾವ್ ಯಾವತ್ತಾದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಈ ಮರದಿಂದ ಎಷ್ಟು ಉಪಯೋಗ ಇದೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಾನವನಿಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೆ, ಅದನ್ನ ಎಷ್ಟು ಆದಾಯ ಬರ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ? But up till now we were only giving, we call it as a broader picture of the forest, broader picture of environment, and that broader picture was being given as a part of, we call it as Indian State of Forest Report. And this Indian State of Forest Report provided by we call it as Forest Survey of India, provided by we call it as Forest Survey of India. But for the first time we are not only targeting with respect to how much forest we have, but we are targeting with respect to how much efficiently these forests are working, how much contribution it is contributing it towards our environment, how much species it is supporting it, and the third one, adrinda manavanige eshtu benefit agtide, economical wise agirbodu, physical wise agirbodu. And this we call it as, this accounting we call it as environmental accounting anta kariti. Neನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Now environmental accounting on which one? The forest. Be cautious, it's not about the overall aspect about how much forest, how much acres of forest, how much number of forest ಇದೆಯಾ, ಅದು ಬೈ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. We are targeting which one? We are targeting specification. ನಾವು ಆ ಒಂದು ಅರಣ್ಯದಿಂದ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಆದಾಯ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಗೇನ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್, ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಸಾಯಿಲ್ ಗೇನ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್, ಆದ್ರೆ ಡ್ರಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಗೇನ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್. ವಿ ಆರ್ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟಿಂಗ್ ದ ಮೈನ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್. ಈಗ ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳ್ರಪ್ಪ, ಈಗ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಈ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆಗತ್ತಾ, ಈ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ? ಹಂಗಾರೆ ಹಳೆ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಬೇಡವಾ ನಮಗೆ? ಇಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ನ ರಿಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಔಟ್ರೈಟ್ಲಿ. ವಿ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ವಾಂಟ್ ದಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಓರಲ್ ಎಸ್ಟಿಮೇಷನ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ನಾವು ಯಾವ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇದೆ, ಯಾವ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅತಿ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇದೆ, ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟೇಜ್ ವೈಸ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಹೇಳಿ ನೋಡ ಪಟ್ಪಟ್ಟಂತ. ಈಗ ಓಕೆ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಈಗ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್, ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಕಮ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ವಿಚ್ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್? ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಕಮ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ವಿಚ್ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್? ಓಕೆ, ನಾವು ಒರಿಜಿನಲ್ ಆಗಿ it is in a state list. Now it is forest comes under concurrent list, first one. Second one, forest comes under, we call it as ಮೊದಲನೇದು ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಾವು ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ concurrent list. Now which is the act we have to protect our forest? Which is the act we have? Now we have, it is majorly we call it as, it is the Forest Act of 1927. Yes, Indian Forest Act of 1927. 1927. ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ Forest Policy of 1980. Forest Policy of, we call it as, ಯಾವ year ಅಲ್ಲಿ? 1980. ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ you should also know about Forest Rights Act. Forest Rights Act, it's also called as Scheduled Tribes and Other Forest Dwellers Rights Act of which year? 2006. Okay, now it is according to our original Forest Act. According to our original Forest Act 1927 prakara, forests are being classified into various, it is criteria. It has been classified into, we call it as the protected forest, reserved forest, village forest anta. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. Nothing but Indian Forest Act of 1927. Now classification took place related to forest. Now ಎಷ್ಟು ವಿಧಗಳಿದಾವೆ ಅಂತ, what are the types of, we call it as forest anta. It is reserved forest, protected forest, and we call it as village forest anta. Second one, in our forest policy of 1980, they have given a target. ಎಷ್ಟು ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟೇಜ್ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟ್ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇದೆ? ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟೇಜ್ ಇರಬೇಕಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ 1/3 or 33% ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇರಲೇಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಅಂಡ್ ಮೂರನೇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ರೈಟ್ಸ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್. ನಾವು ಟು ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ದಿಸ್ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್, ಹೂ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ದ ಅಥಾರಿಟಿ ಆರ್ ಹೂ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ದಿಸ್ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್? Is it the Indian forest officers or is it the tribal people? Now tribal people as authority. Now Urana bid 2, we cannot protect the forest and then clear by 2025 or 2026 actually. Or 2006 actually, we got to know that it is tribals are mandatorily required to protect our forest. Adukoskaram Yurgu Kelon rights kotri. And we call it as Forest Rights Act of 2006, and we have included tribals as a part of, we call it as decision making, as a part of protection, as a part of conservation also. Okay, now second one. The third major important one. Now, according to Indian State of Forest Report 2023, is the latest report 2025 bandilla, because this report have been released once in how many years? Now once in 2 years, and once in 2 years release madidre, and that reports are called as what? Biennial reports. And this report is released by Forest Survey of India. It is present in where? Dehradun. It is present in Dehradun, Uttarakhand. According to this, now what is the percentage of forest we have in India? According to this report on the Nordaga, 21% forest is. Forest plus tree cover ಸೇರಿಸಿದ್ರೆ it is 24%. But target ಎಷ್ಟು 33 ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ದಬಾಗಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. It is very difficult to achieve. ನಾವು ಅಚೀವ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಆಗದೆ ಇದ್ದಾಗಲೇ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ತರೋದು ನಾವು. ಇದ್ಯಾಕೆ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು? ಎಮಿಷನ್ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ನೆಸ್ ನೋಡೋಣ, ಅದ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಇದ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ. ಈಗ ನೀವೇ ಹಂಗೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಟ್ ಮೊದಲು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅದೇ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಇದೇ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಒಂದ್ 2-3 ಸತಿ ಇಟ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಕಾಂಪ್ರಮೈಸ್. ಓಕೆ, ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ನೆಮ್ಮದಿಯಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು, ದುಡ್ಡೇ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಫಿಲಾಸಫಿಗಳು ಬರ್ತವೆ. ಸೇಮ್ ಈವನ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಡಸ್ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಥಿಂಗ್. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಬಟ್ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೇನೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಜೀವನ. ಹುಟ್ಟಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಏನೊಂದು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ದೇವ್ರು ಹುಟ್ಟಿಸಿದಾನೆ, ಹುಟ್ಸಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಉಳ್ಮೇಯಿಸಲ್ಲ. So all this philosophies, again the government also does it. Nothing but when we don't have a land, automatically they said that it is land act calculate madadu. We'll go for effectiveness, we'll go for intensity, we'll go for how productive it is. I think but philosophy ಮಾತಾಡೋರು it is achieve ಮಾಡಿ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು. I think but we won't achieve that, but achieve ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂಚೆನೆ ಕಾಂಪ್ರಮೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಇದನ್ನೇ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಅದು IAS ಆದ್ರೆ ಸಿವಿಲ್ ಸರ್ವೆಂಟ್ಸಾ, ನನ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಸರ್ವೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಬ್ರಾಡರ್ ಡೆಫಿನೇಷನ್. Coming to our second one, it is we call it as, now on the basis of percentage. Now which state has maximum forest with respect to our percentage? It is we call it as Lakshadweep as maximum percentage. Lakshadweep adadme bartakkantadu, Mizoram adadme bartakkantadu, Andaman and Nicobar based on percentage. Nan report bardbidini. Indian State of Forest report released by our Forest Survey of India, which is present in Dehradun, and this report are released once in how many years? Now 2 years. Okay, now the third, based on area. Now ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂತ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳು ಯಾವ್ಯಾವು? ಮಧ್ಯಪ್ರದೇಶ್, ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಇಸ್ ಅರುಣಾಚಲ್ ಪ್ರದೇಶ್, ಅಂಡ್ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಇಸ್ ಛತ್ತೀಸ್ಗಢ. ಮಧ್ಯಪ್ರದೇಶ್, ಅರುಣಾಚಲ್ ಪ್ರದೇಶ್, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಛತ್ತೀಸ್ಗಢ, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಛತ್ತೀಸ್ಗಢ. ನಾವು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ವಿ ಅಚೀವ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ 33% ಅಚೀವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ ಸರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಡಿಫಿಕಲ್ಟ್ ಟು ಅಚೀವ್. Now the next one, what is the rank of India with respect to world level based on area? 9th rank ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೀವಿ. ವರ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ 9th rank ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ 9th rank. ಬಟ್ ಟಾಪ್ ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ರಷ್ಯಾ, ಬ್ರಾಜಿಲ್, ಕ್ಯಾನಡಾ, USA, and 5th place is China. But now 9ನೇ ಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೀವಿ. Based on recovery ನೋಡಿದಾಗ it is we are in the 3rd rank. Based on it is addition of forest. Based on addition of forest, we have been ranked the 3rd at the world level. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, based on overall area, it is we have been at the what position? 9th position. First rank ಯಾರಿಗೆ? Second Brazil, 3rd is Canada, 4th is America, 5th is China. We are at what stage? 9th. Now with respect to overall addition, it is overall addition we call it as we are in the 3rd rank. And you should also know about we call it as Indian State of Forest report. But ನಮ್ಮ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 33% ಇದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಅಚೀವ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಆಗತ್ತಾ ಸರ್ 33% ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಡಿಫಿಕಲ್ಟ್. Now ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ವಾ ಡಿಫಿಕಲ್ಟ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಡಿಫಿಕಲ್ಟ್, why it is difficult, online fast why it is difficult? ಬೇಗನೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಡಿಫಿಕಲ್ಟ್ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ. Because it is land itself is limited boss and population is growing. But land ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಆಟೋಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಕೊಡ್ಲಾ, ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ಲಾ, ಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಕೊಡ್ಲಾ, ಅಥವಾ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ರೋಡ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ಲಾ, ಇನ್ಫ್ರಾಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಕೊಡ್ಲಾ, ಅಥವಾ ಅರಣ್ಯವನ್ನ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಾ. There is always a conflict. There is always a conflict between, we call it as environment and economy. Now environment and economy compromise ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತಂದ್ರೆ automatically the government will never compromise economy, rather they will compromise which one? Environment. And this balancing itself is a challenge. Balancing itself is a challenge. Automatically government's priority will be, it is focusing more on, we call it as economic aspect. ಹಾಗೆ economic aspect ಅಂತ ಹೋಗಿ it is they cannot cut down the forest. ಬಟ್ ಅದ್ರ ಬದಲು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಫಿಲಾಸಫಿ ತರ್ತಾರಾಗ. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಫಿಲಾಸಫಿ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇದ್ರೇನೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ನೆಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಏನ್ ತಂದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ದೇ ಬ್ರಾಟ್ ಇನ್, ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಎನ್ವಿರಾನ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಅಕೌಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಹಾಸ್ ಬಿನ್ ಬ್ರಾಟ್ ಇನ್. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಯಾವಾಗ 33% ಅಚೀವ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ವೋ ಆಟೋಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕಲಿ ಆಗ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಫಿಲಾಸಫಿ ಬರೋದು. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಇದನ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಇದನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು ಅಂತ. ಅಂಡ್ ದಿಸ್ ವಾಸ್ ಬ್ರಾಟ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಇಯರ್, ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, this was brought in, major ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ, it is major ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ, SEEA ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಏನಪ್ಪ SEEA ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is majorly we call it as system of environment and we call it as economic accounting framework. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ, it is system for environment and we call it as economic accounting, and this was released by our, this was released by United Nations Environmental Program, United Nations Environmental Program. This was released by our United Nations body, specifically our UNEP, United Nations Environmental Program released, and India adopted in which year? 2018. Now kaitade adu idea barata anta. But finally we got some idea, we got some philosophy. That philosophy was released by our UNEP, and ಅಂತ inculcate ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ವಿ. Now we inculcated this philosophy, and that philosophy we call it as the system of environment and accounting, and this system of environment and accounting was being released by ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ UNEP or United Nations body, and this was inculcated by India in which year? 2018. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, 2018. Now based on this our ministry called as Ministry of, we call it as the Statistics and Program Implementation. Be cautious here, it's not Ministry of Environment. Be cautious, it is not Ministry of Environment. ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ Ministry of Environment ಅಲ್ಲ? ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is statistics ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, mathematics ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, calculations ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು. Now it is being handled by, it is which ministry? We don't have Ministry of Mathematics ಇಲ್ಲ, we have Ministry of Statistics ಇದೆ. ನಾವು ಆ ಸ್ಟಾಟಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಏನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಎಷ್ಟು ಆದಾಯ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಪರಿಸರಕ್ಕೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ. ಆಲ್ ದಿಸ್ ಅಕೌಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಡನ್ ಬೈ ವಿಚ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ? Ministry of, we call it as Statistics and Program Implementation. Under this Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, who is the implementing arm? Now implementing arm yaru? Now implementing arm yarappa antandre we call it as NSO. Now what is NSO? National Statistical Organization or National Statistical Office. They'll release this report, and for the first time they have released this report. Input calling. Now India's first, we call it as dedicated report on, we call it as ecosystem accounts. Complete ecosystem ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಗೆ report ಅನ್ನು release ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. First one you should know about, it is SIAM. What is SIAM? It is System for Environment and Economics Accounting. Now this was released by United Nations and adopted by India in which year? 2018. Now by inculcating this philosophy, they have gone for releasing of the report, and that report we call as what? It is report on, we call it as, it is ecosystem accounting, and this report was being released by our Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation ಅಂತ ಕರೀತೀವಿ. But the question is, sir, ನಾವು ಇದು ಅಕೌಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಏನೇನ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ? Now they will take into consideration major this 4 parameters. They will take into consideration this 4 parameters. ನಾವು ಹೋದ ವರ್ಷ ಕಂಪೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. Now they tracks which one? They track the changes in forest ecosystem over a period of time. Now major year 1 ಇಂದ year 2 ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. Second one, they'll also take into consideration, we call it as what type of condition it is there. ನಾವು ಅರಣ್ಯ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಸಖತ್ತಾಗಿ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾರಾ ಅಥವಾ ಅರ್ಧಂಬರ್ಧ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾರಾ ಅಥವಾ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾಶ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ಯಾ ಅಂತ. They will take into account the condition of what? Condition of forest. Most important this year there will be question on this. It is accounts are being taken into consideration. Condition accounts, and the third one they take into consideration, we call it as the physical assets also. Now what is physical assets here? Now it is because of forest. What is the criteria with respect to soil and protected? Followed by water, how it is being protected. Followed by we call it weather, climate, all those things. Followed by this, we'll also get to know about how much density, how much organisms are there, how much animals are there. Fourth one we call it as ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇದರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಎಕಾನಮಿಕ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಏನು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. We call it as the provisioning services ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Now what economic value we will be getting from this forest? ಏನು ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಅರಣ್ಯದಿಂದ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ? First one, we'll be getting timber, we'll be getting medicinal plants, we'll be getting biodiversity, we'll be getting good oxygen. Yes or no? ಈಗ ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಸರ್ವೆ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದವ್ರು ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ತಗೋತಿದ್ರ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ದೇ ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಟೇಕ್ ಇನ್ ಟು ಕನ್ಸಿಡರೇಷನ್, ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಮನೇಲೆ ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಡ್ರೋನ್ ನ ಲಾಂಚ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದೇ ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ವಾಟ್ ದ ಡೆನ್ಸಿಟಿ, ವಾಟ್ ದ ನಂಬರ್, ಮುಗೀತು. ಬಟ್ ಇವ್ರು ಹಂಗಲ್ಲ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಇಳಿದು ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಚೆಕ್ ವಾಟ್ ದ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಫೌಂಡ್, what is the density of organisms present, what is the type of services provided by each and every forest. They'll take into consideration how much forest has increased over a period of time. They'll take into consideration the condition of the forest also. Very comprehensive, very broad also. And this report we call it as environmental accounting report on forest, released by the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. Under this we have NSO. By taking into consideration this broader 4 parameters, how much increase, conditionality, density and provisioning services. And based on this assessment, now which all states has got the highest amount of rankings. Now highest forest, the good condition irtakkantadu yadappa anta kelidre, it is top ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂತದ್ದು ಅರುಣಾಚಲ್ ಪ್ರದೇಶ್. ಈಗ ನೀವು ನೋಡಿ, ಅರಣ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಬಂದಾಗ ಲಕ್ಷದ್ವೀಪ ಇದೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಧ್ಯಪ್ರದೇಶ ಇದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಆಲ್ ದಿಸ್ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ ವರ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಅಂತ. Though there must be forest, but performance wise, accountancy wise, economy wise, it is waste. ಈಗ ನೀವೇ ನೋಡ್ರಪ್ಪ, ಒಂದು ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇದೆ, ಆ ಅರಣ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀ ಬ್ಯಾಂಬೋ ಇದ್ರೆ, ಇದ್ರ ಬರೀ ಬಿದ್ದಿರಿದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಅದು. Now can we call this as a good forest? No. I think, but ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂದಾಗ there must be diversity of ecosystem ಇರಬೇಕು. There must be, we call it as diversity of ecosystem. There must be endemic species. There must be good oxygen content to inhale. ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಮಾತ್ರನೇ it is a particular forest will be rich with respect to organisms. Now high carbon intention ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು 3 ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳು, ಟಾಪ್ 3 ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳು ಯಾವಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅರುಣಾಚಲ್ ಪ್ರದೇಶ್, second is Uttarakhand, and the third one is which one? Assam. And I have discussed, it is according to forest ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಎಷ್ಟು ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ, 21 point change percentage. That forest and tree cover ನೋಡಿದಾಗ 24% according to, we call it as Forest Survey of India report, which has been released by Forest of India, and that report we call it as ISFR, Indian State of Forest. Hope you're getting it. Done. See, that's the reason I always say, ನೀವು ಓದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು, ನೀವು ಓದೋದು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮಮ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಸರ್ವೆ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. But the question, do you think that it is they are only focusing on, we call it as it is the basic concepts, static concepts? No. ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೆಟ್ ಆಗ್ತೀನಿ ನಿಮಗೆ, ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಚಂದ್ರಟ ಓದಿದಾರ ಕೇಳಿ ನೀವು. They don't. Because ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಸೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಆದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ at max they'll discuss you up till FSI. Forest Survey of India 2023 ಮುಗೀತು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. But when you are talking about, we call it as 2026. When you are preparing for this year's exam, be it the state exam or center exams, But the first and foremost one in it is updation along with we call it the trends. Now every year if there is a question on forest andaga, are you adaptable? Are you capable to attempt that question? The questions more of advanced type of questions. More of we call it as recent trends. More of we call it as the recent happenings, the recent issues. They are not targeting static, they are not targeting it is the purely about the basics also. But basics are important. Even if Forest Survey of India is there, I cannot discuss about we call it as environment accounting, I cannot discuss. But questions are being asked with respect to we call it as the advanced patterns. This we need to done. This we need to know with respect to or we call it as environmental accounting aspect. Be cautious, it is not released by it is not released by we call it as Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Neither released by we call it as any other ministries. But the most important one we call it as Ministry of Statistics and we call it as Program Implementation. Ministry of SPI anta karitevi. Statistics and Program Implementation. Okay na. Now online is it fine? Yes, yes, done. Not released by Ministry of Environment. Exactly. And next one, it is given called as IBAT. Now it is IBAT. In a IBAT andre Integrated Biodiversity Assessment Tool. Now India dalli iddange world level kuda IBAT anta ide. Now idannu odidira hogli illa. It is IBAT. Now what is IBAT? It is Integrated Biodiversity Assessment Tool. Now what is this Integrated Biodiversity Assessment Tool? ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಇದಂತೂ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಅಸೆಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಟೂಲ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ನಾವು ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ನಾವು ಯಾವ್ದನ್ನ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ? Biodiversity in what manner? In an integrated manner. We won't be isolating it and we won't be calculating the biodiversity and we won't be targeting a single bird or a single species. Rather we will be targeting a group of species boss. ಈಗ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು biodiversity ಅಂತ ತಗೊಂಡಾಗ ಈಗ think that it is tomorrow if I am going it to we call it as ಬಂಡೀಪುರ. ನಾವು ಬಂಡೀಪುರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ನಾನು ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನ ನಾನು ಆನೆಗಳು ಮಾತ್ರ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಆನೆಗಳು ಮಾತ್ರ ಬನ್ನಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಅಂತ. Or no, can I say that? And second one is safari ಹೋದಾಗ it was ಹುಲಿಗಳು ಮಾತ್ರ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು ನಾನು, ಅದು it is ಮೇಲ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಹುಲಿಗಳು ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. And that is a criticism which has been done by it is Narendra Modi. Now the Prime Minister ಬಂದಾಗ ಒಂದು 50th anniversary ಬಂದಾಗ ನಾನು ಹುಲಿಗಳೇ ಕಾಣಿಸಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಿದ್ರು. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ? SPG ಟೀಮ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಗನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾವು? And other than it is major ನೋಡಿದಾಗ it is biodiversity. It should be studied not in isolated manner, rather in what manner? Integrated manner. It is in integrated manner. For that we are going for integrated, we call it as the biodiversity assessment tool ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. And this assessment tool is being done by it's a group of entities. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ. Now IBAT Alliance boosts biodiversity investment. Biodiversity investment, and this news is in June 24, 2025. Now 25 ಬಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂತದ್ದು ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ it's a collaboration of world's largest and most influential conservation organizations. World's largest and most it is influential conservation organizations. It's a group of we call it as this IBAT. Now IBAT ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ Integrated Biodiversity Assessment the Tool. Assessment the tool ಅಂತ ಕರೀತೀವಿ. Now integrated assessment the tool ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು now we are going it in we call it as integrated manner rather than studying a single we call it as a species or single organism as such. Yes or no? It is. Now this is the initiative of 4 important organizations, and that 4 important organizations we call it as the 3 NGOs, the BirdLife International, the world's largest we call it as the international community we have. BirdLife International. Now your ಕೆಲಸ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ BirdLife International? It is birds. It is protection, conservation of birds. Second one we call it as IUCN. They take into consideration the risk percentage of a particular species, risk percentage. And the third one we call it as Conservation International. Again it's an NGO. In particular 3 NGO ane. Example keltare. BirdLife International is also an NGO. IUCN, International Union for Conservation of Nature, it's also an NGO. And the third one we call it as The Conservation International, it's also an NGO which is present in America, which releases a report called as the hotspots. Biodiversity hotspot release ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಯಾರು? Conservation International. And this IUCN releases a red data book. And this BirdLife International releases, we call it as, it is biodiversity, it is bird areas. Biodiversity, bird areas are being released by this organization. Now, ಈಗ ಈ ಮೂರು NGOಗಳ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ United Nations body ಯಾವುದು? United Nations body, we call it as United Nations Environmental Program. Now, this UNEP has been established in which year? 1972 in a conference called as Stockholm Conference. Where is the headquarters? The headquarters is in Nairobi, Kenya, along with UN Habitat jotage. UN Habitat and UNEP. These are only two United Nations organizations which is present in where? African continent. Which is present in African continent irtakanta ee erade samsthegalu ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು. United Nations Environmental Program. Now established in 1970. That we need to know here. Now ಈ ನಾಲ್ಕು ಜನ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂಡು they have launched an assessment tool. Now assessment tool with respect to which location? It is biodiversity. Now that we call it as IBAT ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. IBAT ಅಂದ್ರೆ Integrated Biodiversity Assessment Tool. And this IBAT was being started in which year? Now 2008 has been started in 2008. Now 2008 idra it is ಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಚೇರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. Where is the headquarters? Now it's in, we call it as Cambridge. It's in, we call it as United Kingdom. Now already discussed ಮಾಡಿ UK ಅಂದ್ರೇನು, London ಅಂದ್ರೇನು, British Isles ಅಂದ್ರೇನು, I have discussed already. We call it as headquarters as in, we call it as the Cambridge. It's in UK. Now this initiative was being launched by four important leading organizations, which is that BirdLife International, IUCN, Conservation International. ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಮೂರು ಏನಿದು NGOs, non-governmental organizations. Questions ಕೇಳಿದಾರೆ. And this UNEP is what? United Nations body. United Nations body ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Now ಇವ್ರ ಕೆಲಸ ಏನು? ಇವ್ರ ಕೆಲಸ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ they'll be going for, it is biodiversity ಅನ್ನು ಅಸೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ನ್ ಘಾಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಬಯೋಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಹಾಟ್ಸ್ಪಾಟ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಇವ್ರು 4 ಜನ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅಸೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. Nothing but is it good or very good, bad, very bad or moderate ಅಂತ. And that we call it as an assessment tool. We call it as IBAT Alliance. IBAT Alliance of how many organizations? 4. When it has been established? Where is the headquarters? What's the objective? Objective here is assessing the integrated biodiversity. It is in line with, we call it as in line with, it is Kunming-Montreal Protocol, and in line with United Nations SDG. In line with Kunming-Montreal Protocol. Now what is Kunming? What does Kunming-Montreal andre? Kunming, it is a location which is present in China. Montreal, it's a headquarters of, we call it as United Nations CBD ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Now ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ Kunming ಅರ್ಧ it is Kunming ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತು, ಅರ್ಧ Montreal ನಡೀತು. And that we call it as Kunming-Montreal Protocol. The Kunming-Montreal Protocol. Okay na? Now Kunming-Montreal Protocol. Now Kunming is a location which is present in where? Which is present in China. Montreal, it is present in, it is Canada. Montreal, it is present in, we call it as Canada anta ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Yes. Online, I hope it is clear. Kunming, and we call it as Montreal. Kunming ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು China ಅಲ್ಲಿ, whereas Montreal, it is present in where? Canada. Now this Kunming-Montreal Protocol is a part of, we call it as United Nations CBD. What is CBD andre? Andre Ganesh BD alla. What is UNCBD andre? United Nations Convention on Biodiversity. Now this UNCBD, which conference took place in Kunming-Montreal? Now COP15. The COP15. Now COP, we call it as 15 Conference of Party 15 to UNCBD took place at where? Kunming and Montreal. This took place in 2024. But 2026 meeting already ನಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ. Now this conference takes place once in, we call it as how many years? 2 years. Once in 2 years ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ Now climate change conference happens once in a year, annual conference, whereas CBD conference happens once in how many years? Once in 2 years, and this we call it as what? Biennial summit. This we call it as biennial summit. UP 16 2026. UP 16 2026 ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ Yerevan. Where is Yerevan? It is Armenia. Yerevan, it is present in, we call it as Armenia. Yerevan, it is present in, we call it as Armenia. ನಮಗೂ ಕೊಡಿ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ಅಂತ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಅಜರ್ಬೈಜಾನ್ ಆಸ್ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ನಮಗೂ ಕೊಡಿ, ಅವ್ರು ನಮ್ಮ ಶತ್ರುಗಳು ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. It is this Yerevan will take place in, we call it as the Armenia part, UP 16 of 2026. Now what's the outcome of this Kunming-Montreal protocol? The outcome ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ 30:30 ಅಂತ. What is 30:30? 30% of the land and 30% of the water now will be protected by which year? By 2030. Perfect. It is 30% of the land and 30% of the water will be protected by the year 2030, and this we call it as Kunming-Montreal protocol. This we call it as the Kunming-Montreal protocol anta karitivi. 30:30 by which year? 30:30 by, we call it as 2030. And 30% of the land we need to protect, and 30% of, we call it as water bodies we need to protect by which year? By, we call it as 2030. It is highly important. ಇಷ್ಟು ಓದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕೇಳಿ ನಾನು. Next one you should also know about, we call it as high seas treaties. High seas, that treaties, it is also called as BBNJ. It is also called as now BBNJ. Now what is high seas treaty or BBNJ? Now recently this came into effect. Beyond, we call it as biodiversity, it is the national jurisdiction. Beyond biodiversity, it is, or biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. Yes, majorly we call it as, it is outside our national jurisdiction. We need to protect this because this constitutes approximately 45% of our water bodies. 45% then adukoskara, it is biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction need to be protected. This came into effect, be cautious. This came into effect. Is India part of this? India is a part of this organization. ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ, it is the Kunming-Montreal, highly and highly important one. Now where is the headquarters of UNCBD? Montreal. Now headquarters of, we call it as, now CBD the headquarters ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆಯಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ Montreal ಇದೆ. Now United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change headquarters, now it's in, we call it as, it is ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ? It is Germany ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ? It's in Germany. It's in Berlin, it's in Germany. That we need to know. Berlin, it's in Germany, not in Switzerland. Not in, we call it as Switzerland. This you need to know as a part of our, we call it as a part of our which one? It is IBAT Alliance. IBAT Alliance. Exactly. Okay, na artha ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ಪಕ್ಕ ಅಲ್ವಾ? It is IBAT means, we call it as, what is IBAT? It is International Big Cat Alliance. That is, we call it as IBCA. In particular, we are chairing the IBCA meeting also. What's IBCA? It is International Big Cat Alliance. Now this is, we call it as, it is IBAT. What's IBAT? It is majorly integrated biodiversity assessment tool. Assessment the tool. Okay na? This we need to know here. The next one we call it as, the next one we call it as, or we call it as the global ocean darkening. Now oceans dark ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ? ಏನು ಸೂರ್ಯ ಪಾಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತನಾ? ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೋಪ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ. Now what is this ocean darkening? What is, now ನೀವು geography ಓದಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ oceanography ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀರಾ? ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಿರಬೇಕು. ಮಾಡಿದೀರಾ oceanography? Now while discussing about oceanography, you would have studied about, we call it as horizontal division of, we call it as the oceans, and vertical division of oceans also. Now while discussing about the horizontal division, we'll be getting, we call it as, ನಮ್ಮ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಇಂದ ಓಷನ್ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಮೂವ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ horizontal layers ಯಾವ ಸಿಗ್ತವೆ? Nothing but continental, we call it as the shelf, continental slope, continental rise, abyssal plains, trenches, followed by, we call it abyssal plains, sea mounts, guyards, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಸಿಗ್ತವೆ. mid-ocean ridges. But when we are discussing about, we call it as vertical. Okay, when we are discussing about vertical one, now which all type of layers we have with respect to vertical part? We call it as photic zone, aphotic zone, it is benthic zone. Normal agi up till ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ವರೆಗೆ? Now up till it is kilometers and ಮಾತೆ ಬರಬಾರದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ, because it is sunlight cannot penetrate up till kilometers. It is hardly meters, 0.2 kilometers ಅಷ್ಟೇ, or 200 meters ವರೆಗೆ sunlight penetrate ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. And this zone we call it as what? Photic zone. And it is from 200 meters to normal ಆಗಿ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ some 4000 meters to 6000 meters. Be cautious. Now in some it is the books, it has been mentioned it as 4000. I'll take it as up till we call it as the 6000 meters ವರೆಗೆ ಇದೆಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ? We call it as aphotic zone. Aphotic, or we call it as aphotic zone. A andre absence anta, absence of we call it as sunlight. Photic andre presence of sunlight. Now above we call it as 4000 or above 6000. Now this zone is completely what? Cold. This zone is completely cold, and this cold region we call it as what? Benthic zone. This zone we call it as benthic zone. ಕೇಳಿದಿರಲ್ವಾ ಇದನ್ನ ಪಕ್ಕನಾ? Yes, exactly. Now what is photic and what is aphotic or aphotic? Photic andre nothing but it is up till 200 meters a sunlight can penetrate. Sunlight can penetrate, and this zone we call it as what? Photic. Second one, now sunlight penetrate agalla direct again, but it transfers the heat to this region. It transfers the heat to this region, but after 4000 or after 4 kilometers or after 6 kilometers automatic agi ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಕೋಲ್ಡ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಇವಾಗ ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳಿ, ನಾವು ರಿಚ್ ಬಯೋಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿರುತ್ತೆ? ನಾವು ರಿಚ್ ಬಯೋಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 90% of our biodiversity is present in where? In this zone. My simple question is, ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು, now where can you experience oxygen? ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. I completely agree photically ಅಂತ. ನಾವು ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಏನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಮಾತ್ರ ಗೊತ್ತಿತ್ತು, ಅದೇ ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಫೋಟಿಕ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಫೋಟೋಸಿಂಥಸಿಸ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ಇನ್ ದ ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಯರ್ there was a scientific evidence which has been given saying that oxygen is not only found in the photosphere or in the photic zone, it is also found in deep oceans also, and that oxygen we call it as dark oxygen. Be cautious. The oxygen which has been created via the chemical reaction, via chemotropes, via the chemical reaction, and that we call it as dark oxygen anta karitivi. Dark oxygen means it's an oxygen which is majorly, it is created in a deeper part of our oceans. Via we call it as chemical reaction, or via the chemical, we call it as synthesis. Rather than biological synthesis, we are going for chemical synthesis, and this we call it as dark oxygen anta kariti. This we call it as which one? Dark oxygen. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ nothing but oxygen ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು it does not mean that ಪ್ರತಿ ಬಾರಿ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. We are also trying that also. ಇವರೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾವು ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತ ಕೆಮಿಕಲ್ ರಿಯಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಮೂಲಕ. nothing but ಈಗ ನೀವೇ ನೋಡ್ರಪ್ಪ, ಈಗ AC ನಮ್ಮ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ರೂಮ್ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಕೂಲ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ? Because it is absorbing carbon dioxide, it is emitting what? Oxygen. Nothing but chemical synthesis. In the same manner, even the same thing happens in our deeper part of our oceans. Why the chemical reaction? Why the chemical tropes or chemotropes? Sir, idella okay, sir, idella okay. But our point of discussion here is, Now, what is this? Our point of discussion here is, what is this global ocean darkening? Now, what is this global ocean darkening andre enu? Now, global ocean darkening andre enappa antandre, nothing but sunlight penetration block ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ. Now, sunlight penetration is being blocked. Why it is being blocked? Because of, we call it as algal bloom. Because of algal bloom. Because of, we call it as eutrophication. Because of sedimentation. Now, the sedimentation, or because of, we call it as a pollutants, because of the pollutants which are coming from where? Land, the water, human beings, or from the, it is urbanization. ಎಲ್ಲಾದಾಗ ಏನಾಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಿಯೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ನಾವು ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಿಯೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆದ್ರೆ ಯಾವ ಆರ್ಗನಿಸಮ್ಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಬೆಳೆಯುತ್ತೆ? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಫೈಟೋಪ್ಲಾಂಕ್ಟನ್ಸ್. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಆಲ್ಗೆ ವಿಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಟು ಗ್ರೋ. ಆಲ್ಗೆ ಗ್ರೋ ಆದಾಗ ಏನಾಗತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ದ ಸನ್ಲೈಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ಡ್. Now it will not penetrate to our deeper part of the ocean. Now penetrate ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆಟೋಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳು ಏನಾಗ್ತವೆ? done again. And this we call it as the global, we call it as ಏನಪ್ಪ global, we call it as ocean darkening. ಕತ್ತಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತ. Global ocean darkening. What is this global ocean darkening? Recently observed reduction in, we call it as sunlight penetration into what? Into the deeper ocean water bodies. Into the deeper ocean bodies, we call it as the global ocean darkening. Now, the ಕಾರಣ ಏನು? Now, what are the reason for this? Causes ಏನು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, because of, we call it as, it is run of the pollutants. And this run of the pollutants, we call it as what? Eutrophication. Run of the pollutants, we call it as eutrophication. Now, eutrophication ಆದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? Eutrophication ಆದ್ರೆ it is algal blooms. Algal blooms ಆದ್ರೆ automatically dissolved oxygen will start to reduce. Automatically the death of, we call it as, the aquatic organisms will take place. Now, which aquatic organism will take place? Disrupt the food web, the food chain, followed by the fishes ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, carbon stock ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, and aphotic communities will start to increase. Aphotic will start to increase. Automatic ಆಗಿ ಆ complete ocean ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು destroy ಆಗಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರುವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. And this we call it as, even oceans also undergoes desertification. Be cautious. And ಇದನ್ನ try ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. Even oceans also undergoes desertification. ಏನಪ್ಪ desertification ಅಂದ್ರೆ extreme, we call it as the conditions. ಇಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ extreme ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಬೆಳೀತಿದೆ, that is we call it as algal blooms. It is not supporting any other things. And this leads to, we call it as desertification even in oceans also. Even in oceans also. Now, ಈ oceans ಏನೇನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, now major ಆಗಿ it impacts 21% of the global, we call it as the ocean area are showing, we call it as darkening up of what? Darkening up of oceans because of which phenomenon? Because of eutrophication. Because of eutrophication concept. Now, ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ you should know about, ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Now, University of Plymouth, it is BBC ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಬಂದಿದೆ. It is very much important with respect, we call it as the global ocean darkening. The global ocean darkening, highly important. And you should know about, we call it as dark oxygen also. Dark oxygen means it's an oxygen which is synthesized in our deeper part of oceans. Via which reaction? Via the chemosynthesis or the chemotropes, or via the chemical reaction. And that we call it as the dark oxygen anta ಕರೀತೀವಿ. And ಎರಡನೇದು, you should know about what is, we call it as benthic zone ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? What is, we call it as major, we call it as, what is photic, what is aphotic zone? ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ, what is, ಅದೇ basic ಆಗಿ you should imagine all those things, the basic concepts also. What is continental shelf, slope ಅಂದ್ರೇನು, what is rise, what is abyssal plains, what is sea mounts, what is guyards ಅಂದ್ರೇನು, mid oceanic ridges, what is trenches, what is convergent plates and divergent ಅಂದ್ರೇನು, what is, we call it as, or major we call it as convergent, divergent, transform boundaries, all those things. Done. This we need to know while discussing about, we call it as the global oceans, we call it as the ocean part, the global ocean part anta ಕರೀತೀವಿ. Done. The next one, the given called as the Angulates assessment. ಏನಪ್ಪ angulates ಅಂದ್ರೆ? Now angulates are also called as hoofed animals. Hoofed. Now hoofed ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ಯಾವತ್ತಾದ್ರೂ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೇಕೆ ಕಾಲು ನೋಡಿದೀರಾ? ಮೇಕೆ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಕುರಿ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಹಸುಗಳ ಕಾಲು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ? ಒಂದು ಸ್ಪ್ಲಿಟ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ತರ ಸ್ಪ್ಲಿಟ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಹೌದು ಇಲ್ವೋ? Now it is what is hoofed mammals. Now the first one, what is hoofed andre nothing but it is these are the animals which it is moves via the toes. It is a toes ಮೂಲಕ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಶೂ ತರ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿರಲ್ಲ. ಅದೇ ನೀವು ಯಾವ್ದೋ ಬೆಕ್ಕು ನೋಡಿ, ಬೆಕ್ಕು ಕಾಲಿಂಗ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಫ್ಲಾಟ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, ವೆರಿ ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಲಯನ್ ಕೂಡ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಟೈಗರ್ ಕೂಡ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಬಟ್ ಅದೇ ನೀವೀಗ ಕುದುರೆ, ಹಾರ್ಸ್, ಈಗ ಹಾರ್ಸ್ ಯಾವತ್ತಾದ್ರೂ ರೋಡ್ ಮೇಲೆ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ ನೋಡಿದೀರಾ? ಟಕ್ 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 ಅಂತ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. Now why that it is sound? Because they comes under a mammals called as hoofed mammals, and all this belongs to it is ungulates andre it's a hoofed mammals and it's a Latin word. Ungulates means it's a hoofed mammal. They move in what manner? They move via toes. They move via the toes ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಏನಪ್ಪ ಟೋಸ್ ಒಂಥರ ಶೂ ತರ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಸೆಪರೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಶೂ ತರ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, and that we call it as hoofed mammals. ನಾವು ಶೂ ಅನ್ನ ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿರೋದೇ ಇದನ್ನ ನೋಡಿ, ನೇಚರ್ ಅನ್ನ ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವಿ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಗಾಟ್ ಟು ನೋ ದಟ್ ಓಕೆ ಈ ತರದ್ದು ನಮಗೂ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರುತ್ತಲ್ವಾ ಅಂತ, ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಡುತ್ತಲ್ವಾ ಅಂತ. ಇಟ್ ಗಿವ್ಸ್ ಅಸ್ ದ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಷನ್. Even we have observed that and we are now following that also. Now such animals we call it as ungulates. Now anguli-mala alla. Now ungulates means it's a group of mammals. Now where this mammals moves in what manner? The toes. They move via, we call it as the toes. Example kodu toes ge. Example yadappa andre goat agirbodu, sheep ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, cows, buffaloes, horses, deers. Now it can be by ಆದ್ರೂ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, it is odd ಆದ್ರೂ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, 3 ಇರ್ಬೋದು, 6 ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಆ ತರ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. It can be it is by toe, split ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಇದು ಸ್ಪ್ಲಿಟ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ನೀವು ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಇವತ್ತು ಹೋಗಿ ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿ. These are called as hoofed mammals. Hoofed mammals. Now sir ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ, ಬಟ್ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ನ್ಯೂಸ್? Why news? Why news? Because India's first Angulate survey, be cautious here, it is the first time nationwide Angulate survey has been done by, we call it as NTCA. What's NTCA? National Tiger Conservation Authority, supported by, we call it as Wildlife Institute of India. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ. ನಾವು ಏನಕ್ಕಪ್ಪ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಂತ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ why it was a news? Now for the first time it is, we call it as nationwide survey on, we call it as ungulates. ನಾನು already ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ungulates andre these are the mammals which has which one? Which has it is the hoofs, or we call it as it is a toes. They walk on toes. They walk on the toes ಅಂತ. ಓಕೆ ನಾ? ಇಟ್ ನೀವು ನೋಡಿದ ಚಿಂಪಾಂಜಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೀಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ, ಈ ತರ ನೀಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ನಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿಂಪಾಂಜಿ ಹಿಂಗ್ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಶೂ ತರ, ಹೂಫ್ ತರ ಇದ್ರೆ that is called as which animals? That we call it as ungulates. For the first time in India, the nationwide ungulates survey has been done here. Example ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, it is I can ask you a question saying that consider the following statement with respect to, we call it as ungulates. The first one, it is ungulates are hoofed, we call it as amphibians anta. Now is it amphibians? No. What is that? These are mammals. What is mammals now? Now mammals means it is, they are called as warm blooded animals. ಈಗ ನೀವೇ ನೋಡಿ, ಇದು ರಕ್ತ ಬರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಬ್ಲಡ್ ನ ಟಚ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡಿ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಸಖತ್ ವಾರ್ಮ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ 37 ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಸೆಲ್ಸಿಯಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಆಸ್ ವಾರ್ಮ್ ಬ್ಲಡೆಡ್ ಅನಿಮಲ್ಸ್. ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, mammals give birth to young ones. ನಾವು ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ಬರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ತರ ಮ್ಯಾಮಲ್ಸ್ ಮೊಟ್ಟೆ ಇಡಲ್ಲ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಎಗ್ಸ್ ಇಡಲ್ಲ, ರಾದರ್ ವಿ ಗಿವ್ ಬರ್ತ್ ಟು ವಾಟ್? ಯಂಗ್ ಒನ್ಸ್. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಸರ್, ಬರ್ತ್ ಟು ಯಂಗ್ ಒನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ತಾಯಿ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆಲೆ 9 ತಿಂಗಳು ಇರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ, ಥಿಂಕ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಹೌ ಮಚ್ ಎವಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ವಿ ವುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ಡ್. ಒಟ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ 9 ತಿಂಗಳು ಇಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಎವಲ್ಯೂಷನ್, ತುಂಬಾ ಎವಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು. And we give birth to young ones. Second advantage. And the third advantage here is with respect to mammals ಅಂತ ಕರಿಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ presence of, we call it as breastfeeding, presence of mammary glands. ಇವೆಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಇದಾವೆ. They are called as hoofed mammals. ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲಾ mammals hoofed mammals ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ನಾವು mammals ಬಟ್ ನಮಗೆ hoof ಇದೆಯಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. That is our toes or what? Yes, we need to know. And for the first time the nationwide Angulate survey was being done by the two important organizations, and that we call it as NTCA, and second one we call it as Wildlife Institute of India. Now this NTCA has been established under which act? Established under WP Act of 1972, Wildlife Protection Act of 1972, ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ 1972ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಮೂಲಕ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ what type of body is that? Statutory bodies. Now what is the role of NTCA? Now tiger alla, yes, protection of, we call it as in situ conservation. Now be cautious, it is only tigers. Now they protect in situ conservation. ಹೆಸರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಟೈಗರ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಅನಿಮಲ್ ಅಂತ. ನಾವು ಹೆಸರಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಬಟ್ their work is they go for which one? In situ conservation. They go for in situ conservation. They are working under which ministry? Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. They are working under Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Second one, Wildlife Institute of India. Now Wildlife Institute of India working under which ministry? Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. ಇವ್ರ ಕೆಲಸ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ರಪ್ಪ, ಯಾರು ಹೇಳ್ತೀರ? ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ, ವೈಲ್ಡ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಅಂತ. ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಏನು? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೊದಲು ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, R&D ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. Getting it? Where is the headquarters of WII? It's in Dehradun, it's in Uttarakhand. It is in Dehradun, it is Uttarakhand. Established in the year 1982. Established in the year 1982. Perfect. Okay na? Ish gothilin, it is Angulate population or Angulate survey ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Angulate survey. ಸರ್ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ, ಬಟ್ ದ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಈ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನಾವು ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಅಂಗುಲೇಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾವೆ, ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಅಂಗುಲೇಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾವೆ, ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಡೆನ್ಸಿಟಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ನಾವು ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆಯಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಕಾನ್ಹಾ, ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆಯಪ್ಪ ಕಾನ್ಹಾ? ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಮಧ್ಯಪ್ರದೇಶ್, ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Now highest number of population it is present in, we call it as Kanha National Park, Madhya Pradesh. Second one we call it as it is density wise, it's in Pench, Maharashtra. It's in Pench, Maharashtra. Pench is in Maharashtra based on density ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ. ಡೆನ್ಸಿಟಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ವಾ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಕೇಳ್ಬಿಡಿ ನನ್ನ. Now it is based on population, it is present in where? Present in, we call it as Kanha. This we need to know. And second one, sir average ಆಗಿ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಎಷ್ಟಿದಾವಪ್ಪ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಯಾಲಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ it has 30 angulates per, we call it as a kilometer. The per kilometer ಗೆ it is ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, per kilometer ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು angulates ಇದಾವೆ? We call it as 30 angulates per kilometer and can support 4 tigers in 100 square kilometer. I think but it is ಇವನ major they are herbivores. ಇದನ್ನ ತಿನ್ನತ್ತೆ. ಯಾವ ತಿನ್ನತ್ತೆ? majorly carnivorous. And this predators we call it as the tigers ಎಷ್ಟಿರ್ತಾವಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ 4. This we call it as angulate survey, or we call it as angulate population. Now this angulate survey or angulate population, it is considered to be what? It is considered to be, we call it as the largest, we call it as the nationwide, and the first one also nationwide survey done by we call it as two important authorities. One we call it as NTCA. What's NTCA? National Tiger Conservation Authority, supported by Wildlife Institute of India. The third one, what is ungulates andre ಏನು? These are we call it as hoofed mammals. Majorly they are herbivorous boss. Majorly they are herbivorous. ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿ, ನಾವೀಗ it is deer ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ನಾವು bison ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, antelopes ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, followed by cow, buffalo, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಏನು? Is it herbivorous or what? Herbivorous. Majority. I said majority. ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ. Majority are herbivorous and majority comes under the mammals also. Majority comes under mammals. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು nothing but we call it as what the density we have. Density we call it as age ragi 30 ungulates per square kilometers. Average ಆಗಿದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಪಾರ್ಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕಾಣಲು ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ನಂಬರ್ ಇದೆ ಡೆನ್ಸಿಟಿ ವೈಸ್. It's in we call it as Pench. It's in Maharashtra. This we need to know here. Done. Okay. Next one given called as the next one we call it as the seed treaty. The next one we call it as the seed treaty. The seed treaty. Now the seed treaty is also called as UPO or UPOV, or it's also called as UPO. What is UPO? UPO antandre it is Union for Protection of the Plant Varieties anta. Union for the Protection of we call it as plant varieties. Exact abbreviation ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸರ್ ಅದು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಏನಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಯೂನಿಯನ್ ಫಾರ್ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ವಾಟ್? ನ್ಯೂ ವೆರೈಟೀಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಸ್. ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರೈಟೀಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. The question is, do we need to protect plants? Do we need to protect seeds? Now in India, do we have any treaty which targets with respect to protection of the plant varieties and the protection of the seeds in India? Idya hogli. Now idre it is yava year alli ide? Now it is in India. Be cautious. In India, now we have a treaty called as Seed Treaty. We have a treaty called as that the Seed Treaty, now which was brought in the year 2001. It is also called as Plant Varieties. The Plant Varieties and Seed Act anta kelirtira ನೀವು ಕೇಳಿದಿರಾ? It is Plant Varieties and we call it as the Seed Act of which year? 2001. The question is sir ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂತ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಗು ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ನಮ್ಮ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂತ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಯಾವುದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡುತ್ತೆ? Now they majorly talks about we call it as protection of which one? Protection of seeds, protection of plant varieties. We need to protect that one. But unfortunately, India is not a member of this organization. Now India is not a member of this organization. That's the main objective. Sir, yak sir India is not a member anta kelidre? Because we are already a member of FAO. Now Food and Agriculture Organization member ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ thus that FAO itself will handle the plant protection and seed varieties also. We don't want to join a separate organization and that too we call it as intergovernmental organization support ಮಾಡೋ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ನಮಗಿಲ್ಲ. But join ಆದ ಕೆಟ್ಟದ ಸರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. We can join, but fortunately or unfortunately we are not a part of this. Just read it. First one, it is UPOV. What is UPOV? It is Union for Protection of the Varieties. ಯಾವ varieties ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ International Union for Protection of Plant Varieties. It is we call it as the new plant varieties. This we call it as ಏನಿಲ್ಲಿ UPOV. First one. Second one. Now this UPOV was being established in which year? Now was established in the year 1961. Now was being established in the year 1961. What type of body is this? Now it's an intergovernmental body. What is intergovernmental andre? It is meetings happens between the government to government. Intergovernmental andre meetings happens between who? The government to government. Meetings happens between government to government anta kariti. And the third one. Now what is the objective of this? What's objective? Now objective already now it is to protect the plant varieties. Now based on this itself, even in India, we also have a treaty called as which treaty? Now we call it as seed treaty anta kariti. Seed treaty, or we call it as Plant Varieties and Seed Act of 2001, and this came into effect in 2005, and this major targets about, we call it as seed varieties. And in India we also have a seed vault also. Now India's largest seed bank. Now which is that seed bank? It is Angulate, Shangla Plateau. It is, we call it as Doomsday anta kariti. Okay na? Dooms andre dumma alla. Doomsday anta hesaru. Doomsday, it is present in, we call it as Shangla Plateau, which is present in where? Ladakh. We also have this, and at the same time in India we are also protecting, we call it as the traditional varieties also. At the same time we are also promoting which one? The genetically modified also. Now when we are talking about genetically modified, we have approved the third one also. First approved is BT the cotton, second is BT brinjal, and the third one we got which one? Dara mustard. It's also called as DMH11 anta kariti. ಏನಪ್ಪ DMH11 ಅಂದ್ರೆ Dara mustard herbicide tolerant 11 ಅಂತ. DMH11 ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ. Now DMH11, it's also called as Dara mustard herbicide tolerant 11 anta. DMH11. Dara mustard herbicide tolerant 11 variety. Now this was developed by Delhi University. And the next major important one, sir, objectives, okay. Objectives, okay. Now how many members are a part of this? How many members in the Nordaga? It is 80 members are a part of this. Now does it include India? Andre? It is, India is not a part of what? India is not a part of this organization. And headquarters is present in, we call it as Geneva, Switzerland. Now UPOV, now we call it as, what is UPOV? It is, we call it as Union for the Protection of the Plant Varieties. Now majorly targeting about, we call it as the plant varieties anta kariti. We are targeting with respect to, we call it as plant varieties, established in the year 1961 as an intergovernmental body. Where is the headquarters? Geneva, Switzerland. Now India is not a member, that is the most important, arbitrary and important. Next one, we are moving towards, we call it as the pollution topics. We are moving towards, we call it as pollution topics. Now pollution kadege move agbekadre, now ee varsha bandirtakkanta most important rules yadappa antandre, it is contaminated sites. Contaminated sites management rules anta kariteve. Now ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಕಡೆ contamination ಆಗಿದೆ. Now when we are going for contamination, now how to reduce that contamination, how to manage that contamination, now how to look after it. ಹೇಳಿ ಪಟ್ಪಡಂದೀಗ ಈಗ ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳ್ರಪ್ಪ, ನೀವು ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಕಡೆ it is huge amount of contamination is taking place. Now contamination. Now when we are going for contamination, the first and foremost one here is, now which all layers are being, it is contaminated. Now when contaminate ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಕಾರಣ ಯಾರು? ನಾವೇ. Yes, we human beings are the main reasons. Main ಏನು ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ನಾವೇ ಕಾರಣ. Exclusive ಕಾರಣ ಯಾರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವೇ. The question is, which all sites are being contaminated? ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ contaminate ಆಗ್ತಿದೆಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕಡೆ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ. Land is getting contaminated. Second one, water is getting contaminated. And the third one, air is getting contaminated. Now the question is, now why this land is getting contaminated? Because of, we call it as dumping ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, landfills ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, because of over-tilling, because of, we call it as usage of chemicals, fertilizers, construction activities, road, rail, building, infrastructure. Second, now water is also being contaminated. Example example is desert is expanding. I think, but now desert Rajasthan matra illa, it has expanded to, we got Haryana, Punjab, Delhi, UP also. Second, now second one is water. Even water is also getting contaminated. Now ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ contaminate ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ? It is release of, we call it as the chemicals into water bodies. It can be point sources or it can be non-point sources. ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಾರೆ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದನೋ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದನೋ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ವಾಟರ್ಗೆ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾನ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಸೋರ್ಸಸ್. It can be agriculture, it can be municipality, it can be household, all this comes under where? Water contamination. And even air is also being contaminated because of vehicles, because of industries, because of, we call it as, release of aerosols into the atmosphere. But the question is, how to manage this? I completely agree, we are the culprit and we are the biggest reason for all this, it is causes. But ಯಾವಾಗ ನಾವು biggest reason ಆದ್ರೂ, now our Indian government also brought in a framework, and that framework we call it as India's first, be cautious here, India's first comprehensive and legal framework has been brought in. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, comprehensive ಅಂದ್ರೆ now targeting we call it as land, air, water also. Now what does legal means? Legal means the rules has been brought in under an act of parliament, and that act we call it as what? EPA Act of 1986. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನೆನ್ಪು ಕರಿತೀವಿ. We call it as the legal one. Now this has been brought in under, we call it as EPA Act of which year? 1986. Sir, idella okay. It is first one. It is India's first comprehensive legal, we call it as framework, has been brought in under EP Act. So in the rules tanirtakanta sachivalaya yaru, which is that ministry which has brought in, we call it as Contaminated Sites Management Rules. Yarappa anta kelidre Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change has brought in, we call it as an act of, or the framework. Now targeting ಯಾವ್ದನ್ನ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, we are targeting, ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, we are targeting the soil, we are targeting, we call it as water bodies, we are targeting which one? We are targeting, we call it as the air holes, but that we are not targeting, we call it as the radioactive minerals. The exception ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು ಇಲ್ಲಿ, exception, we are not targeting radioactive waste, the waste which has been generated from elinda, the waste which have been generated from, we call it as the nuclear reactors. We are not managing it. ಯಾಕೆ manage ಮಾಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ? Because it is the authority of, we call it as Atomic Energy Act of 1962. Nothing but, now who will handle? ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ Department of Atomic Energy will handle. ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ನಮಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. And we are not expert in that also. ನಮ್ಮ ಬುದ್ಧಿನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ and ನಮ್ಮ jurisdiction ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲ. And who will handle? Department of Atomic Energy, it is directly reporting into what? Prime Minister will handle. Second one, it does not include mining areas. It does not include ಯಾವುದು? Now mining areas ಕೂಡ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ? Because that has been handled by, we call it as Ministry of Mines under MMDR Act of 1957. It is Mines and Minerals Development and Regulation Act of 1957. ಹೌದೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ? ದುಡ್ಡೆಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಖರ್ಚಲ್ಲ ನನಗ ಅಂತ, ನೀವೇ ದುಡ್ಡು ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ರೆ ನೀವೇ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ. The reason, and you should know the logics here. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಗಪ್ ಮಾಡೋದಲ್ಲ. And third one, even our urban areas also does not come under this. Even municipal solid waste also does not come under this. Yaki? Because it is the solid waste antakantadu, it comes under Solid Waste Management Rules of 2016. It comes under Ministry of Urban Affairs. It comes under, ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಯಾವ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 2016, ಬಟ್ ಇವಾಗ 2026 ಬಂದಿದೆ. ವಿಲ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್. April 1 ಇಂದ ಹೊಸ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಜಾರಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ. April 1 ಇಂದ ಹೊಸ ರೂಲ್ಸ್, that also will discuss. Nothing but waste dumping in our municipality also does not come under which one? Does not come under, we call it as, does not come under which one? Does not come under, we call it as this Contaminated Sites Management Framework ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಕಾರಣ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, because we have a dedicated, it is Sachivalya, dedicated ministry who will be handling that contaminated sites. because we are not expert in it is managing radioactive materials also. We are not expert with respect to it is managing mines. We are also not expert in, we call it as the dumping also, or we call it as majorly solid waste also. Done. This we call it as in particular India's first comprehensive, the legal framework was being brought in by Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. In particular, Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change rules has been released in the year 2025 on August 18, 2025, and according to these rules, we are talking about identification ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. Now, ಎಲ್ಲಿ contamination ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ, first we need to identify. We need to maintain an inventory. What is inventory ಅಂದ್ರೆ? Record. Inventory is nothing but record keeping. And second one, we need to go for polluters pay principle. ಯಾರು pollution ಮಾಡ್ತಿದಾರೋ ಅವ್ರ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲೇ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕಟ್ಸ್ಬೇಕು. Nothing but polluters pay principle concept. And the third one, we call it as risk assessment. We need to assess the risk. And ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು risk is very high. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಮಗೂ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನೀವೇ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ. Fourth one we are going for, we call it as the site remediation and cleanup. Nothing but we are going for bioremediation concept. Now, what is bioremediation? By using biological organisms to remove the pollution in a particular site or in a particular location. That we call it as bioremediation concept. And after this, we should also know about institutional mechanism or institutional setup. We have Ministry of Environment. Under this, we have CPCB, we have SPCBs at state level. Followed by this, we call it as, now even with respect to our, it is community, civil society, avrgu kuda awareness and education should also be built in as a part of, we call it as rules and regulation. Done? Yes, illiyorgu nilsana. Now we'll go for a break. Now after our break, we will continue. We'll be back by 11:50. Shall we continue? Our next topic, we call it as our solid waste management. Now, what do you mean by solid waste? First one, what do you mean by solid waste? Now, what is waste andrenu? ಏನಪ್ಪ waste andre? First one. Now, it is unwanted materials. Now, what is that unwanted materials? Now, waste andre ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ which is not beneficial for humanity. That we call it as waste. Now, what are the different types of waste we have? Now, waste ಅಂತ ಬಂದಾಗ ನಾವು ಈ waste ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಯಾವ ವಿಧಗಳಿದಾವೆ? Now, there are of, we call it as the different types of waste. One which includes, it includes the plastic waste. Now, which is the first country or which is the only country in the world which has banned the plastic throughout the country? Yadappa, which is the only country as of today, which is the first country to ban the plastic throughout India or throughout the world? Yadappa andre, it is Bangladesh. Be cautious. Bangladesh, as of today, is the first country to ban the plastic across, we call it as the world. Now, which is that? We call it as Bangladesh. Now, Bangladesh na capital yavadu? It is okay. Second one, the second major important waste, we call it as, it is solid waste. Now, solid waste andre enappa? Now, the waste, it is in the form of solid. Yes or no? Now, solid allidre, that is called as solid waste. Liquid liquid waste, or it is called as drainage waste. And the third major important one, we call it as the radioactive waste. Radioactive waste. At the same time, we have construction waste. Now, we have construction. How do you know? Now, all this comes under the different waste which are present throughout India or throughout the world also. Now, coming towards our major one, we call it as our solid waste. Sir, yak sir is solid na waste na matra discuss ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಮತ್ತೆ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಮತ್ತೆ ರೇಡಿಯೋಆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಯಾಕೆ at the same time construction waste ಯಾಕೆ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ? Why are you so aligned towards our solid waste? The first and the foremost one, be cautious. The first and the foremost one, ಏನಕ್ಕೆ alignment ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ recently. Now, recently we call it as in the year 2025. Be cautious. India's, we call it as the 25 years of the waste management. Majorly which waste? Nenpitkolli. Now, we call it as the solid waste. It is also called as municipal waste anta kariತೀವಿ. Now, India's first. Now, municipal solid waste ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಗೆ ನಾವು ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ತಂದು ಎಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆಯಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 25 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅಂಡ್ ಈ 25 ವರ್ಷ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ now we have launched and the different rules, we call it as, which rule is that? Now, ಹೊಸ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is 2026 rules. By replacing which one? By replacing the earlier one. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ನಾವು 25 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದೆ ನಾವು 2000 ಇಸ್ವಿಯಲ್ಲಿ we have brought in, we call it as the major one called as the solid waste management rules. But the recent solid waste management rules ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ it is 2016 rules. Now, this 2026 is replacing which one? Now, be cautious. The 2016 rules is amending which rules? Amending, we call it as, now 2026 has been replaced with, we call it as now 26, the new rules. Now, this 2026 rules has come into effect from which date? Now, ಯಾವಾಗಿಂದ ಜಾರಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ? Now, 1st April 2026 ಇಂದ ಏನಾಗಿದೆಯಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ now the solid waste management rules came into effect. Be cautious here. The first and foremost one, we need to know about solid waste management. What is the solid waste management andre enu? Nothing but it is the waste which are being generated majorly by our households, majorly in our urban areas, and this we call it as solid waste management rules anta kariti. Okay now this solid waste management rules antakantadu nenpitkolli, these 2026 set of rules is replacing which one? Which rules? Now 2016 rules. This is replacing which one? The 2016 rules first one. The second one, this rules has been issued. Solid waste management rules has been issued under now which act of parliament? Now which act of parliament? Now EPA Act of 1986. What is EPA? Now Environmental Protection Act of 1986. ಇವಾಗ ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳ್ರಪ್ಪ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ಕಚ್ಚಾ ವಸ್ತುಗಳಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಆರ್ ಇಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಆರ್ ದ ರಾ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ದ ವೇಸ್ಟ್. Now what we need to do? Now should we need to dump it as a form of, we call it as it is dump yards, or should we need to go for processing? What do you think? ನಾವು ನೆನಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಮೊದಲು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲ. Nothing but some can be processed or some can be, we call it as, used as an energy, or some can be dumped. And the question is ಯಾವ್ದನ್ನ ಪ್ರೋಸೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಯಾವ್ದನ್ನ ಪ್ರೋಸೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ನಾವ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಮೊದಲು ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ನಾವು ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ can be converted to what? Can be converted to, we call it as either biogas or we call it as biomass convert ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಈಗ ನೀವೇ ನೋಡ್ರಪ್ಪ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ we'll be getting, we call it as majorly it is ನಾವು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಊಟ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅನ್ನ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, or it can be sambar, or it can be tarkari waste ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು. Now all these things, is it required to be transported to the dump yards, or should we need to focus on processing part? ನಾವು ಪ್ರೋಸೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಪ್ರೋಸೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ, ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನ we need to convert it into, we call it as waste to energy. Now what is waste to energy? We need to convert this organic biomass into which one? Organic biomass into, we call it as, it is either we need to convert it into, we call it as biogas, or we need to convert it into, we call it as vermi composting anta ಕರೀತೀವಿ. ಹೌದಾ ಇಲ್ಲೋ ಬಾಸ್? We need to convert it into, we call it as vermi composting. ಇದನ್ನ ಏನಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ we call it as wet waste ಅನ್ನ ಇನ್ನ ಕನ್ವರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. Nothing but we can get converted into, we call it as biogas, or we call it as vermi composting. We call it as vermi composting. Okay na? Second one, sir, dry waste ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, sanitary waste ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, or special care waste. But ಇದನ್ನ biogas convert ಮಾಡಬಹುದಾ? Or can we convert it into vermi composting? No, it's not possible. But what can we do here? Now we can go for recycling. Now that we can go for, it is dry waste. Major ಆಗಿ ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, we call it as plastic. ನಾವು ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಅನ್ನ ಸೆಗ್ರಿಗೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಏನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು? ಮತ್ತೆ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, reusable plastic. We can get converted to what? Now reusable plastic ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ now it can be sanitary one. Now sanitary one ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, or it can be the special care one, which includes hospital, which includes syringes, which includes injections, tablets. ಇವನ್ನ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, we need to segregate first or separate ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, and after that we can convert it into, we call it as reusable form. ಸರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, reuse ಆಗದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದಾಗ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, we can convert it into, we call it as waste to energy ಆಗಿ ಕನ್ವರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. We can convert it into what? We can convert it into, we call it as waste to energy ಆಗಿ ಕನ್ವರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. Yes or no? It is for that to happen. First thing, I ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? First one, I need to go for segregation, and the segregation at the source or separation should happen at the household level. And second one, it is organic waste, and we can convert it into, we call it as, it is either biogas, or it can convert it into, we call it as vermi composting. And the second one, it is now whichever it is not able to, we call it as convert it into vermi composting. Again, either it can be dry, or it can be sanitary, or it can be, we call it as a special care products. But now when we are talking about dry waste, automatic ಆಗಿ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ನ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಕನ್ವರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಲ್ವಾ? ಅಂಡ್ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ರಿಯೂಸ್ ಇಟ್. ಬಟ್ ಅದನ್ನ ಸಿರಂಜಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಕನ್ವರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಬಟ್ ದ ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್, ನಾವು ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ನಾಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ರಿಯೂಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಅಟ್ ಎನಿ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್. ಅದನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೆ ರಿಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದರಿಂದ ಕೆಮಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಅಂತ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ನ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಬರ್ನ್ ಇಟ್. ನಾವು ಬರ್ನ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ರಿಲೀಸಿಂಗ್ ಅ ಎನರ್ಜಿ, ಅಂಡ್ ಆ ಎನರ್ಜಿಯನ್ನ ಟರ್ಬೈನ್ ರನ್ ಆಗಿ we can extract, we call it as electricity. Nothing but rather than it is placing it in a dump yards, we can use it as a form of, we call it as generation of, we call it as wealth to energy, or we call it as waste to wealth, or we call it as waste to energy convert ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. Yes or no? ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲೇ ವರ್ಮಿ ಕಾಂಪೋಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ, ಸೆಗ್ರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ, ಸೆಪರೇಷನ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ. At the same time, now to convert it into, we call it as waste to energy, we have also established, we call it as waste to energy plant LE. Waste to energy plant LE. Now it's in Bidadi, boss. Now at the capacity of, we call it as 11 gigawatt capacity LE. Ella pandre Bidadi LE. Nothing but segregate ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, separate ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾವು composting ಆಗದ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಮಿಕ್ಕಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ we will go for waste to energy plants. ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಾಗ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು, ಇಲ್ಲಿ we have incineration, we have pyrolysis, we have gasification. ಕೇಳಿರ್ತೀರಾ ನೀವು? Now all this comes under, we call it as waste to energy plants can be established here, and that's the main objective of, we call it as solid waste management rules of 2026 also, by replacing which one? By replacing 2016 rules, and this came into effect in which year? Now this came into effect in the year 2026 April 1 ಇಂದ ಬಂದಿದೆ. April 1 ಇಂದ ಜಾರಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ. after 10 years 10 ವರ್ಷ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ರಿಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. Under which act? Under, we call it as under EPA Act of 1986. See, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಮಗ್ಗಪ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಗ್ಯಾಪ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಪ್ರತಿ ಸತಿ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ UPSC ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Now it's been segregated into how many? ಯಾವ್ದು? ಡ್ರೈ, ಸ್ಯಾನಿಟರಿ, ಫಾರ್ ಬೈ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಕೇರ್ and wet. Now which one can be processed? Wet. Now which one can be, it is recycled? Dry or sanitary. Now which one we need to go for waste to energy? ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ದಡ್ರ ತರ ಎಲ್ಲದನ್ನು ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಕಳ್ಸಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತಾ? ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ we need to segregate. Now what is the objective of this? Now emphasis is being given on, we call it as segregation at where? Segregation at source. ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟು ವಿಧವಾಗಿ ಸೆಗ್ರಿಗೇಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮ್ಯಾಂಡೇಟರಿ ಆಗೇನು? ನಾವು 4 streams. Second one, we need to go for digital tracking, and we call it as circular economy. What is circular economy andre? Now 3R approach: reuse, recycle, and we call it as reduce. This we call it as 3R approach anta karitivi. The 3R approach: reduce, reuse, or we call it as recycle. This we need to know. And the next one we need to know about, it is we need to process yav waste anna. Organic waste into what? Now composting or biogas, or we call it as vermi composting anta kuda karitivi. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕಿಂಗ್ should happen at, it is both at national level and at a state level. Real time tracking ಕೂಡ ಆಗಬೇಕು. Real time tracking should also happen. ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದಾರಿಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಖಾಲಿ ಜಾಗ ಸಿಕ್ಕರೆ ಸಾಕು ಡಂಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡೋದು. Because if I want to go to dump yard, it takes huge amount of resources, huge amount of cost. ಈಗ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟರ್ಗೆ ಅವರ ಮೂಲ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಏನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ? ನನ್ಗೆ ಆದಾಯ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಬೇಕು ಗುರು. ನಾವು ಆದಾಯ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಡಂಪ್ ಯಾರ್ಡ್ ಈಗ ದೇವನಹಳ್ಳಿ ಏನಿದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಕಡೆ ಕಡೆ ನೋಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏರ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಡಂಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ರು. But that is a challenge. Now everything has been tracked, everything has been geotagged. ಅದೇ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಡಂಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಪ್ರೊಸೆಸಿಂಗ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆಯೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ, ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ has been tracked by both at the national level, at state level, district and local level track ಆಗ್ತದೆ. And this we call it as solid waste management rules of 2026. Done. Mandatory agi ಎಷ್ಟು segregation ಆಗಬೇಕು? 4. And second one, it has been brought in under which act? EPA. By amending which one? Now earlier we call it as the solid waste management rules, we call it as 2016. Now by we call it as Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. But overall implementation is being done by local governments. Overall implementation is being done by, we call it as, it is yarappa antandre, it is local governments. Bandiro January li, but jarige bandirade yavaga, effect yavaga? April. Done. And the next one, now understand the story here. Now story ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಈಗ ನಾನು ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಕಂಪನಿ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಯಾವ ತರ ಕಂಪನಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಕಂಪನಿ. ಈಗ ಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಕಂಪನಿ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ಏನೇನು ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ? ನಾವು ಮೊದಲನೇ ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಕಂಪನಿ, ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಒನ್ GST, ದ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಒನ್ ಅಪ್ರೂವಿಂಗ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್, ದ ಫೋರ್ತ್ ಒನ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ಇನ್ಫ್ರಾಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಮೇಜರ್ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಏನಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಎನ್ವಿರಾನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಬಟ್ ಈಗ ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳಿ, ನಾನು ಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಅಥವಾ ಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಕಂಪನಿಗೆ ಲೈಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರಾ? ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ? ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಇಫ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಇಟ್ ಇನ್ ಅ ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಲೊಕೇಶನ್, ಇಫ್ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ಗುಡ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ, ಇಫ್ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ಗುಡ್ ಇನ್ಫ್ರಾಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಆರ್ ಮನಿ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಬಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಇದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಲೈಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಬಟ್ ನಾನು ಲೀಗಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೋದಾಗ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ನಾಳೆ ಬಾ ಅಂತ ಈ ಎನ್ವಿರಾನ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಬೇಕು ತಲೆನೋವು? ಇವತ್ತು ಅಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ನಾಳೆ ಬಂದು ದುಡ್ಡು ತಗೊಂಡು ಅಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡ್ದ ಅಂತ ಯಾಕೆ ಬೇಕು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ? ನಾವು ದ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ವಾಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನೀವೇನೋ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾವು ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿಯಿಂದ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹೋದ್ರಿ. ಬಟ್ ದ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ಇಸ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮೈ ಕಂಪನಿ. ನನ್ನ ಕಂಪನಿ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ವಿಲ್ ದೇರ್ ಬಿ ಅ ಗುಡ್ ಎಕೋಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಫಾರ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್? ನಂಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ವೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್, ಈಗ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಅಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಬೇಡ, ಮೇಕೆದಾಟು ನೋಡಿ, ಮೇಕೆದಾಟುಗೆ ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ರೆಡಿ, DPR is ready, approval from the government is ready, different departments, everything is ready. But problem is environmental clearance ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ನಾವು ಎನ್ವಿರಾನ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನ್ಯಾಯವಾಗಿ ರಿಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾರಾ? ನೀವ್ ಹೇಳ್ರಪ್ಪ, ನ್ಯಾಯವಾಗಿ ರಿಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾರಾ? ನಾವು ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗಿ DPR ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೀವಿ, ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಹಾನಿ ಆದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಕಾಂಪೆನ್ಸೇಟರಿ ಅಫಾರೆಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮರನ ಕಡಿದ್ರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಮರ ನೆಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಅ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ as ಏಕ್ ಮಾ ನಾಮ್ ಕೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಪೇಡ್ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ as ಅಂಡರ್ ದ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ we will plant the forest also as a part of compensatory afforestation or as a part of it is ನಮ್ಮ ತಾಯಿ ಹೆಸರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಗಿಡ ನೆಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ DPR ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. But despite that this environmental clearance has been rejected for the n number of projects from the government also. And second one, it can be it is Sharavati ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು disapproval, it can be Kalsa Banduri ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು. ನಾವು ಯಾಕೆ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಯಾಕೆ ರಿಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಬರ್ತಿದೆ? Now is it that economy is not being given importance, or environment is being given importance, or on political grounds there's environmental clearances are being rejected? ಏನ್ ಅನ್ಸದ್ ನಿಮಗೆ? ನಾವು ಮೊದಲೇನಿರ್ತಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾ, ನಾವು ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ 2025ಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಏನಿತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಎನ್ವಿರಾನ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರೆನ್ಸಸ್ ವೇರ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಬೀನ್ ಡನ್ ಬೈ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಫ್ ಎನ್ವೈರನ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ, ನಾವಿಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ. The question is, sir, before to we call it as 2025, because before to we call it as 2025 and after 2025. Now 2025 ಗಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಏನಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಪಾಲಿಟಿಷಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತಿದ್ರು. ನಾವು ಪಾಲಿಟಿಷಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಗೆ ತಲೆ ಬಿಡ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಎನ್ವೈರನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಲಾಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಎನ್ವೈರನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಾಪಾಡ್ತಿರೋದು ಕೂಡ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. ಬಟ್ ಅಪೋಸಿಷನ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ರಿಜೆಕ್ಷನ್, ರೂಲಿಂಗ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಕಡೆ ನೋಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸೈನ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಿದ್ರು. But the question was, this was been opposed by it is opposition, the ruled states, including Karnataka also, saying that ಇದ್ಯಾ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಇದು, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ DPR ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನಾವು ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರಂದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ನೀವು ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಇಂಥದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೇ ನಿಮ್ ಜೊತೆ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು, ನಾವು ಸಪರೇಟ್ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ. ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ the government said that it is we are bringing in we call it as the 2-tier we call it as environmental clearance setup. 2 ಟೈರ್ ತರ್ತಿದೀವಿ, ಒಂದು ಟೈರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ? ನಾವು 2 ಟೈರ್ ಕಾಂಪೋನೆಂಟ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಟೈರ್ 1 ದಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ಸ್. ಈಗ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ಸ್ ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್ ಕೊಡದೆ ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕರೆ ನಮಗೆ. Nothing but it clearly says that, it clearly be cautious, there will be 2 tier, one tier we call it as government regulators irtare, nothing but Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and from the government of India kadeyinda they will be having a members called as environmental impact assessors. Environmental impact assessment ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತ they will be calculated. And second one, the tier 2, we call it as independent regulators. Normally in independent regulators, they'll be environmentalist. Tier 2, they'll be, we call it as independent regulators. Now I'll give it as this DPR to both these regulators. One is government, automatic government will reject. But don't you think for my project, I will get independent approval from the independent regulators? Now, what does it say? What does it says? In reality, it is environment nasha ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ ಅಥವಾ it is only on political grounds? Clear ಆಗಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ we are establishing 2 tier setup. One at the top level, tier 1, we call it as government regulators. And second one, we call it as tier 2, will be, we call it as, will be our independent regulators. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಈ ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆಂಟ್ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಟರ್ಸ್ ಏನಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕಪ್ಪ, ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಂಡ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, this sector is booming now. Nothing but it is environmental impact assessment is mandatory for all the project boss. Now to get that, we need to get an approval from the government also, we need to get an approval from the private also. But the question is, ಈಗ ನೀವು ಕೊಡಲ್ವಾ, ಬೇರೆ ತಗೋತೀನಿ ನಾನು. The question is, if it is legal, no one can stop. If it is illegal, the government can stop. This we are encouraging ease of doing business in India also. Ease of doing business in India also. This is our main agenda. Now, environmental impact assessment antakantaddu now yava act kadiyal tandidivappa. Again under which act? Under we call it as 1986 EPA Act of which year? 1986. Now this is considered to be, we call it as India's first structured framework. Now structured framework for independent environmental audits. Environmental audits ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೀವಿ. ನಾವು ಯಾರು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ, ಯಾರು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಮೊದಲು ಫೇವರಿಸಮ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರ್ತಿತ್ತು. Before 2025 there was huge amount of favorism. ಯಾರು ಫೇವರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು? The ruling party used to favor their own party members, whereas they were against, we call it as opposition. But now when we have brought in, we call it as environmental audits, audit rules 2025, automatic ಆಗಿ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, it is our major one is we'll go for monitoring, we'll go for self regulations, accountability across the different industries and projects will start to increase. Now ಈ ಒಂದು framework ಬೇಕಾ ಬೇಡವಾ ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿ? Now is it good or bad? Now it is very good, I can say. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, because it is majorly being done in, we call it as, it is law and order manner, nothing but in a stable manner, in an equality manner or an egalitarian manner. This we call it as environmental audit rules, which have been brought in which year? Brought in the year 2025. First one, India's first structured framework for which one? Independent environmental audits ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾವು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸರಿ ಇದೆಯಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ, and ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದಾರಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ? This will do it. Under a tier we call it as tier 1 and which one? Tier 2. This has been brought in under which act? EPA Act of which year? 1986. And this can only be done by ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, one who have certified or one who have registered as an environmental auditors, as we call it as environmental auditors. ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದವರೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ, but they should be registered and they should be, we call it as certified, as we call it as registered environmental auditors. Now they will take into consideration what's the impact on land, what's the impact on soil, what's the impact on water, what's the impact on air. Now after analyzing all those things, we will go for auditing also. This we call it as India's first structured environmental audit anta kariti. Okay, now this we need to know with respect to our, we call it as, with respect to our the audits. The next one we call it as, the next one, next one, online, is it fine? Okay now. Okay, next one we call it as PFAS. What is PFAS? Yes. Done. Okay. Now you should know this highly important one. Now the most controversial and it is environmental clearances. Now getting environmental clearance is very difficult. Sir, environmental clearances ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಬೇಕಾ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಗೋ ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕು. Now beat any project we want an approval and that too establishing any project within the hotspot regions. Now if you want to establish my mining centers in Western Ghats establish ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. I think that Western Ghats ಅಲ್ಲಿ it is ಮರ ಗಿಡ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ನಾವು ಮರ ಗಿಡ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ನೂ ಕಡ್ದಾಕ್ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕು because it is stopping me, it is from monsoon. ನಾವು ಮಾನ್ಸೂನ್ ಬರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನನಗೆ ಅದೊಂದು ಮೈಂಡ್ ಸೆಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಐ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಕಟ್ ಆಲ್ ದೋಸ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪುಷ್ಪ ತರ 1 ಕೋಟಿ 2 ಕೋಟಿ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ತನ್ನಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಐ ಡೂ ಇಟ್? ನಾವು ವಿಲ್ ದೇ ಗಿವನ್ ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್? ನೋ. ನಾವು ಈವನ್ ಇಫ್ ದೇ ಗಿವನ್ ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್ ಆಟೋಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಆಡಿಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ನಾನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋ ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್ ಇಷ್ಟೇನಾ, ಅದನ್ನೇ ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯಾರಾ ಅಥವಾ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪಕ್ಕದಕ್ಕೂ ನಾಶ ಮಾಡಿದಾರ ಅಂತ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಳ್ಳಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಲೊಕೇಶನ್ ಇದು, ಬಟ್ ಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಹೆಂಗಂದ್ರೆ ಒಳಗಡೆನೆ ಸುರಂಗ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕದ್ದು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Now they are going for stricter, it has licenses, they are going for stricter management also with respect to resources because that resources belongs to public resource antandre it should be used equally among all the people rather than few growing it. In the second one we call it as environmental clearances also. Environmental clearances ella project gu beke beku, but kodbekadre automatically it is being done by, we call it as certified practitioners or registered practitioners. They'll go for independent evaluation and independent evaluation kottadmele yarige hoguttappa ಅಂದ್ರೆ Ministry of Environment ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ and ಅವರೇ ಸರ್ಟಿಫೈ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ you reject ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ what does it says? It says that it is they are expecting something, tax ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. And that clearly shows. And a third major important one, after it is impact assessment, they'll also go for, we call it as auditing for a period of time. During we call it as mining, during processing, during we call it as exploitation, they'll go for continuous evaluation and this we call it as environmental audits. Done? Okay. The next one we call it as, the next major important one, we call it as PFAS. What is PFAS? It is per, be cautious, PFAS. It is called as per and we call it as poly. It is the alkali substances. ಇದನ್ನ ಕೇಳಿರಲ್ಲ ನೀವು PFAS ಕೇಳಿರಲ್ಲ, but you would have heard about a topic called as it is dirty dozens. You would have heard about a concept called as it is chemicals which is stagnant in the world. Stagnant ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, it is major agi, it is also called as forever chemicals. What is this forever chemicals? Now these chemicals are also called as which one? Forever chemicals. What is this forever chemicals andre? Nan concept really start madu. Exactly. It is, what is this forever chemicals? Now when we are talking about chemicals, there are two types of chemicals I can say. One which are soluble in water and which get degraded easily. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ನಾವು chemicals ಅಂತ ಬಂದಾಗ there are first branch of chemicals, they are soluble in water. They are soluble in water and second one we call it as they are short lived. ನೀವು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಓದಿರ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನೇ. They are short lived. And the third one, now it is easily broken down it into what? Easily broken down it into, we call it as the smaller components. It is easily broken down it into the smaller components. Example ಕೊಡಬಹುದು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ. Now water ಅಲ್ಲಿ dissolve ಆಗಬೇಕು. Second one ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಆಯುಸ್ಸು ತುಂಬಾ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇದೆ. And third one, it is easily broken down it into smaller components. Example urea, example DAP, diammonium phosphate. ಇವೆಲ್ಲ chemicals, though it is fertilizer is also chemical. Now these chemicals are short-lived, they are dissolvable in water, and it can be easily broken down into what? Smaller components. But on the other round, there are chemicals which are not easily dissolvable in water. ಮತ್ತೆಂದ್ರಲ್ಲಾಗತ್ತೆ? ನೀರಲ್ಲಾಗಲ್ಲ ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಣ್ಣೆಲಾಗತ್ತಾ? ಎಲ್ಲಾಗತ್ತೆ? Nothing but it does not dissolve in water. Rather it dissolves in fats. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Rather it dissolves in, we call it as the fats. Second one, it is not short-lived, rather it is what? Long-lived. Third one. Now, does it easily broken down it into, we call it as smaller components? No. Nothing but stagnant agirutte. Now, it is easily broken down, it is not easily broken down it into what? The smaller components. Now, ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಕೊಡಬಹುದಾ? ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ DDT. Nothing but different chemicals. Now, ili ಪಾಷಾಣ ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು, or it can be, we call it as DDT. Now, it does not, it is broken down it into what? The smaller components. But the question is, sir, which one is harmful among these two? Now, that is more harmful because the short-lived antakkantadu, it can accumulate in a single individual ashte or single organism, and that we call it as bioaccumulation. Bioaccumulation, and easy ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮೆಲ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ it will be excreted via, we call it as urination. But now this does not dissolve in, we call it as, this does not dissolve in water. Rather it is stored in where? Stored in fats. ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಣಿಯನ್ನ ಫ್ಯಾಟ್ ಜೊತೆ ತಿಂದಾಗ ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? The different chemicals are being transferred from one trophic level to the other. And this we call it as biomagnification. This we call it as which one? Perfect. Biomagnification will happen. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. Biomagnification ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಈ ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ಸ್ಯಾಟಿಸ್ಫೈ ಆಗ್ಲೇಬೇಕು at any cost. It must be, we call it as, it must dissolve only in where? Fats. ಅದೇ ವಾಟರ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಕ್ರೀಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. The biomagnification will never happen. Second, now it must be long lived. Short lived ಆದ್ರೆ ಆಟೋಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಣಿ ಸತ್ರ ಮುಗಿಯುತ್ತೆ. Now if it is easily broken down into smaller components, can it travel from one trophic level to other? Nothing but when it is long lived, when it is dissolvable in fats, when it is, we call it as easily broken down it into smaller components ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂದಾಗ what will happen? Biomagnification will happen. Second one we call it as, ಇದನ್ನೇನಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ? Bioaccumulation. ಇವಾಗ ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳಿ ಇವೆರಡರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವಪ್ಪ ಡೇಂಜರಸ್? Now second one we call it as biomagnification is very dangerous. Biomagnification is very dangerous because it travels via the different trophic levels. And recent one of the most important, we call it as pollutants yadappa antandre, it is PFAS. The or we call it as the the fluoroalkyl substances. ಸರ್ ಇದಕ್ಕೂ ನಮಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇದೆ, ಬಹಳ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇದೆ. ನೀವು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಬಟ್ ಅವ್ರು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತ. Nothing but PFAS, it is also called as what? Forever chemicals. Forever andre it has a lifespan of, we call it as long term. Forever chemicals. The third one, sir, ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನ್ ಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಕುಕಿಂಗ್ ವೇರ್. Nothing but ಎಣ್ಣೆನೆ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಆಗ್ದಂಗೆ ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ. Nothing but it is non-stick cookware. Second one, we are using it in waterproof cooking, food packaging, cover ಬರ್ತಾ food packaging ಅಲ್ಲಿ. The fourth one we call it as fire lighting foams. ನಾವು ಇದೆಲ್ಲದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಯಾವಾಗಿಂದ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ now we are using since 1950s. But the question is, sir, ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾಡಿಗೆ ಎಂಟರ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಏನೇನ್ ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ? What all changes we can experience, or what all impact we can experience on this? What all impact? ಏನ್ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ? ನಾವು ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮೆಂಟಲ್, the challenges. Second, metabolic changes, the physical harm, developmental, the problems. Followed by it is abortions ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, it is deformities. Exactly, it is major ಆಗಿ it is child development, under development ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. Now all those things, n number of challenges are being experienced because of, we call it as forever chemicals. I'll repeat. The question is, sir, ella pollutants namage hani madatandre illa. There are two types of pollutants. One we call it as, which is dissolvable, and we call it as water. Now dissolve agadu, ivaga neeve nodi, in case enadru it is new suicide ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, there are two types of pollutants irutte, or we call it as the chemicals. ನಾವು ಯಾವ್ದನ್ನ ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು. ನಾವು ಯಾವ್ದನ್ನ ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, nothing but you need to take, it is this one. Nothing but it is ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬದುಕೋ ಚಾನ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. Nothing but if it is dissolvable in water ಆದ್ರೆ, it is hospital ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದ್ರೆ chances ಇದೆ, because they will flush your intestine. Nothing but all the chemicals will get, we call it as eroded, or we call it as, it is the urination ಮೂಲಕ, it is excreta ಮೂಲಕ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. But if it is, we call it as forever chemicals, now it is excrete via, we call it as urination, rather it binds to which one? The fats. Once the chemicals fats ಗೆ bind ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, it is ಪಕ್ಕಾ ತಮಟೆ ಹೊಡಿಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಅದನ್ನ ತಗೋಬೇಕು ನೀವು, ಪಕ್ಕ ಡಿಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದಿರಾ, ಪಕ್ಕ ನಾನು ಆಗ್ಲೇಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ತಗೊಬಿಡಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ there is no we call it as the reason to be alive. Nothing but we are consuming it in a lighter quantities. ಸರ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾಕೆ ನಾವು ಸಾಯ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಲಾರ್ಜರ್ ಕ್ವಾಂಟಿಟಿ ತಗೋತಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಲೈಟರ್ ಕ್ವಾಂಟಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ತಗೋತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ದಿನ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ 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 ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ. ನಾವು ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ತಗೊಂಡಾಗ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಅಕ್ಯುಮುಲೇಷನ್ will lead to, we call it as the sudden cardiac arrest ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, or it can be, we call it as mental depressions, or it can be, we call it as the different, it is the organs are being, it is collapse ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಕಾರಣ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, all this we call it as forever chemicals. ಸರ್ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಇಷ್ಟು ನಾವು ತಿಂತಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ? it is we are using it in, we call it as landfills ಮೂಲಕ, or it is using with respect to, we call it as households also. It is major ಆಗಿ ಈ ತರ ಎಲ್ಲ ತಗೋಬಾರ್ದು ನೀವು. Which one? It is major one, we call it as non-stick, waterproof, all these are made up of chemicals, boss. Or we call it as the farm soils, or it can be our industries ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. Majority of them are, we call it as the chemicals which are long withstanding. Now this can compromise our mental health, this can compromise our physical health, or it can compromise, or we call it as the different organs, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸರ್ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? ಮತ್ತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವರು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿಲ್ವಾ, ಇನ್ನೂ ದಬಾಗ್ತಿಲ್ವಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, it is government has taken huge amount of initiatives, and that initiatives we call it as the Stockholm Convention. Now what is the Stockholm Convention? What is this? The Stockholm Convention talk about. Now Stockholm Convention talk about POPs. Now what is POPs? It is, now Stockholm Convention on, we call it as the POPs. Okay, now POPs alladu. It is POPs andre persistent organic pollutants. Persistent organic the pollutants. Nothing but in criteria meet agbeku illi. There must be 3 to 4. One is, we call it as, it must dissolve only in where? Now fats. Second one, what the time period? Long lasting irbeku. Third one, now should it need to break down it in smaller components or not? No. Nothing but they are called as persistent organic pollutants. Now this POPs was being adopted. The Stockholm Conference now took place in which year? Now took place in, we call it as 2001. Took place in 2001, but this came into effect in which year? This came into effect in, we call it as 2005. Took place in 2005, and India joined the Stockholm. India joined the Stockholm in which year? India joined the Stockholm in, we call it as 2006 al join agidri. India joined this organization in which year? In 2006. What's the objective of the Stockholm Convention? Now Stockholm Convention target enappa antandre, it is major agi, it is elimination of which one? Elimination of, we call it as POPs, including which one? Including PFAS. Including PFAS anta kariti. Now they have taken an initiative called as elimination of, we call it as which one? Dirty dozen Santa. Dirty dozen. They have taken initiative to eliminate completely from India, and that we call it as dirty dozens. What is dirty dozens, Andre? It is the 12 chemicals. Dirty dozen andre ಏನು 12 ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋಲ್ಲ ಅದಾದ್ರು. Okay. Now dirty dozens. Now it is the 12 chemicals which are harmful for humanity, which are leading to biomagnification. Such chemicals are being banned at the world level. Such chemicals are being banned at the world level. It is, we call it as dirty dozens, and this we call it as Stockholm. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು Stockholm ಅಂದ್ರೇನು, Basel ಅಂದ್ರೇನು, Rotterdam ಅಂದ್ರೇನು. It is Stockholm. You should know all those things. ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿವೆಲ್ಲ. Now what is Minamata Convention? It is elimination of mercury from the world. Second one, what is Basel Convention? What is Rotterdam? ಓದೇ ಇಲ್ವಾ? It is environmentally. ಮತ್ತೇನು ಹೇಳಿ? What is the difference between, we call it as the Rotterdam Convention and Basel Convention? Done. Now, which talks about the transboundary movement of chemicals? Basel or Rotterdam? Okay. Now, major agi it is the Basel Convention talks about transboundary movement of, we call it as hazardous chemicals, and Rotterdam Convention talks about major, including, we call it as radioactive materials also, including radioactive materials also. Majorly all this Basel ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, all this Stockholm ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, all this mercury ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, or it can be Rotterdam. They are targeting with respect to, we call it as hazardous chemicals. They are targeting with respect to, we call it as hazardous chemicals. But ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, now PFAS ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ nothing but it is per and the poly, the fluoro. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, the fluorine atoms are very dangerous. The fluoro alkyl substances, it's also called as forever chemicals. Sir, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬರ್ತಿದಾವೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, it is used in a number of sectors. It's used in household activities, the food packaging, used in industries, used in agriculture, soil, all those things. ಬಟ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅನಾಹುತಗಳು ಏನಾಗ್ತವೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಅನಾಹುತಗಳು ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, it impacts our, it has mental health, impacts our soil, impacts our water, impacts our biomagnification also. And ಅದನ್ನ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, via conference call, which one? It is, we call it as, it is the Stockholm Convention. The Stockholm Convention on, we call it as POPs. And we need to know about, we call it as dirty dozens also. Done. The next one, we call it as the Taj Trapezium zone. The Taj Trapezium zone. Now, while discussing about, we call it as mapping, we have discussed about, we call it as Humayun tomb. Humayun, the tomb. Now, the major one, it is major one you should know about, this Taj Trapezium zone. Now, what is this Taj Trapezium zone? Now, ಈ Taj Trapezium zone ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆಯಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ಹತ್ರ it is 11 ಅಥವಾ 10,500 square kilometers ಇದಾವೆ. Now, this Taj Trapezium zone, it consists of how many? It consists of, we call it as, it is 10,500 square kilometers. Square kilometers, okay alva? Now, square kilometers ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಸರ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ it is the distance or the area. Area ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಅಷ್ಟು ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. Now, it is spread across two important states. Spread across two important states. One we call it what? One we call it as Uttar Pradesh, and second one we call it as which one? It is Rajasthan. And the third question is why we have declared this zone as Taj Trapezium zone. ನೋಡಿ, ಒಂದು ಟ್ರಯಾಂಗಲ್ ತರನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ರೆಕ್ಟಾಂಗಲ್ ತರನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೆಂಗಿದೆ? Trapezium ತರ ಇದೆ. Hope you getting it? Now, what is this Taj? Taj ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ತಾಜ್ ಹೋಟೆಲ್, ತಾಜ್ ಮಹಲ್ ಅಂತ. Now, Taj Mahal, the symbol of love. ಓಕೆನಾ? ತಾಜ್ ಮಹಲ್ ನಾವು ಸುತ್ತ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲ? ಹೋಪ್ ಯು ಗೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಇಟ್? ನಾವು ವೈ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, because this Taj Mahal is one of the major important, the UNESCO World Heritage Sites. and it has also been added under, we call it as the the eighth wonder of the world. One of, we call it as the seven wonders alla 8 ide iga ನಾನು ತಪ್ಪು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅನ್ಕೋಬೇಡಿ. Now eighth wonder of the world ಅಲ್ಲಿ it is one of them we call it as ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ, it is Agra Fort, or it can be we call it Taj Mahal also, but most important we call it as which one? Now which is the eighth one which has been added recently? It is Angkor Wat. Anchor the what? Now the most important one we call it as the Taj Mahal. But the question is, now this Taj Mahal, it is present in UP and it is in Agra and near to Delhi. But the question was, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸುತ್ತಾನೆ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಲವ್ನ ಹಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. Now they were establishing industries, and this industries established ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ this Taj Mahal was undergoing, we call it as corrosion, or it was undergoing, or it was losing its original, we call it as the color. Now what to do now? Now industries established ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸುತ್ತ industries, polluting industries ಇಂದ it is losing its original value or original color. What to do now? ಈಗ ನೀವಾದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ನೀವು? ಇನ್ನ ಫೋಟೋ ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹಾಳಾಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಬಿಡಿ ಅಂತ ಬಿಡ್ತೀರಾ? It is no. Government took it as an initiative, saying that we need to protect this. And protect ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, by declaring this as, we call it as Taj Trapezium Zone. But ಈ Taj Trapezium Zone ಅನ್ನ ಡಿಕ್ಲೇರ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ it is ಪುನಾದಿ ಹಾಕಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಯಾರು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ by Supreme Court. Now in a judgment called as which judgment? In a judgment called as MC Mehta versus Union of India case. Nothing but MC Mehta versus Union of India case, Supreme Court has declared it as environment as the most important priority, and at the same time we should protect our architecture also. Majorly the marvelous architectures anna protect ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಡಿಕ್ಲೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಡಿಕ್ಲೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೋ, and they have declared this as Taj Trapezium. ಯಾಕೆ ಟ್ರಪೀಸಿಯಂ? ಏನಕ್ಕಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ because it's in the manner of, we call it as trapezium ತರ ಇದೆ. And this zone we call it as Taj Trapezium. Now within this Taj Trapezium zone there are, we call it as n number of, we call it as the architectural forts, which includes Agra Fort, which includes Taj Mahal, which includes, we call it as Akbar Tomb, Buland Darwaza, or it can be, we call it as Fatehpur Sikri. Now all these things were being added as a part of which one? Added as a part of, we call it as the UNESCO World Heritage Sites also. But don't you think we need to protect this? Now protect ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ, how to protect this locality? How to protect this region? Now ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ automatic ಆಗಿ we have declared the zone as what? Taj Trapezium Zone. But once the Taj Trapezium Zone ಆಗಿ ಡಿಕ್ಲೇರ್ ಮಾಡಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ, now around this, we call it as around this Taj Mahal, can we establish any industries which are polluting? ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, because we have established an authority called as Taj Trapezium Zone Authority establish ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. Now Taj Trapezium Zone Authority has been established. Now according to this authority, they have clearly said that it is ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರೂ industries polluting ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಝೋನ್ ಬರಲೇಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತ ಡಿಕ್ಲೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. They have declared saying that now whichever industries which are polluting ಅಂತ industries ನಮ್ಮ ಝೋನ್ ಬರಲೇಬೇಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾರನ್ನ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ? They are allowing only, we call it as green and white industries ಮಾತ್ರ ಸಬ್ಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, but orange and red are not being allowed in which zone? Allowed in, we call it as Taj Trapezium Zone. So ಇದು ಓಕೆ, ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಡ, ನನಗೆ ಒಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದನ್ನ ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಷ್ಟೇ. Can I establish nearby? Now always and always observe, it is once ಸತಿ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಝೋನ್ ಅನ್ನ ಡಿಕ್ಲೇರ್ ಮಾಡಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ it is up till 1 kilometer it has been declared as what? It is buffer zone. But in the national parks ಆದ್ರೆ it is up till 10 kilometers. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ. Now general it is zones ಆದ್ರೆ Up till 1 kilometer will be declared as what? 1 kilometer will be declared as buffer zone. Ade, it is around national parks. Up till 10 kilometers will be declared as, we call it as ecologically sensitive zone. ESZ anta karitivi. Up till 10, illadre 1. Alladre, up till 10 kilometers. Again, eco-sensitive zones are being declared under which act? Environmental Protection Act of 1986. I'll repeat. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಬಿಡಿ ಸರ್. ಈಗ ಮೇಜರ್ ನೀವೇ ನೋಡ್ರಪ್ಪ, ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಹಂಪಿ ಇದೆ, ಪಟ್ಟದಕಲ್ ಇದೆ, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ವಿ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಹೊಯ್ಸಳ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಆಫ್ ಟೆಂಪಲ್ಸ್. ಬಟ್ ಮೈ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಇಸ್, ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ವಿ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಎನಿ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ನಿಯರ್ ಟು ದ ಹಂಪಿ? ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದ? ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ? ದಟ್ಸ್ ಮೈ ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್. ವೈ ಕಾಂಟ್? Exactly. That is a general ಆಗಿ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ it is 1 kilometers. Around national parks it is 10 kilometers. ಈಗ ಹಂಪಿ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ನೀವು ಹಂಪಿ ಯಾವತ್ತಾರು ಹೋದಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರೀಸ್ ನೋಡಿದೀರ? ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ, ಯಾಕಿಲ್ಲ? ಇದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಎತ್ತಂಗಡಿ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ? ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ನಮ್ಗೇನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಹಂಪಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಜರ್ ವಿಜಯನಗರ ಸಾಮ್ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಸ್ತಿ. ಅದು ಹುಡುಕಿ ಕೊನೆ ಪಕ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ ಹಂಪಿ. ಬಟ್ ಇವಾಗ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದನ್ನ ನಾಶ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು ಆಟೋಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಡಿಫಿಕಲ್ಟ್ ಟು ಕನ್ಸರ್ವ್ ದಿಸ್. ಅಂಡ್ ಅಟ್ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಟೈಮ್ ದಿಸ್ ವಾಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಬೀನ್ ಡಿಕ್ಲೇರ್ಡ್ ಆಸ್ ಯುನೆಸ್ಕೋ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಹೆರಿಟೇಜ್ ಸೈಟ್ಸ್. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಡ್ಯೂಟಿ ಟು ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ದ ಡ್ಯೂಟಿ ಆಫ್ ದ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಟು ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇಟ್. ಅಂಡರ್ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ 49 it's a duty of the state to protect the monuments of national importance. ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕು ಅವರು. ಅಂಡ್ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತಾರೆ, ನಾವು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಫಂಡಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಡ್ಯೂಟಿ. we need to do it. But the question came up before the Supreme Court saying that, okay, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ, ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು. And Supreme Court said that it is you which ಯಾಕೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. It's nothing but 1 kilometer ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ. And this zone has been declared as what? It is, we call it as, it is the buffer zone. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೊಗೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು nothing but exactly ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಹೋಗು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಹೋಗು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ವಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ ಹೊಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಆಟೋಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕಲ್ they will settle. It is around, we call it this region also. And for that, we are going for 1 kilometer of, we call it as buffer. In this 1 kilometer, we are going for planting of the trees. And this zone, we call it as the buffer zone, 1 kilometers. Around National Park, up till we call it as 10 kilometers. This we call it as Taj Trapezium, the Taj Trapezium, the zone anta karite. The next one, highly important one, we call it as. Highly important one, we call it as. The next one yadappa andre policy on geothermal energy. ನನಗೆ ಮೊದಲು ಹೇಳಿ, it is geothermal energy ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? Now what is geothermal energy? Exactly, nothing but it is when we are studying about the interior of the earth. Now interior of the earth ಅನ್ನು ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ you would have studied about as we move from, it is majorly from the surface towards the interior part, temperature ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? increase ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. but ಈ temperature ಅನ್ನ can we use it to run the turbine? Now if we are using it to run the turbine, and that we call it as geothermal energy. ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಜಿಯೋ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅರ್ಥ, thermal ಅಂದ್ರೆ temperature, energy means we are using to run the turbine, and that we call it as geo means earth, thermal means temperature, energy means we call it as, now energy which is used to run the turbine, that we call it as geothermal. Done. Sir, geothermal energy ಅನ್ನ ನಾವು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್, ಈಗ ನೀವೇ ನೋಡ್ರಪ್ಪ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಸಿಗತ್ತೆ? ನಾವು ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಲುಕ್ ಫಾರ್, ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ದ ಫಾಲ್ಟ್ ರೀಜನ್ಸ್. ಹೌದೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ? ನಮ್ಗೆ ಫಾಲ್ಟ್ ರೀಜನ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಈಗ ನಮ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಫಾಲ್ಟ್ ರೀಜನ್ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿರುತ್ತೆ ನಾರ್ಮಲಿ ಫಾಲ್ಟ್ ರೀಜನ್ಸ್? ನಾವು ಫಾಲ್ಟ್ ರೀಜನ್ಸ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ ದ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಇದರ್ ಕನ್ವರ್ಜೆನ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಡೈವರ್ಜೆನ್ಸ್ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ ದ ಪ್ಲೇಟ್ಸ್. ಬಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿರುತ್ತೆ? ಎರಡು ಕಡೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆಯಪ್ಪ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಕನ್ವರ್ಜೆನ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ ದ ಪ್ಲೇಟ್ಸ್, ಆನ್ ದ ಬಾರ್ಡರ್ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ ದ ಪ್ಲೇಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿರುತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹಿಮಾಲಯಸ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ವೆಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ ಲದಾಖ್. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಪೂಗಾ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವ್ಯಾಲಿ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಲದಾಖ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಜಿಯೋಥರ್ಮಲ್. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಈಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ ಅರ್ತ್ ಕ್ರಸ್ಟ್, ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಅ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್. ನಾವು ಸ್ಟೀಮ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, It will be used to run the turbine. Turbine run ಆದರೆ automatic ಆಗಿ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, electricity ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, and that can be used to, it is we call it as for commercial aspects also, and this we call it as geothermal energy ಅಂತ ಕರೀತೀವಿ. Second one we call it as, ಸರಿ ಜಿಯೋಥರ್ಮಲ್ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಇತ್ತ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಪಾಲಿಸಿನೇ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. Policy is nothing but is a policy which has been brought in by whom? Executive or a government. But policy ne irlilla. For the first time, we have brought in a dedicated, which one? Dedicated framework with respect to harnessing up of which energy? Geothermal energy. My simple question is, now is this geothermal energy, is it we call it as polluting, or is it a clean energy? It's a clean energy because it has been released from where? Earth. ಅದನ್ನ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ. Now the question is the first one, it's a dedicated framework has been released by ಯಾರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ನಾನು? Government, or we call it as executive. Which government has released this geothermal energy policy? ನಾವು ತಂದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, it is the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, MNRE. Now released on, we call it as September 15, 2025. By which ministry? ಯಾವ ಸಚಿವಾಲಯದವರು? ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ಯಾವ ಸಚಿವಾಲಯದವರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಮೇಜರ್ ಬೈ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ನ್ಯೂ ಅಂಡ್ ರಿನ್ಯೂಯಬಲ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿ. It was released by, we call it as Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. Now your target ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, target ಏನು? Now we need to achieve, we call it as 10 gigawatt by which year? Now 10 gigawatt majorly by ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, it is by 2030 ಅಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ 10 gigawatt energy ಅಚೀವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತೆ. ನಾವ್ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಗುರು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಿದನ್ನ? ಸುಮ್ನೆ ಇದ್ರೆ ಆಗಲ್ವಾ? ಸುಮ್ನೆ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೆಣಕದ ಯಾಕೆ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ our population are increasing. ಯಾವಾಗ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಗತ್ತೋ, the demand for electricity will be lesser or more? Now ಯಾವಾಗ electricity demand ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗತ್ತೋ, should we need to focus on this? On one side it is a population explosion, and on the other side we have a target called as INDC targets. On the other round we have INDC target also, boss. ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತೀರಿ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. But by focusing on geothermal energy, can we achieve both? We can achieve our INDC target also, net zero by 2070. We can also achieve our population demand also, and at the same time namge affordable energy kuda sigutte. We will also get affordable energy also. Now innond logical agi hella. Now the question is, sir iವರು ದಡ್ರಲ್ವಾ, ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ವಿಂಡ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ವಾ? Now in Himalayas, it is the solar energy and wind energy is very minimal. Why? Because the altitude is very high. Now altitude very high ಇದ್ದಾಗ temperature ತುಂಬಾ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಸನ್ಲೈಟ್ ಬೀಳಲ್ಲ. Nothing but option for sunlight is very zero. Second, can we go for wind? Now wind ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, because complete Himalayas comes under where? The forest ecosystem. See, wind energy ನ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬಯಲು ಸೀಮೆ ಇರಬೇಕು. ನಾವಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ we are going for, or we are searching for a third alternative. And which is the third alternative? And that geothermal we call it as, majorly focusing in, we call it as in our Himalayas. Now we have established our first, we call it as well in, we call it as Puga Valley in Ladakh, and first we call it as geothermal plant has been established in Itanagar. It's in Arunachal Pradesh. At the same time, we are also focusing upon, we call it as geothermal in Himachal Pradesh. Majorly ellappa andre, it is we call it as in Elli andre Himalayas. Example keltare. Consider the following statement with respect to geothermal energy. The first option will be, it has the potential for geothermal, it is very high in Himalayas. Second one, it has recently we have established our first geothermal well in Ladakh, and geothermal plant in, it is Arunachal Pradesh. Which of the following is correct? Only one is correct, two is correct, it is neither correct, or both are correct. Now which one is correct? Which statements are correct? Now both the statements are correct. Both the statements are correct. with respect to, we call it as geothermal source of energy. Geothermal source of energy, both are correct anta kariteve. Done. Now idr jotege we are also going for resource data repository or inventory. Jotege online we call it as single window clearances also. We are encouraging the people to go for, we call it as geothermal source of energy. I'll repeat. Takkatima nenpitkobeku illi. Now geothermal andre enappa? Geo andre earth. What does thermal means? It is temperature. Energy means, what is energy? It is major agi energy antandre major resources to do a work. That we call it as energy. Now here we are going for the India's first, we call it as the first geothermal policy. This was being brought in by which ministry? Brought in by, we call it as new and renewable energy. New and renewable, what is the target? Target is 10 gigawatt, and this will achieve both our demand also, and second one, it will achieve our INDC targets also. Geothermal energy sambandhapattante. Sir, idella okay. Now, which is the first country to go for geothermal energy? First country to go for it. Now, first country to go for it, and first country to establish. The first country to establish geothermal generator. Geothermal generator yarappa antandre Italy. Be cautious here. Italy has become the first country to go for, we call it as geothermal sources, and we call it as geothermal generator also. Second one in India. In India we have gone for two things. One is well established ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಡೆ plant establish ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ, complete setup establish ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. Well ಅಲ್ಲಿ plant ಅಲ್ಲಿ. Now well is in, we call it as Kuga Valley. Kuga Valley, it's in where? Ladakh. Plant ಅಲ್ಲಿ. Itanagar, it's in Arunachal Pradesh ಅಂತ ಕರೀತೀವಿ. Arunachal Pradesh, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ okay. Now the question is, now which countries are the largest producer of geothermal? Which countries are considered to be the largest producers of, we call it as geothermal energy? Exactly. ಹೇಳ್ರಪ್ಪ, ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಬೇಗನೆ ಪಾಠ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಿ, ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ. ಯಾರಿರ್ಬೋದು ಲಾರ್ಜೆಸ್ಟ್ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ. Now largest is America. Largest is America. Second is, we call it as Indonesia. Third one Philippines. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ನೀವೇ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. Because they have huge amount of the reserves. Nothing but all these countries comes under really the Pacific Ring of Fire. Pacific Ring of Fire ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಕೂತಿದ್ರೆ it is ಬಿಸಿ ಗಾಳಿ ಬರ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ. Nothing but we call it as thermal energy. ಅದನ್ನ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಟರ್ಬೈನ್ ರನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಮುಗೀತು. There is minimal cost, I can say. Minimal cost. It has been used to extract or harness, we call it as geothermal source of energy. Okay na? This we call it as geothermal. Enikappa news al geothermal. Why it's in use? India's first dedicated framework. India's first dedicated framework. ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. See, first ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು. Now I'm discussing all these things first itself. Done. Next one we call it as, the next one we call it as the climate adaptation in Indian agriculture. The climate adaptation in, we call it as Indian agriculture. Now do we require adaptation? ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ adaptation ಬೇಕು? Why we want adaptation? Okay, to overcome droughts. To overcome droughts, fine. Second, okay, fertilizers. So the first question is, now is the climate change, is it an happening phenomenon or is it just a myth? It's a happening phenomenon. How can you say that it's an happening phenomenon? ಹೆಂಗೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, because we have seen with respect to why we call it as planetary boundaries, morning itself. It's a happening phenomenon. Climate change is a happening phenomenon. And the second one, now, which is the main sector which is being impacted because of climate change? Now, ಯಾವ ಸೆಕ್ಟರ್ಗೆ ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಅನಾಹುತ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ? Now, ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಅನಾಹುತ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, exactly yes, it is ONGC. Now, India's first geothermal power plant, or we call it as the power well anta karitiri. The power project has been established by ONGC now. Established by ONGC. ONGC andre Oil and Natural Gas Corporation. Perfect online. Yes, yes. Done. This we need to know with respect to our, we call it as, well, it's in, we call it as. Now, fully, it is indigenous antakantadu ellappa antandre, it is in Arunachal Pradesh. It's in Arunachal Pradesh. Exactly. Done. Now, the next one we call it as, the climate change adaptation with respect to Indian agriculture. Now, adaptation ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ climate change is an happening phenomenon, but the question is, sir, which sector is being impacted? It is very intensively. ಯಾವ ಸೆಕ್ಟರ್ಗೆ ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ? ನಾವು ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ಗೆ. ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ಗೆ ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ? ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ? Because when we are comparing with respect to Indian agriculture, now even till today, it is around 60% of the farmers. They are dependent on which one? Now 60% of the farmers are dependent on, we call it as monsoon. Dependent on monsoon. Okay, Alva? Dependent on monsoon? Yes. Dependent on monsoon, the first one. The second major important one, now climate change antakantadu ಯಾವ ಸೆಕ್ಟರ್ಗೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ? ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಸೆಕ್ಟರ್. ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ it is the ICAR. Now what is the ICAR? Now Indian Council of Agricultural Research, they have come out with a, ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, it is South Asia launches the first climate adaptation atlas. What is this atlas andre? Atlas is the map. Now they provide a map with respect to our the national level, they provide with the state level, district level maps anna ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. And this has been provided by yarappa antandre, this has been provided by, we call it as ICAR, Indian Council of Agricultural Research. The question is, what's the objective of, we call it as this India's, or I can say, or ICAR's, it is adaptation atlas prakara. ಇದರ ಮೂಲ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಏನು? ಇದರ ಮೂಲ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಅಟ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ಮ್ಯಾಪ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ. Now maps will be beneficial for whom? Maps are being provided which focus upon the digital, the map at the national level, digital map at what level? State level, and digital map at, we call it as district level. The question is, sir, digital maps kotre yaರಿಗೆ benefit ಆಗುತ್ತೆ? Now it will benefit both the personalities. It benefits our agriculture also, agricultural farmers. It benefits the policy makers also. I'll repeat. The first one we call it as, it is the Atlas of Climate Adaptation. The climate adaptation which sector? Adaptation andre ಏನು? Nothing but it is the changing atmosphere or the changing, we call it as climate and weather. ನಾವು ಅದರ ಅನುಗುಣವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗ್ತಿರಬೇಕು. That we call it adaptation. But adaptation ಆಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಮೊದಲು ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತ. ನಾವು ಆ ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಾವು ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ICAR, the South India's or the South Asia's first, the atlas has been released by whom? ICAR, Indian Council of Agricultural Research. They have given an atlas. Nothing but atlas andre ಏನು sir andre maps. Now these maps are being provided at which level? The national level, overall, at India level, at state level, at district level, data is also being provided. Our data ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ or maps ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ they will provide. Now where are we experiencing high climate change, moderate climate change, low climate change? Now if we are getting that data, now it will be beneficial to whom? ಯಾರಿಗೆ benefit ಆಗುತ್ತೆ? Now it will benefit, we call it as, the two important personalities. One is our agricultural farmers will get benefited, and the second one we call it as, even our policy makers gets benefited. Even the policy makers, and we call it as the farmers also. Now ಇವ್ರೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಬೆಳೆಗಳನ್ನ it is ಅದರ ಅನುಗುಣವಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. It is ತುಂಬಾ ಬಿಸಿಲಿದೆಯಾ, I won't go for, we call it as, the major horticulture crops. I'll go for, we call it as, it is high temperature resistant crops. Policy makers policy ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ they can use this maps also. This we call it as Atlas on Climate Adaptation in which sector? Agricultural sector. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, This is considered to be, we call it as the completely digital. And this was being launched this year on January 23rd, 2026. And it's an initiative of ICAR and maps kortivi. And this maps in them, it will benefit huge amount of, we call it as the farmers also, it will benefit the policy makers also. Then this we call it as the climate adaptation atlas. See, alle you break down madre nimge sikbidutte. Okay, it is yes online. The Puga Well Ladakh, yes, Varun, I'll check, I'll cross check that. Okay, India's first geothermal power plant antu, it is established in ONGC in Puga Valley. It's in Ladakh, done. Okay, I'll cross check that. It is Arunachal Pradesh, you know, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತಪ್ಪಿದೆಯಂತೆ. I'll check that and I'll update in the next class. Done. But according to me, it is right. But no, I'll cross verify once more. It is with respect to, we call it as, I said Ladakh al bandaga major agi, it is ONGC plant. It is Puga, it is the Puga Valley. Not well, it is major, it is well, it is Puga Valley. Location is Puga Valley. And it is established the first location, and also it is also called as the well anta kariti. But second one, I said it is major power plant or geo plant anta sthapane madadi, or it's also called as first indigenous plant kuda illide. Arunachal Pradesh allide. But I'll cross check that. Second one cross check madi, I'll update in the next class. Done. Now is this atlas part clear? Is this atlas part? It is atlas andre atlas on climate adaptation. What is this atlas on climate adaptation andre? We will be providing a map ashte. Nothing but iga namage disaster map tara bandide alva. Iga BIS no release madidare. What is BIS? Bureau of Indian Standards has given a earthquake zone mapping. Now complete Himalayas comes under which zone? Zone 6. In the same manner, even this ICAR will also release, we call it as the agricultural climate adaptation map anna kodtare. Nothing but elli climate change ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ plants ಅನ್ನ it is ನೆಡಬೇಕು ಯಾವ ಬೆಳೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. Now this will benefit both our farmers also, it will benefit both our which one? It is our policy makers also. And this zone we call it as, or this atlas has been released by whom? Released by, we call it as, released by, it is the ICAR. And the next topic we call it as ABS. What's ABS? Access and benefit sharing. Now under our United Nations CBD, we have three important conventions. We have the three important conventions. Which is that convention talks about? It is UNCBD anta nodaga, United Nations Convention on Biodiversity. Now under this we have the three important objectives of CBD. First objective here is the CP. CP andre conservation and protection of, we call it as biodiversity. Conservation and protection of biodiversity. Second one we call it as ABS. Now yaru conserve ಮಾಡ್ತಿದಾರಲ್ವಾ, it is ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ benefits anna share ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ. Access and benefit sharing. Which is the protocol we have with respect to ABS? It is, we call it as Nagoya. We call it as which protocol? Nagoya protocol talks about access and benefit sharing. Access and benefit sharing talks about which one? It is Nagoya protocol. ABS nothing but yaru protect ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದುಡ್ಡನ್ನ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ. And the third one we call it as LMOs. What is LMOs? Now living modified organisms. Now this living modified organisms we have a separate convention, and that convention we call it as which one? We call it as Cartagena protocol. Okay now, at least it's basics gothirli. Now we are only talking about, we call it as ABS. Access and benefit sharing antakantadu. Now recent news enikidiyappa antandre, recently we have brought in the new rules and regulations with respect to which one? ABS. Now this ABS has been brought in by, we call it as NBA. What's NBA? National Biodiversity Authority. Now this NBA has been established under which act? Now Biodiversity Act of which year? 2002, perfect. Biodiversity Act of 2002. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಇಲ್ಲಿ. Now ಹೊಸ ABS rules ತಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Now under which act? Biodiversity Act of 2002. ತಂದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಯಾರು? It is, we call it as NBA, National Biodiversity Authority. It is headquartered in Chennai. Headquartered in Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Headquartered in, we call it as Chennai, Tamil Nadu. ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲ, ಚೆನ್ನೈ ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡು. ನಾವು ಈ ಒಂದು ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಏನೇನು ಹೇಳತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, one were earning more than 5 crore rupees. One were earning, it is X factory gross value ಏನಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ 5 ಕೋಟಿಗಿಂತ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ದುಡ್ಡನ್ನ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ತಗೋತಿದ್ರೆ, it is some portion we need to share it to whom? Some portion we need to share it to ಯಾರಿಗೆ? It is local people. Nothing but BMC ಗಳಿಗೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. What is BMC? It is, we need to transfer it to, we call it as BMC. What is BMCs? Biodiversity Management Committeeಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ನಾನು ತಂದಿರೋದಲ್ವಾ, ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, it is major which includes our genetics ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, I have taken it from local people. Nothing but I need to transfer some amount to this BMCs. This we call it as Biodiversity Management Committees ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಓಕೆನಾ? This we call it as Biodiversity Management Committees. We need to share some things, and this we call it as ABS. ABS ಅಂದ್ರೆ access and benefit sharing. What is ABS ಅಂದ್ರೆ access and benefit sharing. Sir, ಈ ಒಂದು access and benefit sharing does not apply to ಯಾರಿಗೆ? Does not apply to, we call it as medicinal plants, or it does not includes Ayush practitioners. ಯಾಕೆ ಆಯುಷ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಷನರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಷನರ್ಸ್ಗೆ we are exempting this cultivating medicinal plants, or it can be ಆಯುಷ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಷನರ್ಸ್ಗೆ, ಲೋಕಲ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ಗೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದುಡ್ಡನ್ನು ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ವೈ? ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ವಿ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಎನ್ಕರೇಜ್ ದಿಸ್ ಸೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ನಾವು ಎನ್ಕರೇಜ್ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ವಿ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಎನ್ಕರೇಜ್ ದಿಸ್ ಸೆಕ್ಟರ್. ದುಡ್ಡನ್ನ ಲೋಕಲ್ಗೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನದು ದುಡ್ಡು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಬಟ್ ದುಡ್ಡೇ ಕೊಡಬೇಡ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, now everyone will be interested to come to the sector and they'll invest in the sector and they'll grow the sector also, and other intention also. Be cautious. We call it as Biodiversity ABS regulatory mechanism has been brought in by NBA, and an act called as Biodiversity Act of 2002. And the third one, ABS, means access ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಲ್ವಾ, ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ. ನಾವು ಯಾರಿಗಪ್ಪ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? We need to share it to, we call it as local people. According to the recent rules, now we need to transfer it as ಎಷ್ಟಪ್ಪ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, your gross X factory value. Gross ಅಂದ್ರೆ total. Gross means total. It is annual X factory value. If it is more than, we call it as 5 CR. We need to give it to, we need to give it some amount to, we call it as, it is a local people also. ನಾವು ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಎಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಷನರ್ ಅಥವಾ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನಲ್ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ರೆ it is exempted. And second one, we call it as Ayush practitioners are being exempted from where? It is ABS regulation. I'll repeat ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸತಿ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಬಿಡಿ. One, we call it as, what is ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ABS ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ನಾವು ABS ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ access, and we call it as benefit sharing. The question is, ಈಗ ನಾನೊಬ್ಬ ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೋಣ. ನನಗೆ ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಐ ಆಮ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು, ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಚಿಕ್ಕಮಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೀನಿ. ಈಗ ಚಿಕ್ಕಮಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ನನಗೇನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಒಂದ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗಡ್ಡ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೂದಲೆಲ್ಲ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಒಂದ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀನಿ. ಬಟ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈಡ್ ಸಮ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ವಿಚ್ ಇಸ್ ರಿಲೆವೆಂಟ್ ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್. ಈಗ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ನಾನು ಇನ್ವೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ಬಟ್ ನನ್ ಕಷ್ಟ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಗಡ್ಡ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇರ್ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಐ ಡಿಡ್ ಸಮ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್. ಮತ್ತೆ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಫೈನಲೈಸ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಗುರು ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು? ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೈ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್. ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ನಿಮ್ದೇ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಕಷ್ಟ ನಿಮ್ದೇ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಬಟ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಮತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಾವಲ್ವಾ? ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಹೂ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್ ಹಿಯರ್? It is SB has given approval. State Biodiversity Authority has given an approval to go for research in BMCs. ಈಗ ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್ ಸಿಕ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅದರಿಂದ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತ ಆದಾಯವನ್ನ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟೇಜ್ ಯಾರು ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು? ನಾವು ಲೋಕಲ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡಿ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಪಾಪ ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟು ಅದನ್ನ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ನಷ್ಟ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಅಂಡ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ತೊಂದರೆ ಕೂಡ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡಿ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ABS ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಓಕೆನಾ? ಆಕ್ಸೆಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಶೇರಿಂಗ್ ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಈವನ್ ಇನ್ ಬೆಲ್ಲಂ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಈವನ್ ಇನ್ ಬೆಲ್ಲಂ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟಾಕ್ಡ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ದಿಸ್, ಅಂಡ್ ದಟ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಬೆಲ್ಲಂ ಫಾರ್ ಎವರ್ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟಿ ಆರ್ ಗ್ಲೋಬಲ್ ಫಾರ್ ಎವರ್ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟಿ. ಏನ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದುಡ್ಡನ್ನ ಅನುದಾನವಾಗಿ ಕೊಡಿ. ಈವನ್ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಬಿ ಹ್ಯಾಪಿಯರ್. ಬಟ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ $4 per hectare ಅಂತ. ಏನ್ ಸಾಕಾಗತ್ತೆ? ಒಂದು ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ $4 ₹400 ಅಂತೆ. ಅದು 1 ಎಕರೆಗೆ 1 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ. ಅದು ಕೊಡದೇ ಇದ್ರೇನೆ ಒಳ್ಳೇದಲ್ಲ. ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಒಂದು CR 2 CR ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಸಾಕಪ್ಪ. ನಾವು ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ದಿನ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಜಿಯೋ ಟ್ಯಾಗ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾಸ್ ಹಾಕಿ, CC ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಒಂದೊಂದಕ್ಕೆ CC ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಹಾಕ್ಸಿ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಗಾಳಿ ಬರ್ತಿದೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು O2 SCO2 ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ. ಬಟ್ 4 ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ? ಒಂದು ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ಒಂದು ಕೊಂಬೆ ಮುರಿದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮಾರಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು $400 ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಸ್ಯಾಂಡಲ್ವುಡ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೇಜರ್ ಒಂದು ಕೊಂಬೆ ಮುರಿದ್ರೆ ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ $1000 ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಕೊಂಬೆ ಸಾಕು. Who will protect this? And that's the conflict we are seeing here. And it is everyone want profit and everyone want resources, but no one want to share that resources with the local people. That's the conflict we are seeing here. Yes or no? It is the rules nodadaga we are going for, we call it as, we are going for, it is different rules and regulations here. Different rules and regulations, ಏನಪ್ಪ different rules and regulations ಅಂದ್ರೆ expanded scope also. We are going for, we call it as digital DNA. It is, we call it as the genetics also is being done here. The DNA ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು, RNA, proteins, mRNA is being tried here. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಯಾರು ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ? It is rules has been brought in by, we call it as NBA. ನಾವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಬಯೋಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಅಥಾರಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳನ್ನ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ? Now how many it is institutions has been established? We call it as 3 important institutions has been established. Which is that 3? Now NBA rules ತಂದಿರೋ NBA ಅನ್ನೋರು. Now approval ಕೊಡೋರು ಯಾರು? It is SBA. Now we have established 3 important institutions. One we call it as NBA. What is NBA? National Biodiversity Authority. State Biodiversity Committees and ಕರಿತೀವಿ, or we call it as authority. At state level, this we call it as BMCs. Biodiversity Management Committees ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. But the question is, ಇವ್ರ ಕೆಲಸ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, when a particular product is being transferred from one country to other, ಒಂದು ಕಂಟ್ರಿಯಿಂದ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಂಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಯಾರು ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ? NBA will give an approval. If it is within country approval, SBA. Now who will conserve this local biodiversity? BMCs. ಇವರು ಕೋಡಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಬುಕ್ಸ್ ನ ರೆಡಿಯಾಗಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾವ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ. ನೀವು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ BMC ಹತ್ರ ಹೋಗಿ ನನ್ಗೆ ಈ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ ಬೇಕಪ್ಪ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಪಕ್ಕ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಪಟ್ಟ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. Because now we are going for digital codification also. That we call it as BMCs. ಸರ್ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ದಂಗೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ R&D ಮಾಡಿ ಎಸ್ಕೇಪ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂತಂದ್ರೆ we have our digital records which has been it is major ಆಗಿ spread across the different countries also. ಎಲ್ಲೇ ನಮಗೆ ಮೋಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ we'll go for IPR ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಂಟೆಲೆಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ರೈಟ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಲೇಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ನೀನೇ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡು, ಇಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಶೇರ್ ಕ್ಲೇಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಈಗ ಬಯೋಕಾನರ್ ಏನೋ ಮೋಸ ಮಾಡಿ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಈ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ 50% ಶೇರ್ ಕೊಡು ಅಂತ ಕ್ಲೇಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದ್ರ ಬದಲು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗೋದು ಒಳ್ಳೇದಲ್ವಾ? ಆಲ್ ದಿಸ್ ಆರ್ ಲೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಟು ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಕಾನ್ಫ್ಲಿಕ್ಟ್ಸ್. ಅಂಡರ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ Biodiversity Act of which year? 2002. And we are going for, we call it as expanded scope. We are normally going for digital. It is digital ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಯಾರು ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ವಿತ್ ಇನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ? SBA, State Biodiversity Authority. Second one we are going for prior approval also. Intimidation ಮುಂಚೆ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೇದು. And turnover based also. Now up to 5 crore ವರೆಗೆ 0% ಇದೆ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ 0.2% or 0.4, 0.6 ಆ ತರ ಹೋಗ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ. And the third one we call it as high value biological resources also being, we call it as expanded. Now resource which include timber ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು, ಸ್ಯಾಂಡಲ್ವುಡ್, all those things. ಜೊತೆಗೆ we are going for mandatory disclosure and reporting ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. mandatory disclosure, conservation ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. all those rules are being given by NBA, National Biodiversity Authority. But who will implement on ground? SBA, and we call it as BMCs. Under which act? Under Biodiversity Act of 2002. Now what is ABS here? Access and the benefit sharing. Okay na? It is anti-brake system alla. Okay. Nothing but we call it as ABS is nothing but access and benefit sharing. The last theme we call it as the species. We'll talk about few species. Anyways, ನಿಮ್ಗಂತೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ ಆ ಸ್ಪೀಶ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಲಯನ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ, ಟೈಗರ್, ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಯು ನೋ anyways. Nothing but lion ಗೆ IUCN status ಏನು? Vulnerable. Be cautious, vulnerable. And second one, it is lions are found only in, we call it as Gujarat. And recent agi it is Badla, we call it as wildlife sanctuary. Badla wildlife sanctuary, which is present in where? It is, we call it as, it's in Gujarat. The second home of, we call it as Gujarat Gotirli. And second one, you should know about tigers. Tigers IUCN status endangered. Now 75% of tigers are found in where? India. Now ಪ್ರತಿ 100 tigers ಗೆ 75 tigers ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದಾವೆ. ಓಕೆನಾ? It is major agi it is found in, we call it as India. In ಮಿಕ್ಕಿರೋ 25% ಮಾತ್ರ it is found in, we call it as abroad. And ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಸರು ಅಬ್ರಾಡ್ ಹೆಸರು ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇನ್ ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದಲ್ಲಿ 75ಕ್ಕೆ it is major agi ರುಕಮ್ಮನೋ ಏನೋ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. Nothing but 75% are found in where? We call it as India. And second major important one you should, or the third one we should know about, it is we call it as national heritage animal of India. That is elephant. Now largest gestation period, IUCN status is endangered, and 25% of the it is elephants are found in where? Are found in, we call it as Karnataka. But ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕಲ್ಲೇ 25% ಇದೆ. You should know that. And you should also know about GIB, Great Indian Bustard. It is Great Indian Bustard, though it is major IUCN status ಏನು? Critically endangered, because we have less than 115 number. Now all the species you already know. Adu bittu I am discussing about the three things. One we call it as false killer whale. Nodi, this false killer whale. Now the first myth here is this false killer whale, it's not a whale, rather it's a dolphin. First one ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತಪ್ಪು ಅಂತ, false killer whale ಅಂತ ತಪ್ಪು ಅಂತ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. False killer whale exam ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. False killer whale, it's not a whale population, it's a dolphin population. Now it's the fourth largest dolphin species. It's a fourth largest dolphin species. Now dolphins ಎಲ್ಲಿರ್ತವೆ? ನೀರಲ್ಲಿರ್ತವೆ. Now ಯಾವ ನೀರಲ್ಲಿ? Now is it fresh water or is it, we call it as oceanic water? Pakka. Now it is major ನೋಡಿದಾಗ it is found in, it is both alva. Nothing but it is, there is freshwater dolphins also. At the same time it is also found in, we call it as major ಎಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ even it is also found in, we call it some near to the, we call it as the seas or the oceans also. That we do. Second major important one, what is the, we call it as distribution. Now distribution ಎಲ್ಲಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ major ಆಗಿ it is found in, we call it as the tropical and we call it as the temperate deep waters. The tropical and temperate deep waters more than 1000 meters between ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 50 degrees north to 50 degrees south. But polar regions ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಾವೆ ಇವು. Polar regions ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. It is not found in, we call it as, it is polar regions. They avoid this. They avoid. ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಈ dolphins ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, does it exist individually or does it exist in groups? Now major agi it exists in groups. They are called as social animals. They exist in a groups of 10 to 50 in number. 10 to 50 in number. Now dolphins. Major gotribekili. This is, we call it as dolphin species. Then pitkoli. Even it is also found in freshwater. Ganga dolphin or Indus dolphin, or it can be, we call it as, it is Amazon dolphins. It's also found in, we call it as freshwater also. But the question is, sir, ಈಗ 50 degrees to 50 degrees north and south ಇದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರತ್ತಾ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರತ್ತಾ? ಹೇಳ್ರಪ್ಪ, ಈಗ ಕಾಮನ್ ಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಗಪ್ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ನಾವು ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ರೇಂಜ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ದೊಡ್ಡದಿದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿರಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ ಕಡೆ, ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ. Now population will be higher or will it be lower in number? Now it will be higher in number. Why higher number? ಏನಕ್ಕಪ್ಪ higher ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ because it has huge amount of, we call it as distribution, and that's the reason we have more than, we call it as 1500 the species of, we call it as the false killer dolphin or the whales are found in, it is, we call it as the world. Now ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ IUCN status ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? Now IUCN status is, we call it as near threatened ashte. It's not critically endangered or vulnerable or endangered, because I have a zone. I have a zone, I can live wherever I want. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆಕೆ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಚಳಿ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ಝೋನ್. ಯಾವಾಗ ಓಡಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತೋ, ಈಗ ನೀವೇ ನೋಡ್ರಪ್ಪ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಮನುಷ್ಯರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಯಾಕೆ ಒಂದು 70 ವರ್ಷ ಲೈಫ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟೆನ್ಸಿ ಇದೆ? ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಟು ಮೂವ್, ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಟು ಮಾಡಿಫೈ ಅವರ್ ಎಕೋಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್, ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಟು ಅಡಾಪ್ಟ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಬಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಮೊಬೈಲ್. ಹಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಮೂವ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಒನ್ ಲೊಕೇಶನ್ ಅದು, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆಕೆ ಆಯ್ತಂದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಈಗ ನೀವೇ ನೋಡಿದಿರಲ್ವಾ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ರಷ್ಯಾದಿಂದ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬಿಸಿ ಆದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಚಳಿ ಆದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕೆ? ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಮೊಬೈಲ್. ದೇ ಕಮ್ ಟು ಗೋವಾ. ವೈ? ವಾಟ್ ದ ರೀಸನ್? ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಮೊಬೈಲ್. The same manner, even dolphins also, if the range is more broader, population ತುಂಬಾ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅದ್ರ ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟೇಜ್ ಏನಿರುತ್ತೆ? ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. Nothing but that the reason IUCN has declared this as critically, or it has been declared as because it is near, it is threatened, not critically endangered. And it has major sites ಅಲ್ಲಿ appendix 2. Sites it has been declared under, we call it as appendix 2. It has been declared under, we call it as appendix 2. ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ, it has major again the population of the false killer whales, the endangered false killer whales. Now sir, endangered alva ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, it is America ಮಾತ್ರ it has been declared as endangered, but at the world level it has been declared as, we call it as near threatened. It is at the world level it has been declared as near threatened, but in America it has been declared as, we call it as endangered population. This we call it as false killer whales. Be cautious, the false killer whales, it is considered to be, we call it as, it's not a whale at all. ಮತ್ತೇನಿದು? It's a dolphin. ಯಾಕೆ ಸರ್ ಅದನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೆ whale ಅಂತ ಕರೀತಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಅದು ಮೂತಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹಂಗಿದೆಯಂತೆ. Because it is the mouth or the face, it's in the form of, we call it as, it's like a whale. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಇದು ನೋಡಿದಕ್ಕೆ. But it's actually a dolphin. It's the 4th largest dolphin population. The 4th largest, we call it as dolphin population. And second one, it is normally found in the range of, we call it as the 50 degrees north to 50 degrees south. Third one, the third major important, it avoids, we call it as the polar regions. And the fourth one we should know about, our major important aspect, we call it IUCN status. IUCN ಏನು? It is the near threatened, but in America it is declared as endangered. Declared as endangered because huge amount of threats we are facing here. ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. Next one we call it as the red crowned, it is turtle, the roof turtle ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ನಾವು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಡಿ, it is international whale sanctuary. The first international whale sanctuary ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಯಾವ ಓಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ? ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಓಷನ್. The first international, the whale sanctuary, Indian Ocean Whale Sanctuary ಅಂತ ಕೂಡ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Established in the year 1979. Established in the year 1979 by International Whaling Commission. By International Whaling Commission ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Okay na? Now the second question, or the species theme, we call it as, it is the red crowned. It is, we call it as the red crowned roof turtle. ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ಇದನ್ನ ರೆಡ್ ಕ್ರೌಂಡ್ ರೂಫ್ ಟರ್ಟಲ್ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ? ನಾವಿಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ, ತಲೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ರೌನ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಯಾವ ಕಲರ್ ಇದೆ? ರೆಡ್ ಕಲರ್ ಪ್ಯಾಚ್ ತರ ಇದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಅದನ್ನ we call it as red crowned, we call it as turtle. Now what's the difference between turtle and tortoise? Okay, turtle is in marine water, is fresh water, land, exactly. It is turtle, hangalla, it is tortoise is majorly land. Now turtle, it can live in water, it can be fresh water, it can be marine water also. ಈಗ olive ridley turtle ನೋಡಿ, olive ridley turtle, it is major agi, it is marine water, the oceanic water. Whereas when we are talking about, we call it as this red, it is the roofed turtle or the crowned turtle, we call it as the freshwater turtle. It is present in, we call it as Ganga basin. But the question is, the difference is on the base of nearly ratta, land ratta. Now that we call it as tortoise antandre, it lives majorly in where? Majorly in, we call it as land. Tortoise. Turtle andre ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ major ಅದರ habitat ಎಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ water. It can be fresh water or it can be marine water also. Done. Now as soon as I say it is turtle, ನೋಡಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತೇವಾಂಶ ಅದು ಮುಡಿದಾಗ ತೇವಾಂಶ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಮಾಯಿಶ್ಚರ್ ಕಂಟೆಂಟ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ ಲೈಫ್ ಸ್ಪ್ಯಾನ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. The first question is why this was in use. Now major ಆಗಿ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is the red crowned the roof turtle has returned back to Ganga, the river Ganga, after how many years? After 30 years ಅಂತ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. After 30 years, the first one, be cautious here, it's an endemic species, boss. It's an endemic. What is endemic here? Now it is found only in a particular location. It is found in a location called as Nepal, India and Bangladesh. First one, it's an endemic species. It is native to where? Native to, we call it as Nepal, India, and the third one we call it as which one? Bangladesh. Nothing but it is found in, we call it as Ganga Basin. Now if it is Ganga Basin andaga, is it a freshwater? It is the turtles, the freshwater turtle or the marine water? Now it's a fresh water, we call it as the turtle, and this we call it as the fresh water, the turtle anta karitivi. Nenpitkobeili, it's a fresh water, the turtle, and it is found in the banks of, we call it as Ganga river basin. It is found in Nepal, India, and we call it as Bangladesh. And the third major important one, what is the IUCN status? It is WPL enide, appendix al enide. Nothing but IUCN al nodidaga it is being declared as what? Critically endangered. Yakappa andre adra habitat tumba kadime ide. See, Ganga matra irbeku, but Ganga itself is polluted. But Ganga polluted adaga yellogo chance illa. Nothing but it is found in, we call it as the Ganga, and we call it as the Nepal, it is India, and we call it as Bangladesh. It can also include our Brahmaputra also. But Ganga and Brahmaputra itself is polluted. Adukoskara idana IUCN status ಏನು? We call it as critically endangered. What does critically endangered means? The population less than what? Less than 250 in number. Less than that 250 in number ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ನಾವೀಗ critically endangered ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ it is WPL ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. It is schedule 1 appendix ಅಲ್ಲಿ, it is appendix ಅಲ್ಲಿ 1 ಇರಬೇಕಿತ್ತು, ಬಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ unfortunately it is appendix 2. ಅದನ್ನ ಕೇರೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ because it's endemic. It's endemic, ನೀವು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. First one, it is, I said, this is also called as, we call it as, is also called as Bengal roof turtle ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ, but majorly it is called as, we call it as red crowned roof turtle. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ because crown ತರ it is red color, red crowned turtle. And the second major important one, what is the habitat of, we call it as habitat of the turtle? Now it is fresh water, and it's an endemic species also. And the third one we call it as ಯಾವ countries ಅಲ್ಲಿ distribute ಆಗಿದೆ. It is distributed across, we call it as 3 important countries, which include Nepal, India, and we call it as Bangladesh. The fourth major important one, sir, ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ರಿವರ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ it is spread ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ major ಆಗಿ it might have spread across, we call it as now Ganga and its tributaries, which includes our Chambal, which includes our Yamuna, which includes our Son also. At the same time, it is Ganga ಮತ್ತೆ Brahmaputra meet ಆಗಿ Bangladesh enter ಆದಾಗ it is Brahmaputra ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು. It is Ganga and Brahmaputra which is meets in, it is Bangladesh. It can also be present even in, we call it as Brahmaputra river also. But ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕಿಂತ most important ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ we have a sanctuary. It is India's only protected riverine habitat. Now in sanctuary declare ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಎಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ sanctuary ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ we call it as National Chambal Sanctuary. The National Chambal Sanctuary. Now in this National Chambal Sanctuary we are protecting which turtle? It is red crowned, we call it as roof turtle. It's also called as the Bengal, we call it as roof turtle anta kuda kariತೀವಿ. Okay na? IUCN status, it is critically endangered. WPN ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವೈಲ್ಡ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಶೆಡ್ಯೂಲ್ 1 ಅಂಡ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಪೆಂಡಿಕ್ಸ್ ಯಾವುದು? ಅಪೆಂಡಿಕ್ಸ್ 2. This we need to know with respect to our, we call it as the crown one. ನಾವು ಇದರ ಯುನಿಕ್ನೆಸ್, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಯುನಿಕ್ನೆಸ್ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿರುತ್ತಲ್ವಾ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮೊಟ್ಟೆ ಇಡಕ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದೇ ಲೊಕೇಶನ್ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. Understand my question here? Nothing but the most uniqueness about this species here is nothing but ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತಲ್ವಾ, ಜನ್ಮ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುತ್ತಲ್ವಾ, ನಾವ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿರುತ್ತೋ, and after maturity now to lay the eggs it will go to the exact location to lay the eggs. And this is the most important. The females return to the sandy beaches where they have been born, it is, and lay their eggs. And that is the uniqueness about this species as such. Then in ಮಿಕ್ಕಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ನಾನು, it is we call it as major ಆಗಿನಪ್ಪ conservation status, critically endangered, distribution ಅಲ್ಲಿ it is India, Bangladesh, and we call it as it is Nepal also. And the third one we call it as threats. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ already ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, pollution ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, it is over exploitation, poaching, all those things. Conservation ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ. Under IUCN we have declared as critically endangered, WPLE schedule 1, and under appendix 1, or I can say under sites also it is appendix. This we need to know. And the last topic from our environment, and that we call it as a plant. A plant called as, we call it as muri kuti anta. Muri koti alla adu. Muri, it is kuti. Now muri kuti, major agi this muri kuti, it's a plant. It's a medicinal plant variety. Then particularly it's a medicinal plant variety. It was endemic to which zone? Which was endemic. Major agi it is origin ellindaappa antandre, it was major agi initial endemic ellagittu anta kelidre Java. Java is present in Indonesia. But later on it is also present in, we call it as, ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಇತ್ತು, ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ ಕೇರಳ. ಈಗ ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳ್ರಪ್ಪ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ ವೆರೈಟಿ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಮುರಿ ಕೂಟಿ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ ವೆರೈಟಿ. Now it is majorly initially endemic to it is Java. Now it has been spread across, we call it as even India also. Even in India also. Now in India ದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆಯಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಕೇರಳ. But the question is, now ಕೇರಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ ಬೆಳಿಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ what type of plant it must be? What type of plant? ನಾವು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ it will be a tropical, the moist we call it as the plant ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. The tropical we call it as the moist and shady environment plant which has been grown even in, we call it as Kerala also. And what is it? What is the benefit of this plant? ಏನಪ್ಪ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್? The benefit here is it is majorly used as, we call it as, majorly used to apply. It is this leaf paste applied on, we call it as the fresh wounds, cuts ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು. At the same time it is used as, we call it as ulcer ಕೂಡ medicine ಅಂತ. And recent ಆಗಿ there was a research saying that researchers tap into the, it is wound healing property of, we call it as, it is the muri kuti plant. The muri kuti plant, it is initially native to, we call it as Java, Indonesia. Second one, later on it has been spread, even it is present in, we call it as Kerala also. It's a moist tropical, we call it as the plant, the shady plant, which is used with respect to, we call it as medicinal properties. This we call it as our complete aspect of, we call it as environment. Again, environment muktaya. Okay now. The next one getting called as internal security. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡೋಣ, ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ಸಕ್ಕತ್ತಾಗಿರೋ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ಸ್ ಇದಾವೆ. ರೊಮ್ಯಾಂಟಿಕ್ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ ಅಂತಾವೆಲ್ಲ. It is internal security. Now with respect to our internal security, the first question, exactly. Now ಇದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ you should also know about Olive Ridley Turtle. 1000 ಸತಿ ಹೇಳಿದೀನಿ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಬೇಡ, ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ವಾ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ. Now Olive Ridley Turtle, now it is largest mass nesting ಎಲ್ಲಾಗತ್ತೆ. It is the world's largest Olive Ridley Turtle. It is in, we call it as Gahir Mata National Park. It is in Odisha, the world largest mass nesting. And this mass nesting we call it as Adibada ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಅದರ IUCN ಸ್ಟೇಟಸ್ ಏನು? Vulnerable. IUCN status is vulnerable. ಇಷ್ಟು ಓದಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು, ಅದ್ ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಓಕೆನಾ? ಆಯ್ತು, ಡನ್. I have already discussed. ಅದು tortoise ಅಂದ್ರೆ found in land ಅಲ್ವಾ? Tortoise ಅಂದ್ರೆ it is found in land, but when we are talking about, we call it as turtle. It is found in, we call it as water body. It can be salt water, it can be marine water, or it can be any water as such. Done? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ, ಸರ್ ಚಂಬಲ್ ಫ್ರೆಶ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಅಂತೆ. ನಾ ಚಂಬಲ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಟ್ರೈಬ್ಯೂಟರಿ ಆಫ್ ಗಂಗಾ. ನಾವೀಗ ನೀವೇ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಏನು ಅಂತ. Now, which is the longest tributary of Ganga? Yamuna. Now, Yamuna tributary ಯಾವುದು? It is Chambal. Chambal is a major tributary of Yamuna. Chambal Yamuna ಸೇರುತ್ತೆ, Yamuna ಗಂಗಾಗೆ ಸೇರುತ್ತೆ. ಗಂಗಾ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಸೇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇರುತ್ತೆ? It joins at, we call it as Bay of Bengal. Direct ಆಗಿ ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. It merges with it, we call it as Jamuna, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ we call it as Meghna, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ finally drains at, we call it as Bay of Bengal. And this region we call it as Sundarbans, or it's also called as Ganga Brahmaputra Delta ಅಂತ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ನೀವು ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತರು ಬಿಡಿ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತರಲ್ವಾ, ನಗ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ ನೀವೇ, ಹ್ಞೂ ಸರ್ ಅನ್ಬೇಕು. Next one we call it as internal security. Now while discussing about internal security, what is internal security? ನೀವು ಓದ್ತಿರೋ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ internal security ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಗೆ it is current affairs. Now when we are studying about internal security, what is internal security ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? It is security within the country. Now security within the country, and with respect to our borders we call it as internal. Internal ಅಂದ್ರೆ within. Now security ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಬಟ್ ಈಗ ಇಂಟರ್ನಲ್ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಯಾರು? Now who provides internal security? Now within India, it is internal security is provided by both the central government as well as state government also. At state level, it is because law and order comes under police. Law and order comes under state list. Now ಬರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವ್ರು. ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಈವನ್ ಟೆರರಿಸಂ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಕೇಸಸ್, ಆರ್ ಇಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಬಾರ್ಡರ್ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಯೂಟ್ಸ್, ಆರ್ ಇಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾರ್ಕೋಟಿಕ್ಸ್, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡಲ್ ಮಾಡೋರು ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಮೇಜರ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಡನ್ ಬೈ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ಹೋಮ್ ಅಫೇರ್ಸ್. Now if it is between the countries conflict ಆದ್ರೆ done by defense ministry. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ. Nothing but we'll see all those things. We'll talk about our first one, we call it as, we should know about IB. What's IB? What's the role of IB? It is an immigration bureau in contact. Okay. What is the role of it is intelligence bureau? Now it is providing, we call it intelligence within the country. Outside the country are the raw research and analysis wing. We need to know about paramilitary forces, or we call it as major agi Central Armed Police Force ಅಂತ ಕರೀತೀವಿ. It can be BSF, Border Security Force, or Assam Rifles, or it can be we call it as SSB, Sashastra Seema Bal, or it can be ITBP. ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋಡೋಣ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ. Or we'll also talk about we call it as NIA. NIA ಕೆಲಸ ಏನು? National we call it as Investigative Agency. Now main role is terrorism related cases between or against within India or outside India also. Adana you should also know about, you should know about CBI. It is, you should also know about, we call it as the CBI also. Now what is the role of CBI? Central Bureau of Investigation. Your kelsa investigation ಮಾಡೋದಷ್ಟೇ, investigation ಮಾಡಿ report ಕೊಡಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. And within state ಆದ್ರೆ law and order comes in a state list done by we call it as police. ಮನೆಗೆ police ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಇಲ್ವೋ? ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ನೀವು ಮನೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕಿರ್ತಾರೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಮನೆಗೆ ಪೊಲೀಸ್, ದ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಅಂತ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಬಟ್ ಪಿಕ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ ಅವರು. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಇಂಟರ್ನಲ್ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ. ನಾವು ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ನೋ ಅಬೌಟ್ ದ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನಿಂಗ್ ಹಿಯರ್. ನೌ ದ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ಸ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್, ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ಸ್, ಆರ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಸೈಬರ್ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ, ದ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ಸ್ ವಿಚ್ ಆರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನಿಂಗ್ ವಿತ್ ಇನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ. Now all the things we will study one by one as a part of our internal security topics. Done? ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ ಫೇವ್ರೇಟ್ ರೊಮ್ಯಾಂಟಿಕ್ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ಸ್. ಏನ್ ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ರೊಮ್ಯಾಂಟಿಕ್ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ಸ್? ಕೇಳಿದಿರ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ. ನಾವು ರೊಮ್ಯಾಂಟಿಕ್ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮ್, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮ್, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ದ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಫ್ರಾಡ್, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಫ್ರಾಡ್. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. The first one we call it as, there is a person called as A, there is a person called as B. Normal agi A ಯಾರು ಆಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ normal it will be males. Normal the victims will be what? Victims will be females. See, it can be other round also. It can be other round also, but I'm taking major issue. Major issue happens in the zone. But now it is, now this A will come into a contact of B. Now the in contact on either it can be via the social networking, or it can be via Facebook, or it can be Insta, or it can be, it is any networking. They will come in contact with a B, and it is, they will, it is trust this B. Nothing but saying that it is nan hange nan hinge anta gottalla nimge. Nothing but this A person will create a trust among a B. Now trust build ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ and it will take some in and around it is 1 month. 1 month will trust create ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. And after that he will ask for financial gains, saying that it is ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡು or else it is ಇರೋ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ಶಾಟ್ ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್, either to your the family members or towards your it is your close ones. I'll share that. Now the question is, ಸರಿ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ವಾ ಇವ್ರ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ಗೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾವೇ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತಲ್ವ, ಫೈಲ್ ಕೇಸ್ ವಿತ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್. ಬಟ್ ದ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಇಸ್, ಈಗ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ ಅವ್ರ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ಗೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ, ದಿಸ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಟು ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಫ್ರಾಡ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್, ಅಂಡ್ ದಟ್ ಫ್ರಾಡ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಮ್ಯೂಲ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಕೇಳಿದಿರಾ? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಓಪನ್ ಟು ಡೂ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಫ್ರಾಡ್ಯುಲೆಂಟ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ, and that fraudulent activity we call it as mule account anta kariತೀವಿ. Fraud account we call it as mule account. ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ. Nothing but it is ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸತಿ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Now a person called as A now will communicate with a B and they'll be in we call it as a romantic relationship. Now over a period of time he will ask money. Normally after 1 month he'll ask a money, financial gains. Normally money ಕೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು and this will be transferred to we call it as a mule account. Nothing but this lady will be in a position saying that she'll be in we call it as unable to escape from that situation. And this online fraud, it is called as romantic fraud anta kari. It's not honey trap. Now honey trap is normally done by females. Kelskobekili. Now honey trap is normally done by females. Now to extract not the money, to extract the information. Now that was hale tumba haledu ಒಂದು 5 ವರ್ಷ ಹಿಂದೆ ಅದು. ಬಟ್ ಇವಾಗ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಾರ್ಮಲಿ ಯು ನೋ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಮೋರ್ ಕಾಸ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಇನ್ನು ನಾನು ಮುಂದೆ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಏನೇನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ, ಬಟ್ ಯು ಮೈಟ್ ಗೆಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ಸ್ ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ರೊಮ್ಯಾಂಟಿಕ್ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ಸ್. ನಾವು ರೊಮ್ಯಾಂಟಿಕ್ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದ ಫೋಟೋಸ್ ಆರ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಚೇಂಜ್, ದ ವಿಡಿಯೋಸ್ ಆರ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಚೇಂಜ್, ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡೆಡ್ ಅಂಡ್ ವಿಲ್ ಗೋ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಥ್ರೆಟ್ಸ್. ಈಗ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡ್ತೀಯ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಅಂಡ್ ದಿಸ್ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ರೊಮ್ಯಾಂಟಿಕ್ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮ್. And automatically during that period of time it is the women, the victim will be unable to it is escape from that situation. It is ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಈಗ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಕಳ್ಸಿದ್ರೆ ಎಂಬಾರಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಟ್ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಟೈಮ್ ದಿಲ್ ಗೋ ಫಾರ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ದ ರೊಮ್ಯಾಂಟಿಕ್ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮ್. ನೋಡಿ ರೊಮ್ಯಾಂಟಿಕ್ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ಇಟ್ಸ್ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ BNS ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇವೆಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಏನು ಇಲ್ವಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇದೆ. ನಾವು ಭಾರತೀಯ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಸಂಹಿತಾ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ fraud and cheating. Now fraud, this is the we call it as the cyber enabled financial fraud. ಯಾಕೆ ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಫ್ರಾಡ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಎಮೋಷನ್. ನಾವು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಮದುವೆ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಥವಾ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಲವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಂಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿರಲ್ಲ. ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದರ್ ಇಂಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಹಿಯರ್? ದೇರ್ ಇಂಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಇಸ್ ಟು ಗೇನ್ ದ ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದಂಗೆ 10 ಜನಕ್ಕೂ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದಟ್ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ರೊಮ್ಯಾಂಟಿಕ್ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ಸ್. ದ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಒನ್, ದ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮರ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಅ ಫೇಕ್ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಟಿ. Scammer create a fake identity and it creates a romantic relationship with whom? With we call it as a victim, and he will emotionally manipulate it. Now for what objective? Financial gains. Sir ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಲಾ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ವಾ ಸರ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಟಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ವಲ್ಲ, ಯು ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ ದ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಟಿ ಇಟ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್. ಅಂಡ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಒಂದು ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಫೇಕ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಅದು. That is called as mule account. I have already said this. Yes, in cyber, it is non-trackable against. The third one, now it is created under, we call it as IT Act of 2000. He can be punished under, we call it as, in case ee tara face aadre baya padbaaರ್ದು. First you need to report it to, we call it as the cyber police. But ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕೆ ಆದ್ರೆ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಈ ತರ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗಿದೆ, he is demanding ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡ್ಕೊಡ್ದು at any cost. ನಾವು ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡೋದು ಮುಂಚೆ ಎಚ್ಚರ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ಇನ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದಾಗ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಸೇಫ್ ಅಟ್ ದ ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಟ್ ಲೀಸ್ಟ್. ನಾವು ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಯು ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಇಂಟಿಮೇಟ್, ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ 4C ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ವಾಟ್ಸ್ I4C? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಸೈಬರ್ ಕ್ರೈಮ್ ಕೋಆರ್ಡಿನೇಷನ್, ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಗೆ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ದಿಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ಡ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ವಿಚ್ ಒನ್? ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ಹೋಮ್ ಅಫೇರ್ಸ್. ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ I4C. ವಾಟ್ಸ್ I4C? In cyber, we call it as the Cyber Crime Coordination Center. It's a crime. Why it's a crime? Why it's a crime? Because it's a cheating and emotionally manipulating without disclosing the identity. It is, we can arrest them, but it is, where is the identity? Where is the proof? No proof, no identity. It is non-trackable also. Yeah, IP address automatically it is IP address or ange ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಾ? It is very difficult thing, but it is, if their intention is financial, automatically they are smarter, they are secure also. ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು it is ಕಳ್ತನ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ theft phone ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಹಾಕಿರ್ತಾರೆ. Then it is very difficult to track, but ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ ಸರ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ by taking risk we can do it. But risk ತಗೊಂಡು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ it is victim identity ಕೂಡ ರಿವೀಲ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. Because automatically he can release it in the internet also. He might release it in the internet also. Now recent sir, ಈ romantic scams ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಯಾಲ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಸರ್ ಅದ UK ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. But I've added some, it is UK data, but ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಡೇಟಾ ಸಿಕ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಡೇಟಾ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ UK ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಆವರೇಜ್ ಏಜ್ ಆಫ್ ರೊಮ್ಯಾಂಟಿಕ್ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ ಆಗ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ 47+. ಬಟ್ ವಿಕ್ಟಿಮ್ ಯಾರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಫೀಮೇಲ್ಸ್. 63% ಆರ್ ಫೀಮೇಲ್ಸ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ I took an example of female. Third one, what is the average money which has been lost ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ it is over 50 million euros have been lost in UK. Thing, but we call it as ಪ್ರತಿ 3 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ರೊಮ್ಯಾಂಟಿಕ್ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ. And second one, it is average 1 month ಅಲ್ಲಿ they are doing a financial scam. And the third one, on an average, a person losing is 11,000 euros. 11,000 ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಂತ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ನೀವೇ. 11,000 into 100 rupees average ಅಂದ್ರು. I think but they are losing, it is such amount to this financial fraud, and that we call it as romantic scams. Romantic scam andre it's a scam which is intentionally be done. It is intentionally done by a financial person to grab the money from the victim, and this we call it as which one? The romantic scam. So ನೀವು ನಾವು ನೋಡಿರೋದು ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ನೋಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು we call it as digital arrest ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನೋಡಿದ್ರು. Digital arrest ನೋಡಿರ್ತೀರಾ, you would have heard about, we call it as the deep web, you would have heard about, we call it as deep fake, all those things. Done? Yes, you should know about all those things with respect to it's an online fraud, it's a cheating. And the third one we call it as emotionally manipulating it. The third one we call it as we can prosecute them under, we call it as IT Act of 2000. And also under we call it as ಭಾರತೀಯ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಸಂಹಿತ 2023 ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ ಅನ್ನು ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. ಬಟ್ ಗೆಟಿಂಗ್ ದ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಟಿ ಇಟ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಇಸ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ಲಿಯರ್. ಬಟ್ ಸೈಬರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ, ಸೈಬರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಟಿ ಸಿಗದೇ ಕಷ್ಟ. ಹೌದು ಇಲ್ವ? This is a major important, the challenge we are seeing with respect to, we call it as it's a online fraud, or it's also called as, we call it as romantic fraud ಅಂತ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. Then honey trapping is different. Honey trapping is normally for not for money. It is rather to get, we call it as to get the, it is original information. Normally ಯಾರನ್ನ ಟ್ರಾಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ? ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸರ್ವೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ನ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸರ್ವೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಖಾಲಿ ಪಲಾವ್ಗಳನ್ನಲ್ಲ, ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಎ ಗ್ರೇಡ್ ಬಿ ಗ್ರೇಡ್ ಇರಬೇಕು. Normally they'll be targeting, it is armed forces. Normally they'll be targeting armed forces. Now on the level of principal secretary, chief secretary, cabinet secretary, ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. Because ಅವರಿಂದ ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ it is when they get into, we call it a romantic relationship, automatically it is they'll disclose all the information. That's the weakness of male. And our weakness na itkondu ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ they'll play, because data is considered to be, we call it as 21st century, we call it as 21st century, the new oil, and that data is being used. But ಈಗ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, manipulating the, it is emotions and asking for money. In one we call it as, ಸರ್ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ, ಬಟ್ ಈಗ ನಾನು ದುಡ್ಡು ತಗೊಂಡು ಬೇರೆ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಓಡೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಅವ್ನ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಟಿ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು, ಬಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಇನ್ ಅಮೆರಿಕಾ, ಆರ್ ಈಸ್ ಇನ್ UK, ಆರ್ ಈಸ್ ಇನ್ ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನ್, ಆರ್ ಈಸ್ ಇನ್ ಸಮ್ ಅದರ್ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ. ಬಟ್ ವಾಟ್ ಟು ಡೂ ನಾವ್? ನಾವ್ ಫಾರ್ that we have established, we call it as ಭಾರತ್ ಪೋಲ್ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಭಾರತ್ ಪೋಲ್? ಭಾರತ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್. Now Bharat Police, it's a website, it's an online website, idu digital website. Bharat Police portal has been launched. Yarappa launch ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತವರು ಅಂತ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ it is launched by CBI. It is launched by CBI. Now ಎರಡನೇದು ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ನಾವೀಗ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ಯಾರು ಅವರು ಅಂತ, ಬಟ್ ನಾನು ಹೋಗೋಣ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಮನೇಲಿ ಕಳ್ಸಲ್ಲ. ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಒನ್, ಈಗ ನಾನು ಫೈಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಕೇಸ್ ಫೈಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಬಟ್ ಯಾರ ಹತ್ರ ಫೈಲ್ ಮಾಡೋದು? ನಾ ಹೋಮ್ ಟು ಫೈಲ್. ನಾ ಐ ಕೆನಾಟ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಫೈಲ್ ಟು ಇಂಟರ್ಪೋಲ್, ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಫೈಲ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಫೈಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಡೆಡಿಕೇಟೆಡ್ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಅಥಾರಿಟಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಫೈಲ್ ಅ ಕೇಸ್, ಅಂಡ್ ದಟ್ ಪೋರ್ಟಲ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಭಾರತ್ ಪೋಲ್. ಈಗ ನೀವೇ ನೋಡಿ, ಈಗ CBI ಹತ್ರ ಹೋಗ್ತೀರಾ, ನೋಡಿ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ನಂದು ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಕೋಟಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ, ಕೇಸ್ ಫೈಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ why will they bother? Will they go to France? Will they file a case? ನಾವು ಈಸಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ we have gone for a portal. We have launched a portal. Which is that portal called as? Now Bharat Poll portal. What is this Bharat Poll ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಗಲ್ಲ ಇದು. The Bharat Police ಅಂತ, ಭಾರತ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್, ದ ಪೋರ್ಟಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಲಾಂಚ್ಡ್. ನಾವು ಈ ಭಾರತ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ಈಗ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಒಬ್ಬ ಲೇಡಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ, CBI ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ, CBIಗೆ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ, ನಾವು ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ ದೇರ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಕಾಪಿ ಇನ್ ವಿಚ್ ಪೋರ್ಟಲ್? ನಾವು ಭಾರತ್ ಪೋರ್ಟಲ್, and they will be communicating with whom? They will be communicating with, we call it as Interpol. They will be communicating with ಯಾರ ಜೊತೆ? ಇಂಟರ್ಪೋಲ್ ಜೊತೆ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಮೂಲಕ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಂಡ್ ದಿಸ್ ಪೋರ್ಟಲ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಭಾರತ್ ಪೋರ್ಟಲ್. ಮೊದಲೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಯಾರ ಗುರು ಇವ್ರಿಗೋಗಿ ಫೋನ್ ಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ತುಕಾಲಿ ಬಿಟಾಕಿ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಾರು. But now they used to take this issue, each and every issue very serious, and they will connect it with whom? They will connect it with, we call it as international police. Now international police ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ they will intimate this case to which country? UK ಗೆ intimate ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. They will intimate to UK. And I intimate ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನೋಡಪ್ಪ ನೀನ್ ಅಗೇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದಿನ ಬಂದು ಜೈಲಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದು ಹೋಗು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. And they'll arrest them and they'll put under the bars in UK itself because of the crime which has been done overseas. Now we have a clear cut setup now. This we call it as Bharat Poll. I'll repeat. First one, ಈಗ ಸರ್ ರೊಮ್ಯಾಂಟಿಕ್ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ ಆಗೋಯ್ತು, ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೀನಿ, ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋದೀಗ? ಅವನ್ನ ಬಿಡಬಾರ್ದೀಗ, ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಗತಿ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ನಾವ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಗೋ ಟು CBI ಆಫೀಸ್, ಫೈಲ್ ಅ ಕೇಸ್ saying that he is abroad ಅಂತ, and automatically CBI will file a case in this Bharat portal. Now Bharat portal ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ Interpol will view that, saying that India ಇಂದ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಂತ. Now and they'll read the it is FIR copy and automatically they'll intimate the specific countries. If it is America, they'll intimate America. If it is UK, they'll intimate. But the question is, sir, Interpol navaru can they or do they have the authority to arrest that individual? International police ಗೆ ಯಾವ ಅಥಾರಿಟೀಸ್ ಇದಾವೆ? Can they arrest the individual who is settled in UK? ನಾವು ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ನ ಕೆಲಸ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಇಂಟಿಮೇಟಿಂಗ್ ದೇರ್ ಓನ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬಿಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಬಂದು ಸುತ್ತಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ದೇ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ and they can put under the government bar ಅಷ್ಟೇ, or I can say put under, we call it as government, we call it as the bars. ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗೋದು? ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಇಲ್ಲ. They can intimate and they can it is say that ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಂಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನೋ ಥ್ರೆಟ್ ಬರ್ತಿದೆ, be cautious. They can intimate, that's all. And ಇದನ್ನ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ we have launched the Bharat Poll portal, and this is being launched by, we call it as CBI. Developed by, we call it as CBI. Developed by, we call it as CBI. ಯಾವ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಪ್ಪ? Now 7th January 2025 we have launched. And the third one, what's the objective of this portal? What's the objective of this portal? It's an online platform for international police. It is cooperation. We will communicate with them. In case ಅವರೇ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. Sir, why we want this? Why we want Bharat Police portal? Because the crimes are not within the border now. Now it is happening between the borders. Now because of cyber crimes, because of bitcoins, because of, we call it as cryptocurrencies, now it is moving across the borders. Crimes are, it is not limited to our state. ಈಗ ನೀವೇ ನೋಡ್ರಪ್ಪ, ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ಗೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ now is it being done by your friend? No. ನಿಮ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ವಾ ನಿಮ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ ಅಂತ? Why will he take a risk? Yes or no? Nothing but normally it has been done by the some other person when you're sitting outside your state or outside your country. He'll hack and he'll rob your money. Okay na? But the question is, now the security is not limited to with respect to our, it is within India. Now the security is between the countries. Now to stop that or to, it is identify that, it is we have launched, we call it as an application or a portal or a website, and that we call it as this the Bharat Poll portal, and is being developed by, we call it as the CBI now, and is being launched on the 7th January 2025. Now what's the objective of this? Now objective ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ real time interaction will happen between CBI and we call it as Interpol. Now why CBI ಯಾಕೆ interact ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? ಯಾಕೆ CBI ಯಾಕೆ? Because CBI has been declared as, we call it as National Communicating Agency to Interpol. ಯಾರಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವರು they have clearly declared the CBI will be the National Communicating Agency to which one? The Interpol. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಇವರೇ ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, and website is being used to, it is track or communicate the real time communication between, we call it as Interpol. Real time communication ಆಗುತ್ತೆ between the Interpol agencies and we call it as the different, we call it as the agencies of the state, or it can be the union also. Done. ಈಗ ನೀವೇ ನೋಡ್ರ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದೆ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್, ಈಗ ಸಿಬಿಐಗೆ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಪೊಲೀಸ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದೆ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್, ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಈಗ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದೆ, ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಅವರು ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಸೆಂಡ್ ಇಟ್ ಟು ಸಿಬಿಐ, ನೋಡಿ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರ ಏನೋ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಕೇಸು ಅಂತ, and CBI will communicate with Interpol via the platform, we call it platform, the Bharat Poll platform, Bharat Poll, and they'll intimate their own countries. But be cautious, Interpol antandre international police. Now this international police has been established during, we call it as 1920s itself. Now where is the headquarters here? Lyon. It is in, we call it as France. Now idra major kelsa enappa andre identification and intimating the countries. Now intimidating the countries to go for, we call it as the threat assessment. But they does not have any authority to arrest any citizen belonging to their own countries, or just it is they can give an information or they can share an information, but not arresting authority. And this we call it as Interpol, or we call it as Bharat Poll anta karitivi, Bharat the Poll. And a third, sir iದೇನೋ ಓಕೆ, ಬಟ್ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳಿದಾವಲ್ವಾ. ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳೇನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಕ್ಸಲಿಸಮ್. ಬಟ್ ನಕ್ಸಲಿಸಮ್ ಇಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಏನಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಕಾಡಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಿದ್ರು, ಬಟ್ ಇವಾಗ ನಾಡಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ವೈ? ವಾಟ್ ದ ರೀಸನ್ ಫಾರ್ it is Naxalism moving from, we call it as Naxalbari village in, we call it as West Bengal, which took place in 1967. After 50 years, we are observing this Naxalism in urban areas. Why? What is the reason? See, ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿನ ಅಂತ ಕಾಡಲ್ಲೇ ಇರೋದು, ಕಾಡಲ್ಲಿದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಬರಲ್ಲ, ದುಡ್ಡು ಬರಲ್ಲ, ಏನು ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಅದೇ ನಾಡಿಗೆ ಬಂದ್ರೆ we can go for collecting up of huge wealth from the people. And second one, it is urban ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರೆ it is no one will be having an idea saying that who is Naxal and who is a normal people ಅಂತ. ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಒಬ್ಬ ನಕ್ಸಲಿಸಮ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಯಾರು ಗೊತ್ತು ನಮ್ಗೆ? ಸೇಮ್ ಅದೇ ತರ ಡ್ರೆಸ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ಮ ತರನೇ ಇದ್ರೆ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗತ್ತೆ? ಒಪ್ಪಿಗೆ. Now that's the reason we are moving from ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is from the, we call it as the rural, the forest regions to, we are moving towards, we call it as the urban areas. And this Naxalism, we call it as urban Naxalism. It's also called as urban Maoism. Now what is this Naxalism now? Naxalism andre ಏನು? Now Naxalism ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಪ್ಪ Naxalism ಅಂದ್ರೆ? It is, Naxalism means it is also called as left wing extremism, because their principles are aligned with which one? Aligned towards the left. Their principles are aligned towards the left ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. And second one we call it as, they follow a principle called as, it is Mao. It is a Chinese philosopher, we call it as Mao anta kariti. The Chinese philosopher, we call it as Mao. What the principle anta keladre, it is the power comes from barrel of the gun anta, gun etti power toli anta. It is what the principle of Mao, it is Mao's principle is very clear, saying that the powers comes from where? The barrel of the gun anta. ಗನ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಪವರ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಗನ್ ತಲೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಟ್ರೆ ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ ಪವರ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. And that we call it as Maoism. Nothing but ಯಾವಾಗ it is the gun ಅನ್ನ ತಲೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದಾರೋ automatically the people getting very irritated. Nothing but the government got very irritated and the government said, it is saying that we will eliminate Naxalism by March 31st, 2026 ಅಂತ. They gave a target saying that yes, ನೀವೇ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗನ್ ಇಡ್ತೀರಾ ಬನ್ನಿ ಅಂತ. ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಗನ್ಗಳು ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೇಕೋ ಅಷ್ಟಿದಾವೆ ಅಂತ. ನಮ್ಮ ದೊಡ್ಡಮ್ಮ ಚಿಕ್ಕಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ. Nothing but they gave a target saying that which one? Target saying that it is we will eliminate it is Naxalism by it is March 31st, 2026. Now 95% of percentage of the Naxalism has been reduced in India. 95% I'm saying. Now why this word Naxalism? Why this word Naxalism anta kelidre? Because the Naxalism has been started from Naxalbari village, which is present in Darjeeling in West Bengal. Naxalbari village, which is present in West Bengal. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಇದನ್ನ Naxalism ಅಂತ ಕೂಡ ಕರೀತೀವಿ. ಓಕೆನಾ? Naxalism. Now, major and 95% of the Naxalism in the forest, and we call it as the rural areas, has been eliminated. Now, ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಎಲಿಮಿನೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ via shootout. And this region is also called as red corridor areas. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ red? Because huge amount of bloodshed. Huge amount of bloodshed, and that's the reason it is also called as ಏನಪ್ಪ red corridor areas ಅಂತ ಕೂಡ ಕರೀತೀವಿ. It is also called as red corridor areas. But ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. Now they are moving towards where? Now they are moving towards urban areas. Urban ಅಲ್ಲಿ Naxalism or urban Maoism are increasing day by day. Urban Maoism or urban Naxalism are increasing day by day. Now ಯಾವಾಗ urban Naxalism ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆಯೋ, now recent ಆಗಿ Maharashtra has brought in, we call it as Maharashtra Special Public Security Bill ತಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Now this state has become what? This state has become the 5th state to bring in that. ನಾವು ಈ ನಕ್ಸಲಿಸಮ್ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಗೆ ನಾವು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವ್ರು ಬಿಲ್ ತರಬಹುದಾ ಅಥವಾ ನಾವು ಯೂನಿಯನ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವ್ರು ಬಿಲ್ ತರಬಹುದಾ? ವೈ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್? ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಲಾ ಅಂಡ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಕಮ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ವೇರ್? ದ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್. ಬಿ ಕಾಶಸ್, ಲಾ ಅಂಡ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಕಮ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್. ಆ ಒಂದು ಅನುಗುಣವಾಗಿ ದ 5th ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಟು ಬ್ರಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್, which one? The 5th state to bring in, we call it as Maharashtra. We call it as the Maharashtra. The Special Public Security Bill 2024 has been brought in. Okay, now after yavidu nimge gottiratte. After we call it as Dandakaranya region, which includes it is Chhattisgarh. ಜಾಸ್ತಿ it is Naxalism ಇದಾರೆ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ತೆಲಂಗಾಣ, ಆಂಧ್ರ and Odisha. They are considered to be the 4 states. They have their own laws. Now it has even Maharashtra has also been brought in, and it has also been passed by, we call it as legislative assembly also. Because yakappa antandre, because ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ because law and order comes under where? Law and order comes under state list, and that's the reason they are going for, we call it as curbing up of Naxalism, even with respect to urban areas as well as rural areas also. Done. It is the major objective here. Major objective. Now, ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನೋಡಿ ಇದು ರೆಡ್ ಕಾರಿಡಾರ್ ಏರಿಯಾಸ್. ರೆಡ್ ಕಾರಿಡಾರ್. Now, ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು it is ನಕ್ಸಲ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ nothing but it is all this, the 4 states are present there. nothing but ಒಡಿಶಾ ಓಡಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಛತ್ತೀಸ್ಗಢಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದ್ರು it is ಏನಾದ್ರು ಕಿರಾಪತಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ತೆಲಂಗಾಣ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆಂಧ್ರ ಮತ್ತೆ ರೊಟೇಷನ್. ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಇವ್ರು 4 ಜನ ಅಂತೂ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಒಂದಾಗಲ್ಲ. ನಾವ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಈ 4 ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಒಂದಾಗಲ್ವೋ ನಾವು ಒಂದಾಗಿರ್ತೀವಿ. That's the major reason. And this we call it as Dandakaranya region. That's the biggest threat for, we call it as India's security of a nation. And that we call it as the urban Naxalism is also growing. And Naxalism we have 95% reduced. But city bandrantu it is very dangerous. City Naxalism bandre very dangerous. One bomb hakare saku, it is huge population will die. And this has become a biggest threat. ಅದು ಕೂಡ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಮುಂಬೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಟ್ರೈನ್ ಹತ್ರ ಇಟ್ಟರೆ ಸಾಕು ಮುಗೀತು ಕತೆ. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಟ್ರೈನ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಜನ ಸಾಯ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಡೆನ್ಸಿಟಿ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಹೈ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಬಟ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಬಟ್ ಮುಂಬೈ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಡೆನ್ಸ್. ಅಂಡ್ ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ರೈಲ್ವೆ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ಆಕ್ಯುಪೈಡ್, ವೆರಿ ಕಂಜೆಸ್ಟೆಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಕ್ಸಲಿಸಮ್ ಬಂತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಒಂದು 10 ಲಕ್ಷ ಜನ ಸಾಯ್ತಾರೆ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ. That's the reason it is urban Naxalism is growing as the biggest internal security threat. And that's the reason this Maharashtra government has brought in, we call it as the public act has been brought in. And in the year, we call it as in the year 2025. To address which one? To address, we call it as the urban Naxalism rather than forest or hill areas, or we call it as it is remote location. Our major location or major one here is now terrorist or Naxal organizations can be declared as we call it as, or can be banned. At the same time, we can go for adequate investigation also. Adequate investigation can also be taken up by this organization. The third major important one, we call it as, sir, idella okay, iga ನನ್ನ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಇಂದ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕದ್ದು ಬಿಟ್ಟವ್ರೆ. ಯಾರು? ಎಷ್ಟಿತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮೇ ಬಿ 10 ರೂಪಾಯಿನ ಇತ್ತು. Now, it's not about that 10 rupees, it's about the stolen money. Even if it is 1 rupee also, it's my property. Yes or no, boss? It's not about the number, it's about the value. Even 1 rupee is also wrong. Nothing but it is no one has the authority to, it is the steal or to stole my property here. Now, if you stole my irtakantonu France al kutidane anta ankoಣ. Now, what to do now? What to do? ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ FATF ನವರು they have come out with, we call it as global asset recovery guidance ತಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, FATF will guide you saying that how to it is track them, now how to know who has it has robbed my money, at the same time it is how to get back that money. ಈಗ ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳ್ರಪ್ಪ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನೀವೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಗಾಬರಿ ಪಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸ್ಟೇಟಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ತೀರಾ, ಮೈ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಹಸ್ ಬಿನ್ ಹ್ಯಾಕ್ಡ್ ಅಂತ, ಮೈ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಹಸ್ ಬಿನ್ ಹ್ಯಾಕ್ಡ್, ಡೋಂಟ್ ಶೇರ್ ಮೈ ಮನಿ ಅಂತ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? First one, it is you need to go to your bank or you need to call your bank. First, you should freeze your bank account. First ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದು ಇದನ್ನ. ಇನ್ ಮಿಕ್ಕಿರೋ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಬಿಡಿ ಅವರು. that first protection should be your financial protection. ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, it is nearest bank ಇದ್ರೆ ರಶ್ ಮಾಡಿ, go to your bank, freeze that bank. In case a transaction successful ಆದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ it is bank has the authority to pull that money. ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆಯೋ ನಿಮಗೆ? Once a transaction complete ಆದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ in majority of cases we can pull that money back. ಸರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಆಗದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದಾಗ ಹೋಗಿರೋ ದುಡ್ಡನ್ನ ಹೋದ್ರೆ it is they'll block that account. Nothing but it is further transaction is not allowed. ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ. And the third major important one, it is you need to go to your police station or cyber police ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಹೋದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಸೈಬರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ saying that financial threat has happened ಅಂತ, financial threat or it is your account has been hacked. And fourth thing you should do here is now you should file a case in it is I4CLA. It is Indian Cyber Crime Coordination Center under Ministry of Home Affairs. You should file a case. Now with ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೆ ಗೈಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಯಾರು ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಗೈಡೆನ್ಸ್ is being provided by, we call it as FATF. What is FATF? Financial Action Task Force. Now this FATF has been established in the year 1989. Now this FATF has been established in which year? 1989 established ಆಗಿದೆ. Now where is the headquarters of this FATF? Now it's in, we call it as Paris. It's in Paris. It's in, we call it as France. The Paris, it's in, we call it as France. Exactly online. It's in the Paris, the France. Exactly. See, we cannot say that. Usually more online scams are operated from it is Golden Triangle. We cannot say that. See, that's the myth we have. ಪ್ರತಿ ಬಾರಿ ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನ ಬ್ಲೇಮ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅದು ಸರಿಯಲ್ಲ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನ ಅಷ್ಟು ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತರಲ್ಲ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಬಂದಾಗ. Because majority of the scams is happening from developed countries. Because ಏನಾದ್ರೆ ಮನೇಲೆ ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡು ದುಡ್ಡು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಲ್ವ, ವರ್ಕ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಹೋಮ್. ಹೌ ಟು ಡೂ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಹೋಮ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ nothing but establish it is the cyber automatically hack from there. ಮುಗಿತಲ್ವಾ, ದುಡ್ಡು ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಮುಗಿದ್ ಗುರು, ನಿಮ್ಗೇನು $1,00,000 ದುಡಿಬೇಕಷ್ಟೇ, ಮುಗಿತಾಗೇನಲ್ವಾ. That is what is being done. Majority of the scams which are being originating from Russia, you might not be aware, but Russia in the majority scams. Though Russia is considered to be one of the closest friend of India, but majority scams are coming from Russia. How come? How come anta kelidre? Because automatically It is government should also take some initiatives to curb all such online scams. But ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. And ಅವ್ರ ಕೆಲಸನೇ ಅದು ರಷ್ಯಾದಿಂದ ಮಾಡೋದು. ರಷ್ಯಾದಿಂದ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ they'll hack the network of it is America, and ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಡೆಡಿಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಟೀಮ್ ಇದಾರೆ ರಷ್ಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ. ಹ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಡೇಟಾ ರಾಬ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ರ್ಯಾನ್ಸಮ್ ವೇರ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ನ ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡೋದು, ಡೇಟಾ ಬೇಕಂತ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕಳಿಸೋ ಅನ್ನೋದು, ಆಲ್ ದೋಸ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್. ಬಟ್ ಇವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. But this is happening majorly from developed countries because they have resources, they have protection, it is online, it is, we call it IP, the IP security also, all those things. But Pakistan in the very less. This is we call it as the Financial Action Task Force, established in the year 1989. Second one, Paris, France headquarters is there. Now is India part of this? Now India is a member of this organization. What's the role of this? What is the objective of this FATF, Financial Action Task Force? What's the objective? Objective ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is controlling, we call it as money laundering. Controlling money laundering as well as fake currencies. Controlling fake currencies as well as we call it as that terrorism, we call it as sponsoring. ಈ ಮೂರನ್ನ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂತ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ FATF. ಇವು ಮೂರು ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು. ಮನಿ ಲಾಂಡ್ರಿಂಗ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ಇಲ್ಲಿಗಲ್ ಆಗಿ ದುಡ್ಡು ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಇಲ್ಲಿಗಲ್ ಆಗಿ ದುಡ್ಡು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಮನಿ ಲಾಂಡ್ರಿಂಗ್ ಅದು. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಫೇಕ್ ಕರೆನ್ಸೀಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವೇ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಒಂದು ಗಾಂಧಿ ತಾತನ ಫೋಟೋ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮಾರಿದ್ರದೇನದು ಫೇಕ್ ಕರೆನ್ಸೀಸ್. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ದಟ್ ಟೆರರಿಸಮ್ ಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸರಿಂಗ್. ಬಂದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ದುಡ್ಡನ್ನ ಅವರು ಒಂದ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ, ನಾವು ಒಂದ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಧಾರಾಳ ಮನಸ್ಸದವ್ರು ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಒಂದ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಟ್ರೆ that is we call it as that sponsoring the terrorist organizations. And all these things have been controlled by whom? All these things have been controlled by we call it as FATF. Sir, ಈಗ my question is global asset recovery guidance, because account ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದುಡ್ಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನನ್ನ asset ಅದು. Now think that someone has stolen my resources. Someone has stolen my resources. Now the thing here is, who should guide me? Who should guide me? It is FATF should guide me. That is called as Financial Action Task Force will be guiding me. Now with respect to ಯಾವ ವಿಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಗೆ, one is identification, second one we call it as one is identification, second is that tracing, the third one we call it as freezing your account, confiscating, getting back that money and returning that money to the it is original owner. Now this we call it as the global asset recovery. We call it as the guidance is being taken up by yaar? FATF. I already said FATF has been established in which year? 1989. Where is the headquarters? It's in the Paris, France. ಮೂರನೇ ಕೆಲಸ, ಈ ದುಡ್ಡನ್ನು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ they'll protect it and they'll give it to the original owner. FATF. Now it is to strengthen, we call it as ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is to strengthen, we call it as the stability of finances and to crack down on which one? Financial crimes which are happening between the countries. Between the countries crack down ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು FATF ಗೈಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಏನಿದು, ಇವ್ರು ಕೊಡೋ ಗೈಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಬೈಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಏನಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟ ಇದ್ರೆ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಇನ್ಕಲ್ಕೇಟ್, ಇಷ್ಟ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಲೀವ್ ಇಟ್, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಅ ಗೈಡೆನ್ಸ್. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಅ ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನ್ಸ್ ಟು ಕ್ರಾಕ್ ಡೌನ್ ಆನ್ ವಿಚ್ ಒನ್? ಟು ಕ್ರಾಕ್ ಡೌನ್ ಆನ್ ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಕ್ರೈಮ್ಸ್. ಬಟ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೇದು ತಪ್ಪ? ನಾವು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಒಳ್ಳೇದು, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ it is in India according to NCRB ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ, now which is considered to be the safest city? Safest city ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ according to National Crime Record Bureau, it is Kolkata is considered to be the safest city in India. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದುಡ್ಡೇ ಇಲ್ವಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? Now which is unsafest city ಅಂತ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ Kochi. Now Kochi in Kerala, it is considered to be, we call it as unsafe city in, we call it as India, according to we call it as NCRB report 2023 ಪ್ರಕಾರ. And third major important one, sir, ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು, ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಟೈಟಲ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. It is called as the national, we call it as the crime capital of India ಅಂತ. The national crime capital of India ಅಂತ, because it is in Karnataka. Every day it is 1 CR is being lost to the crimes. It is per year ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 364 ಕೋಟಿ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಲಾಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ. Every day 1 CR. 1 CR is being lost to this crimes. Majorly hacking from, we call it as abroad. But ನಮ್ದು ಯಾರು ಹಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ದು ಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ? ಅದು ಬಟ್ ಯು ವಾಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯೂಜ್ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಮನಿ, ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ 1 CR, 50 CR, 100 ಆ ತರ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾತ್ರ ಹಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. Then this we call it as the global asset, the recovery guidance It's been released by ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ FATF, Financial Action Task Force, to work on, we call it as the cyber crimes which are happening with respect to, we call it as happening with respect to happening from, we call it as outside the world. And ಇದು ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್. ಏನಪ್ಪ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದೇ ಮಾಡಿ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಡ್ರೆಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ನೋಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಪೊಲೀಸು ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಲಾಯರ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಿಮ್ ಕಾಲ್ಸ್ ಬಂದಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಮುಂಬೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ದು ಡೆಲಿವರಿ ಒಂದಿದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಗನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಿಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಗನ್ನು ಡ್ರಗ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ವಾ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾರು? ನಾವು ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಮೊದ್ಲೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಕಾಲ್ ಯು ಅಂಡ್ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಿಮ್ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಡ್ರಗ್ ಇದೆ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಗನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ಬೇಡ, ನೀನೇ ತಗೋ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಷ್ಟೇ. ಓಕೆ, ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದೇರ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಇಯರ್ಸ್ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಸೇ ದಟ್ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಕಮ್ ಟು ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ as ಮುಂಬೈ ಆಫೀಸ್ ಅಂತ. ನಾವು ಈ ತರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮರ್ಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ನೆವರ್ ರೆಸ್ಪಾಂಡ್. ಅಂಡ್ ದ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ಇಸ್ ಇನ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ನೀವು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆಟೋಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕಲಿ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ವಿಲ್ ಕಾಲ್ ಯು ಅಂಡ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ವಿಲ್ ಸೇ ದಟ್ ಕಮ್ ಟು ದ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್. ನಾವು ಇದರ್ ನಿಯರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಆರ್ ಡೆಡಿಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಬನ್ನಿ ಅಂತ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಅಲ್ಲೋದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ಲಿ ಸಿ ಯು ವಾಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ಡ್ ಅಂಡ್ ವಾಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಇಸ್ ದ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಅಂತ. ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇಟ್ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಬರಕ್ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದನೇ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ, ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಅಷ್ಟು ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತರಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ನು. ಅದನ್ನು ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್, ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸಿಂಗ್, ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕ, ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ, ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಒಂದ್ 2 ದಿನ ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ, ದುಡ್ಡು ಕಳಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ದೇ ವೋಂಟ್ ಆಸ್ಕ್. And this scam we call it as digital arrest. Now recently we have seen huge amount of the cyber security fraud. Now majorly again to get it as the cyber security fraud, which is what is the objective of this? Now objective here is to get a financial gains. Now ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಫೈನಲ್ ಆಗಿದೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟಿದೆ ಅಂತ, ಓಕೆ ನೀವು ಬರಬೇಡಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕೇಸ್ ನಾವು ಹ್ಯಾಂಡಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕಳಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಏನಾದ್ರು ಈ ಕೇಸಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಪಕ್ಕ ಫೈನಲೈಸ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡಿ, ದೇ ಆರ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ as the frauders. They are called as it is a cyber security frauds ಅಂತ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ನಂಬ್ತಾ ಇರಿ, ಬಟ್ ದುಡ್ಡು ಅಂತ ಬಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಫ್ರಾಡ್ಸ್. ಬಟ್ ಫ್ರಾಡ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅವ್ರ ಫೋಟೋನ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಶಾಟ್ ತಗೋಬೇಕು, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ದಂಗೆ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಶಾಟ್ ತಗೋಬೇಕು, ಅಂಡ್ ಯು ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಫೈಲ್ ದ ಕೇಸ್ ಅಗೇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ as these personalities in we call it as cyber police station. Now which is the only we call it as state which has a dedicated cyber police station? It is Karnataka. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು, because we are losing every day 1 CR on an average. And the other reason Karnataka has established dedicated, we call it as the cyber police cell has been established to work on this scammers. Done. Now ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ here the scammers will it is say that it is we are enforcement agencies, we are police ಅಂತ it is ಹೇಳಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ falsely claim the victim and they demand what? Financial gains. ನಾವು ಇದು ಸೈಬರ್ ಕ್ರೈಮ್ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಇಸ್ ದರ್ ಲೀಗಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ there is no legal concept, it is only illegal one. ನಾವು ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಯಾವ ಸೆಂಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕ್ಬೋದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅಂಡರ್ IT ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ 2000 ಅಂಡರ್ ಭಾರತೀಯ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಸಂಹಿತಾ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ 2023 ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ they can be put under bars for misusing the provisions of the law, and it is demanding, we call it as demanding what? Demanding financial gains also. Done. Okay alva, ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತು ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ? Yes. Now we'll stop it here. Now before stopping it is I'll just give you some ideas with respect to the today's class. Now in today's class major agi we have talked about our it is environment and we call it as internal security. Now when we are talking about our it is next week we will be majorly talking about our or discussing about our it is economy topics, and we'll talk about our science and technology topics, and we'll talk about our miscellaneous also in case if time permits. We'll talk about our sports, we'll talk about our awards, all those things. Now agila antandaga I'll share the materials also just for your glance. Now in today's class we have discussed about our major one, we call it as NDC ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡಿದೀನಿ. What's NDC? It is nationally determined contributions. We have talked about yearly targets with respect to GHGs, greenhouse gases. We have talked about ozone. We have talked about major we call it as the biodiversity IBAT ನೋಡಿದ್ವಿ, integrated biodiversity assessment tool. We have talked about planetary boundaries. We have talked about we call it as different species also. We have talked about we call it as pollutants. We have talked about different rules. Now which all rules we have discussed? We have talked about we call it as majorly solid waste management rules 2026. We have talked about we call it as contaminated, the locations, the area we have discussed, and at the same time we have talked about we call it as environmental audit, the rules has also been brought in. After this, we have also talked about the ABS technology, access and benefit sharing. After this, we have talked about some topics related to internal security, and we'll continue this in our next class also. Done? Now, this is all for today. I hope you guys enjoyed the class. Thank you. See you all next week. That is on Friday, and Saturday will be my last class. Done? This is all for today. Thank you. Online, thank you. I hope you guys enjoyed. Yes. Before leaving, just give a like. Yes. The same timings, 8 to 1:30. Online, thank you.